The drunk school beauty insisted on marrying me. When Luo Jing opened his eyes again, he had returned to the time right after he had just graduated from the college entrance exam in 2009. What was even more important was that the school beauty, Ling Xia, actually told him to steal their household register and go with her to get a marriage certificate. Seeing the girl he had missed in his past life, Luo Jing could no longer hold back. He tightly hugged her in his arms and said, "This time, I will never let you slip away again." Chapter 1. Luo Jing, I stole their household register. Let's hurry and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate. As soon as Luo Jing opened his eyes, he saw a familiar and stunningly beautiful face. This face was so close to him that he could even smell the faint scent of alcohol on her breath. Ling Xia? You've been drinking. Luo Jing blurted out, but quickly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. How did Ling Xia end up here? Thinking about her name, Luo Jing's heart couldn't help but twitch. As the goddess of everyone in high school and his childhood sweetheart, Luo Jing had always liked Ling Xia. But due to his inferiority complex and fear that confessing might ruin their friendship, Luo Jing had kept his feelings buried deep inside. Later on, Ling Xia went to university, studied abroad, and settled there, and Luo Jing gradually lost contact with her. Until one day, when he accidentally broke the 18th birthday present Ling Xia had given him, a photo frame with a picture of the two of them. On the back of the photo was a message. Xiao Jing, after we graduate from university, let's be together, okay? Luo Jing then realized that Ling Xia had feelings for him too. But he had missed his chance with her forever. And now, he was seeing Ling Xia again. Was this a dream? Even if it was a dream, he was happy to see her again. Just a little bit. Ling Xia stretched out her delicate fingers, showing the amount of alcohol she had consumed. With a slight blush on her face, Ling Xia looked so innocent and adorable that Luo Jing was mesmerized. How long had it been since he last saw Ling Xia in such a pure and innocent state? But it was also because of this glance that Luo Jing noticed something strange. Ling Xia's face was full of collagen, radiating youthful energy. According to logic, Ling Xia should be around 30 now, and though time hadn't left much trace on her, the maturity and grace would have overshadowed her youthful appearance. This shouldn't be her current look. Suddenly, an absurd thought crossed Luo Jing's mind. Luo Jing tentatively asked, Xia, what year is it this year? Ling Xia was a bit confused, not understanding why Luo Jing would ask such a silly question. However, the alcohol had already numbed her senses, so she didn't think too much and answered, 2009. We finally graduated from high school. 2009. High school graduation. Drinking alcohol. Stealing their household register to get the marriage certificate. Luo Jing felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, finally understanding what was happening at this moment. He had truly been reborn. Just like the web novels he usually read, he had returned to the time right after the college entrance exam. If he remembered correctly, this should be their graduation party. Under the encouragement of their classmates, Ling Xia had her first drink. Though it was just a little bit, it was enough to make her nervous system numb. That's why she had done something so outrageous. In front of the whole class, she asked Luo Jing to go home, steal their household registers, and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register. And in his past life, Luo Jing had gotten drunk and fallen asleep, completely forgetting about this incident. It was only later when he heard it from his best friend that he knew. When they were together, Luo Jing had even teased Ling Xia about it. But now, looking at Ling Xia in front of him, Luo Jing's heart was filled with anxiety. At the same time, a strong obsession surged within him. This time, he would never let her slip away again. Not like in his past life. Seeing that Luo Jing hadn't said anything for a while, Ling Xia frowned slightly. Then she leaned her body against Luo Jing's and lightly poked him with her finger. Where's your household register? Didn't we say we would go steal their household register? Didn't you find it? Luo Jing, you're such a big fool. Ling Xia's body was in Luo Jing's arms, and he felt a little stiff. The faint pomegranate scent, along with a trace of alcohol, filled his nostrils. He had smelled this pomegranate scent all his life, but today, it made him feel unusually flustered. Xia, it's already dark, and the Civil Affairs Bureau is closed. And we're still underage. Let us talk about the registration later. But Ling Xia didn't listen to what Luo Jing said. She kept groping for the household register on him with her soft white hands. The household register. The household register. I want to register with Xiao Jing. Let us go register. Just when Luo Jing was at a loss for what to do, a somewhat mocking voice came from behind him. I say, Luo handsome guy, how about you just give in to our Xia? Luo Jing turned around and saw that the person was their classmate and Ling Xia's best friend, Han Qingxue. Luo Jing immediately felt like he had found a savior, and hurriedly said, how did you come out? Stop watching the show. Hurry up and pull Xia away. But Han Qingxue didn't move. Instead, with a slightly mischievous look, she raised an eyebrow and said, why are you in such a hurry? Are you sure you don't want to enjoy it a bit more? This is our Xia, the big beauty. It's not often we get such an opportunity. Luo Jing's forehead was covered with black lines, and just as he was about to say something, he heard a familiar cold voice. You little brat. What do you think you're doing? Luo Jing couldn't help but shiver, his neck stiffly turning toward the source of the voice. On the road, a white Volkswagen Accord was parked by the side, with the driver's window rolled down. A stern and cold face was hidden in the shadow of the window. Luo Jing recognized this face all too well. It was Ling Xia's father, Ling Xia, the future director of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau, and currently the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade. Uncle Ling. Luo Jing's voice trembled. If it were anyone else, holding their daughter and getting caught by the father would certainly make them uneasy. Especially when the father was someone like Ling Xia, a complete daughter-s man. If it were before, Ling Xia would have responded with happiness. But now, his expression was even colder. You still plan to hold her for how long? Hearing Ling Xia's roar, Luo Jing subconsciously let go, but remembering Ling Xia's current state, he put his hand back on her waist. Ling Xia's eyes widened in anger. He quickly got out of the car, marched up to Luo Jing, and pulled Ling Xia out of his arms. As she was pulled away, Ling Xia instinctively looked at the person who had arrived. When she saw it was her father, she grinned foolishly and said, He, Dad. What are you doing here? Is it for my wedding with Xiao Jing? Huh? Wait, we haven't gotten the certificate yet. Xiao Jing, that idiot, didn't steal the household register? I still need to steal the household register with Xiao Jing. Dad, you can't arrest me. Ling Xia babbled on, while Ling Xia's face turned darker and darker. At this moment, Luo Jing only had one thought in his mind, it's over. I'm doomed. As expected, Ling Xia shot a killing look at Luo Jing. Little brat, explain yourself. What do you mean by stealing the household register? What's this about registering? If I had come to check on you today, I never would have guessed you, little brat, would have such a big audacity. Chapter 2, Listen to my defense. Ling uncle. Let me explain, let me clarify. Feeling that things were taking a turn for the worse, Luo Jing quickly spoke up, fearing that if he didn't he might never be able to speak again in this lifetime. All right, I'll listen to what final words you have. Ling Xia generously gave Luo Jing a chance to say his piece. Luo Jing's mind raced. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, it wasn't Ling Xia who came to pick up a drunken Ling Xia, it was Ling Xia's mother, Zhu Hongyang. Zhu Hongyang had followed Ling Xia quietly when she saw her daughter stumbling home, drunken and rummaging through their house looking for the household register. Worried that something might happen, she followed her, but middle-aged stamina couldn't match that of the younger generation, so she fell behind. In contrast to Ling Xia, who always kept a wary eye on him, Zhu Hongyang had always regarded Luo Jing as her son-in-law. As long as he could stall long enough for Zhu Hongyang to arrive, he could save his life. Oh, Ling uncle, Xia just drank a little too much and is acting silly. Tomorrow when she sobers up, everything will be fine. And most importantly, I didn't ask her to do this. Han Qingxue can vouch for me. After saying that, he stole a quick glance at Ling Xia. Ling Xia's expression didn't change at all. He was still as cold as ever. Is that all you've got to say? And also, Xia was calling for you. Luo Jing was speechless. Xia was a nickname he'd been using for years. Why was it suddenly wrong now? Luo Jing was about to say something else when he suddenly saw two familiar figures walking toward him from behind the Volkswagen car. It was Ling Xia's mother, Zhu Hongyang, and his own mother, Du Xiu. His saviors had arrived. Luo Jing was overjoyed. Seeing Luo Jing's expression, Ling Xia got even angrier and was about to step forward to teach the boy a lesson, to prevent him from having any future thoughts about his daughter. However, as soon as Ling Xia raised his hand, a voice that made him freeze with fear rang out, "What do you think you're doing, Ling?" As the saying goes, like cures like. Although Ling Xia was feared and respected outside, known as the King of Hell, the person he feared the most was his wife, Zhu Hongyang. Ling Xia quickly lowered his hand, turned around, and with a smile that appeared only out of courtesy, said, "Wife, what brings you here?" The speed at which his face changed stunned Luo Jing. Zhu Hongyang ignored Ling Xia and instead turned to look at her daughter, who was drunkenly lying in Luo Jing's arms. She sighed in concern, "Oh, my precious daughter, how did you get this drunk?" Upon hearing her mother's voice, Ling Xia immediately flopped into Zhu Hongyang's arms, calling out sweetly, "Mom." Then, she turned her head to look at Luo Jing's mother, Du Siyu, and with a soft smile, muttered, "Mom." The word instantly left both of the elder women stunned. Du Siyu chuckled and shook her head, "Well, looks like Xia is really drunk. She doesn't even recognize her own mother now." But as soon as she said that, Ling Xia quickly rebutted, "No, I do. I know who my mom is. I'm calling Aunt Du Mom because I'm going to get married to Xiao Jing. Of course, I should call Aunt Du Mom. What's going on here?" Now, both of the elder women were completely stunned. Ling Xonia's face had darkened to a frightening level. "What do you mean, what's going on? This little brat has brainwashed my precious daughter." Slap. Zhu Hongyang slapped Ling Xia hard on the back, signaling him to stop talking. She then turned to Luo Jing with a gentle gaze, "Xiao Jing, what's going on here?" Luo Jing helplessly explained the whole situation. After hearing it, both of the elder women burst out laughing. Zhu Hongyang chuckled and gently tapped Ling Xia on the forehead. "This girl. She gets this drunk the first time she drinks and causes such a huge mess. Let us see what happens when she wakes up tomorrow." Du Siyu also laughed and said, "What else can we do? Why not let them really go get their marriage certificate while they are at it?" "No way." Ling Xia immediately shot down the suggestion. Zhu Hongyang rolled her eyes at her husband and then said, "All right, Xia is really drunk now, and it's getting late. Let us head home." She helped Ling Xia into the car, and they got ready to leave. After getting into the car, Luo Jing waved to Han Qingxue, telling her to let the other classmates know that he was leaving, and was about to follow them into the car. However, when he tried to open the car door, it wouldn't budge. Ling Xonia's cold voice came from inside the car is full. Figure out your own way home. Then, the car quickly started and sped away, disappearing from Luo Jing's sight. Leaving Luo Jing standing there, completely flustered. "I haven't gotten in the car. I haven't gotten in the car." He turned to look at Han Qingxue, who was trying not to laugh, but failed to hold it back. "Let us go. We can drink more later," Luo Jing muttered. The next day, Luo Jing had no idea how he got home. He only knew that because of Ling Xia, he had been forced to drink heavily by the boys in class who had always secretly liked her. When he woke up in the familiar bed, his head throbbing from the hangover, he rubbed his forehead and walked out of his bedroom. "Mom, is breakfast ready?" Everything felt so casual and familiar. Realizing what had happened, Luo Jing felt his eyes grow a bit moist. Upon hearing his voice, Du Siyu walked out from the kitchen. "Can't you see what time it is? Breakfast, really? I've made some porridge for you, it's on the stove. Serve yourself." Luo Jing immediately threw himself into his mom's arms. "Thanks, Mom. You're the best." Then he served himself a bowl of porridge and sat down at the table to slowly drink it. Du Siyu was about to continue cleaning, but after a moment's thought, she sat down next to him. "Son, what do you think about what happened yesterday?" "Huh." Luo Jing, who had been drinking the porridge, didn't immediately catch on to what his mom was saying. "About Xia. Although she was drunk yesterday, if she didn't have feelings for you, she wouldn't have done that." Luo Jing smiled, finished his porridge, and said seriously, "Of course, I'm going to chase her and make her my wife." "Well said." Du Siyu beamed with joy. "Mom supports you. If you need money, just let me know. Get it done before college." She glanced at her phone. "Aunt Ju just texted me, saying that Xia is awake. If you're free later, go see her." Luo Jing nodded, then cautiously asked, "What about Ling Uncle?" Du Xiu rolled her eyes at her son. "Ling Uncle went to work a long time ago. Aunt Ju and I are going shopping later. Xia will be alone at home." "Great." Luo Jing was ecstatic. "Then you and Aunt Ju go enjoy shopping for a while." He quickly went to change clothes and prepared to head out. Before leaving, Du Xiu asked again, "Are you sure you have enough money? You can't be too stingy when chasing a girl." Without turning back, Luo Jing replied, "Don't worry. I have plenty of New Year's money." Chapter 3, So Embarrassing. Luo Jing left his house and immediately turned right. The house next door to his was a detached villa, the home of Ling Xia. Although Ling Xia's father was the head of the criminal police squad, her mother was the owner of the biggest chain supermarket in town. On the other hand, Luo Jing's father was the chairman of the largest logistics company in the area. Before both families became wealthy, they were neighbors, and after their success, they bought homes in the same area. Luo Jing walked up to Ling Xia's house and knocked on the door. Ling Xia's mother opened it. Xiao Jing, you're here? Looking for Xia? Wait a moment, I'll go call her." "No need, Aunt Ju. Xia won't see me right now." Luo Jing knew Ling Xia well enough to know that she wouldn't want to face him after waking up from her hangover. "Har har." Aunt Ju laughed softly. "That's true. You can sit for a bit. I'll go shopping with your mom later. Once I leave, you can try to talk to Xia." Luo Jing couldn't help but give his mother-in-law a thumbs up. She was the best. "Okay, Aunt Ju." Meanwhile, Ling Xia had already woken up. She was lying in her room, covering her head with a blanket. "Oh. What did I do yesterday? So embarrassing. It's all that stupid Xiao Jing's fault." In the living room, Luo Jing waited for a while, but he still hadn't seen Ling Xia come out of her room. He sighed and walked to her door, knocking lightly. Xia, wake up. Didn't we agree to go register for a driving license today?" Inside the room, Ling Xia, startled by his voice, suddenly sat up and was about to open the door. But then she suddenly remembered something, and her face turned as red as if she had a fever. She quickly jumped back into bed, burying herself under the covers. "No. I'm not going. I want to sleep." Through the door, hearing Ling Xia's muffled voice, Luo Jing couldn't help but smile. He didn't even need to see her to know exactly what state she was in. She was probably hiding in her room like an ostrich. But Luo Jing quickly stopped smiling because he knew that getting Ling Xia out of the house today would require some effort. Xia, don't make a fuss. We agreed to go to the driving school. Don't forget, Han Qingxue and Zhu Jihao are also coming." Inside the room, Ling Xia fell silent. She didn't want to see Luo Jing right now, but her upbringing wouldn't allow her to leave him hanging. However, she was too embarrassed to face him, caught in a dilemma. Seeing her silence, Luo Jing knew all he needed to do was give her an out. He quickly said, "By the way, I drank too much yesterday too. Do you know how I got home? Was there anything interesting that happened at the party? I can't even remember." After a long pause, the door finally creaked open from the inside. Ling Xia came out of her room, her head lowered. She whispered, "You really don't remember what happened yesterday?" Luo Jing immediately nodded. I forgot everything." If he had said he remembered, he would have looked like a complete fool. Hearing that, Ling Xia slowly lifted her head. "Well then, I'll show mercy and go with you to register." Phew. Luo Jing sighed in relief. At least he had temporarily gotten past the crisis. Ling Xia quickly got ready, and the two of them left the house together, heading to a driving school that Luo Jing's father had recommended. They took a taxi, and surprisingly, Ling Xia didn't sit in the backseat with Luo Jing. Instead, she sat in the front passenger seat. Luo Jing knew that she was still a bit shy, so he didn't push her. When they arrived at the driving school, Han Qingxue and Zhu Jihao were already there. As soon as Han Qingxue saw the two of them get out of the taxi, she immediately teased, "Oh, you two are registering already. Got any wedding candies for me? When are you inviting me to the wedding?" Luo Jing immediately panicked and quickly clasped his hands together in a pleading gesture, begging Han Qingxue to go easy on him. He had only just managed to smooth things over with Ling Xia. Seeing her best friend teasing her, Ling Xia's face turned bright red again. She quickly dashed forward and covered Han Qingshua's mouth. The two girls started playfully wrestling, and Luo Jing seized the opportunity to move toward Zhu Zhihao. Like Han Qingxue, Zhu Zhihao was Luo Jing's best friend from high school. When Zhu Zhihao saw him coming, he threw an arm around Luo Jing's shoulders, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "So, did you seal the deal yesterday? Should I start calling her sister-in-law?" Luo Jing grimaced. "If you're not afraid that Uncle Ling will shoot you, you can call her whatever you want." Zhu Zhihao had seen the serious look on Ling Xia's father's face before, so he quickly shook his head. After a bit of joking around, Luo Jing placed his hand on Zhu Zhihao's shoulder and whispered, "I've got a business opportunity. Are you in?" After all, his rebirth had one main goal: to win Ling Xia's heart. But the second most important thing was to make money. "What business?" "Just so you know, I don't have money to invest. My family is not like yours." Zhu Zhihao's family was just a normal one, with both parents working in small companies. There was no way they could give him money to start a business. Plus, the two of them had just graduated from high school and were only 18. Luo Jing lightly patted Zhu Zhihao and said, "Starting a business with me, and you think you'll be putting up money? I'll handle the money. What I need is your technical skills." As his closest friend, Luo Jing knew Zhu Zhihao inside out. Although Zhu Zhihao didn't look impressive and his grades were average, he had a secret skill: network programming. Though he had just graduated from high school, Zhu Zhihao's skills were on par with veteran programmers who had been in the industry for years. And since Luo Jing was looking to make money, he needed the internet as his platform. He couldn't pass up on Zhu Zhihao, who was both highly skilled and a close friend. Before Luo Jing was reborn, Zhu Zhihao had opened a studio on his own, and his clients included big companies like Penguin, Demao, and Dogdong. Zhu Zhihao heard what Luo Jing said and furrowed his brow. "You want to start an online business?" Luo Jing nodded. Zhu Zhihao, worried, said, "That's a money-burning business. Do you have enough money?" Being an expert in computers and networks, Zhu Zhihao knew a thing or two about the industry. "Don't worry about the money. But how much I can put in depends on whether a certain girl is willing to cooperate. If she cooperates, I can get at least 2 million from my dad. If she doesn't, I'll probably be able to scrape together 500,000. Although that amount of money sounded like a lot, in the internet business, it wouldn't make much of a splash. Chapter 4, I like summer the most. Although they were brothers, Zhu Zhihao still had some doubts about the business that Luo Jing spoke of. Having lived two lives, Luo Jing could naturally sense Zhu Zhihao's concerns, so he encouraged him, "Don't worry, follow me and you'll definitely make money." At that time, becoming the richest person in Dragon Country might be a stretch, but the richest person in Sioux City is definitely yours. "Alright, just tell me what to do when the time comes." Seeing that Luo Jing was so confident, Zhu Zhihao could only agree. After all, his brother. If he didn't support him, who would? However, Zhu Zhihao still said, "Helping you is no problem, but your funds need to be sufficient. I'm not interested in small deals, so you better get that 2 million sorted." Luo Jing smiled confidently. "Don't worry, getting that silly girl is no problem. When I bring her home, my parents won't hesitate to give money." As Luo Jing's parents' most favored potential daughter-in-law, as long as he secured Ling Xia, he could use his parents to pressure the situation, and they would definitely compromise. Maybe he could even get some gold coins from his father-in-law. What, getting her is no problem? What money? Just as Luo Jing was feeling smug, Han Qingshua's voice suddenly came from behind him, giving him a fright. When he turned around, he saw that Han Qingxue and Ling Xia had no idea when they'd gotten behind him. "It's nothing, I was just discussing the plot of a novel with Lao Ju, a novel plot." Ling Xia cast a suspicious glance at Luo Jing, deeply doubting that he was telling the truth, because when Luo Jing lied, he had a habit of subtly pinching the corner of his shirt. This habit, besides Ling Xia, probably only Luo's mother knew. Luo Jing himself wasn't aware of it. However, Ling Xia didn't expose him. She understood that men need to be given some face in public. She would interrogate him later when they got home. Luo Jing sighed with relief, thinking he'd narrowly escaped danger. Little did he know, the storm was waiting for him. Since this was the driving school his father had recommended, the four of them quickly completed the registration. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, the four of them decided to plan their next move. How about we go to an internet cafe to play games? Zhu Zhihao enthusiastically suggested. Now that they had graduated high school, no one would stop them from going to an internet cafe, so he wanted to indulge himself and book a room for a few days. But this suggestion was unanimously rejected by the two ladies. No way, the smoke is too heavy, and we don't have any games we want to play. Yeah, not going. What should we do then? Zhu Zhihao, whose suggestion had been shot down, was a little downcast. Ling Xia and Han Xingxue exchanged a look, then spoke in unison. How about we go shopping? You two can carry our bags. I refuse. Without even thinking, Zhu Zhihao rejected the idea. Although he'd never been in a relationship, he had accompanied his mom shopping before. Zhu Zhihao knew all too well how terrifying it could be to shop with women. But Han Xingxue wasn't he so easily deterred. Rejection not accepted. We get 2 votes, you get 1. Hearing this, Zhu Zhihao quickly went to Luo Jing for support, hoping to tie the votes. Luo Jing didn't want to go shopping either, but he couldn't stand Ling Xia's resentful eyes. So, Luo Jing quickly defected. I also want to go shopping, I still have some things to buy before school starts. Luo Jing. How could you abandon your friend for a pretty girl? Zhu Zhihao's heart wailed, but the final vote was 3-1, so he had no choice but to accept. Still, he cursed Luo Jing countless times in his mind. Luo Jing had no choice but to give his good buddy an apologetic look. Finally, exhausted, Luo Jing returned home, feeling like a dead dog. He couldn't understand where Ling Xia and Han Xingxue found the energy to shop so much. That night, Luo Jing lay in bed, unable to fall asleep. Though it wasn't the first night since his rebirth, he had drunk too much the day before, making it technically his first night. Luo Jing's mind was in chaos. After all, it was his first time being reborn, so feeling a bit anxious was normal. Tossing and turning, Luo Jing couldn't sleep, so he went to the balcony to gaze at the starry sky. It was mid-June, so the moon was still quite full, and the night was relatively bright. Because of this, Luo Jing could see someone else on the balcony, someone else who was also unable to sleep. Ling Xia. Ling Xia was wearing a pink pajama set, standing on the balcony, occasionally glancing at the daffodils she had raised, and then looking up at the bright moon. Since their villas were so close, Luo Jing could clearly make out the blush on Ling Xia's face. What a beautiful moonlit picture. Luo Jing hurried back to his room, took out the camera his uncle had given him for his coming-of-age ceremony, and went back to the balcony. He snapped a picture of Ling Xia, who was looking up at the moon. Click. Oh no. I forgot to turn off the flash. The flash of the camera, due to Luo Jing's oversight, was unusually bright in the quiet night. As expected, Luo Jing's sneaky shot was discovered. Ling Xia stared at Luo Jing, who was holding the camera in confusion, her face instantly turning bright red. Delete it now. Because it was nighttime, Ling Xia didn't dare to shout, fearing it would wake her parents, but from her lips, Luo Jing could easily guess what she meant. Impossible. Luo Jing, of course, would not back down. Not only was he not deleting the photo, but he also planned to print it out. Looking at the beautiful picture he had taken, Luo Jing was quite satisfied with his photography skills. Even Teacher Chen couldn't have done better. Just as Luo Jing was feeling smug and occasionally teasing a flustered Ling Xia, a black face suddenly appeared in the window next door to Ling Xia's. You little brat. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you doing? Luo Hongya's furious voice in the quiet night sent a chill down Luo Jing's spine. He quickly retracted his head and ran back to his room. Not listening, it's just a monk chanting. He didn't believe Uncle Ling would come over in the middle of the night. At this point, Luo Jing was practicing the turtle strategy, leaving tomorrow's problems for tomorrow. Back in his room, Luo Jing could still hear Luo Hongya's voice. You little brat. Tomorrow I'll seal the balcony. You better wait until tomorrow. I'll skin you alive. Summer, go to bed quickly. Hiding under the covers, Luo Jing took out his phone, logged into QQ, and sent a message to Ling Xia. Here is the beautiful scenery, why did Uncle Ling wake up? Summer, I don't know. Summer, delete the photo. Here is the beautiful scenery, impossible. I'm going to print it out and frame it. I'll look at it every day. Summer. Summer, you're dead, Luo Jing. You wait. Summer, Tomorrow, I'll have my dad kill you. Luo Jing. This world is too dangerous, time to sleep. Chapter 5 Investment Risks. The next morning, Luo Jing was sleeping soundly when he was awakened by the sound of an electric drill. He squinted his eyes and glanced out the window, and complained speechlessly, "Who is playing with an electric drill here so early in the morning?" He woke up the next second. On the second floor, several workers were sealing their windows, and the sound of the electric drill came from there. Luo Jing was stunned for a second, and happened to meet the staff's playful eyes. "What's going on?" Luo Jing was stunned for a moment, and reacted instantly. He showed an awkward smile to several staff members and quickly retreated back to the bed. Could it be that he saw that the window had been sealed for more than half just now, and the corners of his mouth twitched? TSK, it seems that his future father-in-law is determined not to let him associate with Ling Xia. He even sealed the window of Ling Xia's room. Isn't this intentional? Luo Jing snorted coldly. He had wanted to have a good exchange of feelings with Ling Xia based on what happened yesterday. Unexpectedly, his father-in-law gave up this idea the next day. He shook his head and lay helplessly on the bed. But father-in-law, the Yangtze River is always changing. Because if he does this, he can't get close to Ling Xia, right? Of course it's impossible. With a hum, thinking that he still had things to do today, Luo Jing got up from the bed and went downstairs quickly. At this moment, her parents had already prepared the meal. Seeing that Luo Jing didn't sleep in, they were a little surprised. "You are a rare early riser." Luo Jing smiled and said, "Isn't it said that the early bird catches the worm? So, I have to be more diligent." Luo Jing sat down at the dining table seriously and stuffed a bun into his mouth. Father Luo looked at Luo Jing with some surprise, as if he didn't expect that this sentence would come out of Luo Jing's mouth. "I didn't expect you to say this." Luo Jing laughed, drank a sip of soy milk and stood up from his seat. "Dad, there are many things you didn't expect. I had something to do today, so I drove the car away." After saying that, he took the car keys at the door and took them away. Looking at his back as he left, Father Luo smiled helplessly. "You kid drove my car away, what should I drive?" Luo Jing responded by waving his hand, "Dad, your cholesterol is getting higher and higher, it's time to exercise well." "Hey, what did this brat say?" Father Luo patted his beer belly, and his words were a little dissatisfied, but his expression was cheerful. Just as Mother Luo left, she came out and glanced at Father Luo and snorted. "Your son is right. You should lose weight. Anyway, the company is not far from our home, so just walk there." Okay, you two mother and son only know how to bully me, right? This is for your own good. Your son cares so much about you, you should be happy." After leaving home, Luo Jing went to find Zhu Zhihao. It has been 20 years since he was reborn. In the past 20 years, the changes in this city have exceeded his imagination. For example, a piece of land that seems to have the least value now has become a place with high-speed rail in 20 years. All the people who lived in that circle at that time have become millionaires. And the housing prices in the south have fallen like dogs in recent years. Who knew that 20 years later, it would become the core political area? So he wanted to go shopping in the city with Zhu Zhihao. Zhu Zhihao was a little surprised when he learned of his idea. In his opinion, they have been in this city since they were born. What places do they not know? What is there to go shopping for? But Luo Jing didn't explain much to Zhu Zhihao. He just said, "My intuition tells me that there will be inflation in the future. Now that gold is everywhere, we have to seize the opportunity." This was not the first time Zhu Zhihao heard Luo Jing say this. Because they were childhood friends, he didn't pour cold water on him. And Luo Jing didn't explain either, and only told Zhu Zhihao about his plan after meeting him. "But we have to get the internet up first, then do online shopping, and then make other plans." When Zhu Zhihao heard this, he quickly covered his wallet. "Luo Jing, I tell you, I don't have that much money to build it for you." Luo Jing knew that Zhu Zhihao was not a wealthy man in 20 years, but a college graduate now, so it was normal for him to have such thoughts. He put his arm around Zhu Zhihao's shoulders and said, "Don't worry, when our internet is ready, do we still need that little money? When we open express delivery storage, don't mention how convenient it will be." Speaking of express delivery, it seems that there are only logistics companies at the moment. Although his logistics company is the only one in the city, after several years, in an environment full of express delivery companies, logistics companies will only decline step by step, and all this is attributed to the later online shopping. So what he has to do is not only to expand the internet era, but also to persuade his father to expand the express delivery company. Compared with logistics, express delivery is cold, stable and fast. But he forgot that this idea is too advanced. For Zhu Zhihao, it was as shocking as the first time everyone heard the news that they could shop online. After listening to Luo Jing's explanation, Zhu Zhihao hesitated. Is this really possible? I feel a little uncertain. Luo Jing knew Zhu Zhihao's temperament. Just like his future investment, he only wanted a stable one, so he didn't blame him. Don't worry, if you can't make money, I will pay you double. Looking at Luo Jing's cheerful look, Zhu Zhihao hesitated. Why did he feel that Luo Jing looked like a pyramid scheme leader? But as a brother, he was still willing to believe Luo Jing. The two of them walked around the city for a day, and Luo Jing also gained something. He said goodbye to Zhu Zhihao and went home with the notebook he had recorded. As soon as he got home, he saw Ling Xia, who had just returned, at the door. Thinking of what happened last night, Luo Jing looked a little nervous, and greeted carefully, Uncle Ling. Yeah. Ling Xia's face was livid, his eyes were serious, and he didn't pay attention to Luo Jing and went home. Seeing Ling Xia in a hurry, his face was not good. Luo Jing thought he was still angry, and didn't dare to provoke him, so he quickly went back and sent a message to Ling Xia. This is also a beautiful scene. Uncle Ling is not still angry, right? Horrified expression. Xia, har. Okay, it was Ling Xia who was angry. Luo Jing saw that there was an angry rabbit with his hands on his hips under this word, and he was hesitating about what to reply. As a result, the next second, Ling Xia sent a message. Xia, my dad locked himself in the study as soon as he came back. Although Ling Xia didn't say it, Luo Jing knew instantly that Ling Xia was not in a bad mood. Because only when he encountered career problems, Ling Xia's habit was to lock himself in the study. What problem did Uncle Ling encounter again? Luo Jing curled his lips, suddenly thought of something, and his eyes suddenly widened like copper bells. Chapter 6. Don't change the subject. He almost forgot. In the past life, these 2 days, Uncle Ling and Aunt Ju were going home to worship their ancestors. No wonder Uncle Ling was in a bad mood, but it shouldn't be that simple. Ling Xia, your dad didn't encounter any big case, did he? Luo Jing stared at his phone after sending the message. Sure enough, Ling Xia's message was quickly replied. Xia, how do you know? Are you also the roundworm in my dad's stomach? Luo Jing smiled. This is really a coincidence. He really knew that Ling Xia had taken over a big case recently, but because there were too few clues, the case had not made any progress. But he couldn't tell Ling Xia the clues directly. After all, he was just a student now. HMPH, don't change the subject. It's all your fault. My dad has sealed my window now, and I'm almost suffocating in the room. Cough, cough. Luo Jing looked at the message sent by Ling Xia, raised a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, and then typed a few lines. Ling Xia, don't you know that crying, making a fuss, and hanging yourself can make Uncle Ling soft-hearted? Ling Xia replied angrily, remind me. I thought of this method a long time ago, and I did it today, but I was scolded. Luo Jing laughed even more happily, as if he could imagine Ling Xia's cheeks puffed up with anger. He continued to tease, har, I didn't expect you to have such a trick, but the effect doesn't seem to be very good. Ling Xia sent an angry expression, humph. It's all your bad idea. My dad has sealed my window now, and I'm almost suffocating in the room. Luo Jing was about to answer when he suddenly heard the window of the study being pushed open. Ling Xia angrily stuck his head out and glared at him fiercely. Luo Jing! Don't smile there. Luo Jing's smile disappeared instantly, and he immediately stood up and looked at Ling Xia guiltily. Uncle Ling, Humph! Ling Xia snorted coldly, glanced at him with a sharp gaze, and then heavily closed the window. Luo Jing touched his nose embarrassedly, secretly complaining in his heart, Uncle Ling's ears are too sharp, he can hear my laughter through the window. He sighed, lowered his head and continued to send messages to Ling Xia, okay, no more trouble. Your dad encountered a big case and is in a bad mood, so don't make trouble for him. Ling Xia's reply was still dissatisfied, I know. But don't gloat over others' misfortunes, I bear grudges. Luo Jing couldn't help laughing and decided to change the subject. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. By the way, let's go to the city tomorrow. Do you want to come with us? Ling Xia immediately became interested. Go to the city. Are there any fun places? Luo Jing replied mysteriously, of course, I guarantee you will be amazed. Ling Xia's curiosity was aroused, and she quickly replied, okay, see you tomorrow. Luo Jing put away his phone and returned to his room happily. He knew that although the big case Uncle Ling encountered was difficult, he had a way to help. It's just that it's not the right time yet, he has to wait for a suitable opportunity. Luo Jing walked out of the room and smelled the fragrance of the food, and his stomach suddenly growled. He walked to the kitchen door, poked his head in and asked, Mom, what are we having for dinner tonight? Mother Luo, who was busy, rolled her eyes and said, you only know how to eat. Can't you help serve the dishes? Luo Jing smiled and ran over, smiling and flattering, okay, I'll do it. Mom, the dishes you made are so fragrant, I can't help it. Mother Luo's mouth slightly raised, but she still pretended to be angry and said, HMPH, stop flattering. Go wash your hands, and then serve the dishes. Luo Jing responded with a playful smile and hurried to wash his hands. After washing his hands, he came back and diligently picked up a few dishes and brought them to the table. Mom, you've worked hard, what delicious food did you make today? Mother Luo took the last dish out of the pot and said, today we have sweet and sour spare ribs and braised pork, your favorite. Hearing this, Luo Jing's eyes lit up, wow, great. Mom, you are really my savior. Luo Jing nodded with satisfaction and sat at the table waiting for dinner. He looked around and suddenly asked, where is Comrade Lao Luo? Why isn't he home at dinner time? Mother Luo rolled her eyes again, your dad went to your cousin's new house to join in the fun. He probably won't be back for a while. Hearing this, Luo Jing smiled and shook his head, Mom, you have to take good care of my dad. What kind of habit is he? He runs around during dinner time. Mother Luo sighed helplessly, your dad can't sit still and likes to be busy. Okay, don't talk about him, let's eat. Pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, bring it to your mouth and take a bite, squinting his eyes with satisfaction, Mom, your cooking skills are really unique. Mother Luo heard this, and a hint of pride appeared between her eyebrows, of course, don't you see who I am? After speaking, she suddenly said, I didn't expect that Xiao Qi would buy a house so quickly. On the other hand, you eat even washing hands after eating needs to be taught. Luo Jing bit the sweet and sour pork ribs and said with a smile on his face, Mom, I will always be your baby. Luo's mother glared at him and couldn't help laughing, oh, it's disgusting. You stinky boy, you are so slick. Luo Jing continued to flatter, Mom, just enjoy my love that will never grow up. Luo's mother was amused and laughed, come on, stop talking nonsense, and eat quickly. But, Mom, why don't we buy a few more houses? You will definitely make a lot of money in the future. Luo's mother raised her eyebrows when she heard it, you kid, you think about making a lot of money all day long. Luo Jing nodded quickly and continued, really, Mom, I heard that housing prices will soar in the future. If we buy a few houses now, we will definitely make a lot of money in the future. The future housing market is shockingly terrifying. Luo's mother shook her head and said earnestly, Son, houses are not for speculation, houses are homes. We have a stable home, which is more important than anything else. Luo Jing was thinking about the soaring housing prices in the future, and he was a little unwilling. But Mom, if we don't buy it now, we won't be able to afford it when the housing prices rise in the future. Luo's mother put down her chopsticks and glanced at Luo Jing, do you want to eat bamboo shoots and fried meat again? When Luo Jing heard this, he immediately sat up straight with a smile on his face, Mom, I was wrong, I'll eat now. He quickly lowered his head and ate rice in big mouthfuls, muttering to himself, if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it, why do you beat your own son? Really, I can't say anything. Looking at her son's wolfing down, Luo's mother couldn't help laughing and said, You think about those messy things all day long. Studying and working hard is the right way. Luo Jing responded vaguely and continued to eat. Luo's mother shook her head helplessly, but her heart was full of relief. At this time, Luo's father pushed the door open, holding a bag of fruit in his hand, and said with a smile, I'm back. Chapter 7 Chasing Xia, the road is long and difficult. Luo Jing looked up and saw his father, and couldn't help but joked, Comrade Lao Luo, how could you bear to come back? Luo's father chuckled and put down the fruit. Your cousin moved into a new house. It's very lively. I came back to take advantage of the excitement, didn't I? Luo's mother rolled her eyes. You just know how to join in the fun all day. The food is almost cold. Luo's father hurried over and said flatteringly, Wife, don't be angry, I'm back, haven't I? Eat quickly, eat. Luo's mother smiled helplessly. Okay, go wash your hands, the food is cold. Luo's father quickly went to wash his hands, came back and sat down, looking at the food on the table, his eyes lit up. Wow, today's dishes are really rich. Luo Jing said proudly, Of course, with mom here, there are delicious foods every day. Luo's father nodded with a smile. My wife's cooking skills are well known far and wide. He ate with big mouthfuls, and Luo's mother rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you eat at Luo Chi's house? Luo's father replied with a smile, I was full of fun at Luo Chi's house today. You would never have thought that the down payment for Xiao Chi's house was paid by his girlfriend, and he is a gigolo. Luo Jing and Luo's mother were stunned for a moment, and Luo's mother frowned and asked, What's the situation? Did his girlfriend pay the down payment? Luo's father put down his chopsticks and continued. Yes, the down payment was all paid by his girlfriend. But now his girlfriend knows that after paying the down payment, Xiao Qi refused to write her name on the property certificate, and immediately planned to take back the house. This young man is really unreliable. Luo Jing teased. Comrade Lao Luo, it seems that you have seen a lot of dramatic scenes today. Father Luo smiled proudly. Of course, it's even more exciting than the plot of a TV series. Mother Luo couldn't help laughing. You just want to join in the fun all day long. Okay, let's eat quickly, don't always talk about other people's things. After a meal, Duciu received a call from her best friend and ran out to get a beauty treatment. Seeing his own Empress Dowager leave, Luo Jing was thinking about something in his mind, and immediately ran to pour a cup of tea for Luo's father, and handed it over with a smile. Dad, have tea. After taking the tea, Luo's father looked at his son suspiciously. Why are you so attentive today? What's your intention? Luo Jing scratched his head and smiled flatteringly. Dad, I'm thinking that you've worked hard, so I poured you a cup of tea to show my filial piety. Father Luo snorted and took a sip of tea. Don't give me that. Tell me what's the matter. Luo Jing looked at his father and spoke tentatively. Dad, if you have 2 million spare money. When Luo's father heard this, he almost spit out his tea. He spit out the sip of tea he had just taken. I drank a sip of your tea, and you want me to take 2 million. Do you think your father is an ATM? Luo Jing quickly said with a smile, Dad, listen to me, give me this money, I can make back 20 million. Luo's father widened his eyes and looked at Luo Jing, 20 million? What are you bragging about? Luo Jing said seriously, Dad, think about it, the housing prices are not high now, we buy a few houses now, and when the housing prices go up, it will be a sure profit. Luo's father didn't believe it at all. You kid, when did you learn to speculate in real estate? Do you think speculating in real estate is so simple? Luo Jing saw that his father didn't believe it, and quickly said flatteringly, Dad, I have thought this through carefully, and I will never lose money. Please trust me this time. Don't give me that, you kid, you are not serious. Luo Jing continued to speak kindly. Dad, you are my dearest dad, I am doing this for the good of our family, please help me this time. Father Luo was amused by his son's words and felt better. Okay, as your dearest dad, I can help you with 200,000 yuan. Luo Jing rolled his eyes after hearing this, 200,000 yuan. Dad, are you kidding? Father Luo laughed, 200,000 yuan is not a small amount, you kids still think it is not enough. Luo Jing looked helpless, took the teapot, and drank the tea in it in one gulp. Father Luo looked at his son distressfully, hey. Drink slowly. This is the new Long Jing this year, you just drink it like this. Luo Jing finished the tea and wiped his mouth. New Long Jing? Dad, this tea is really good. Father Luo patted the table distressedly. You kid, you are really wasting it. I asked someone to bring this back from Hangzhou, and you just drank it in one gulp. Luo Jing rolled his eyes and muttered in his heart, 200,000 is really a drop in the bucket. But he still showed a reluctant expression, put down the teapot, stood up and prepared to leave. Okay, Dad, 200,000 is 200,000, you transfer the money to me later. Father Luo saw his son taking it for granted, and couldn't help laughing and scolding. "You stinky boy, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Luo Jing was about to turn around and leave, but Father Luo suddenly called him. "Wait." Luo Jing stopped and turned around. "What's wrong, Dad? Any instructions? If you can really get Xia, let alone 200,000, I will give you 2 million immediately." Luo Jing was excited when he heard it, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. "Dad, this is what you said, don't regret it when the time comes. When have I ever lied to you? But then again, you have to work harder, Ling Xia is not that easy to chase." Luo Jing raised a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. "Dad, just wait and see the show." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the room, slamming the door shut. In the corridor, he cursed softly, "Old thief. It seems that I still need to use my brain to get the 2 million. No. I still have to rely on Xia." Early in the morning, Luo Jing quietly poked his head out of his window, looking at Ling Xia's house across the street. He thought to himself that today was a good opportunity. Uncle Ling and Aunt Ju went back to worship their ancestors, and Ling Xia was alone at home. He, such a good opportunity, I must seize it. He muttered silently in his heart, with a cunning smile on his face. Across the street from Ling Xia's house, Uncle Ling and Aunt Ju were busy packing up and preparing to go out. Luo Jing stared at their every move, and his heart was filled with joy. He squatted by the window, his eyes shining, like a cunning fox staring at its prey. Seeing Uncle Ling and Aunt Ju dragging their suitcases out of the house, he immediately retracted his head, quickly put on his shoes, and prepared to act. Watching the car drive out of the community, Luo Jing pulled his head back and laughed twice. This scene, in Luo's mother's eyes, was simply unbearable to watch. He took the newly bought fly swatter and slapped his son hard. "How can a good boy like you be so wretched?" Chapter 8. No way to borrow money. Just chase Xia property, why are you still peeping there? Luo Jing immediately felt aggrieved. "I can't help it. If Uncle Ling sees it, your son's life will be in danger." Luo Jing ran out of the house with a smile on his face, full of expectations. He walked to the door of Ling Xia's house, took a deep breath, and reached out to ring the doorbell. The door opened, Ling Xia poked his head out, and saw that it was Luo Jing, and was stunned for a moment. "Dad, did you forget something again?" Luo Jing smiled and said, "Yes, I forgot my good Xia." Ling Xia snorted and prepared to close the door without hesitation. It's annoying to be a wretched person so early in the morning. Luo Jing was quick to close the door with his hands. Hey, don't close the door. My hands." Ling Xia immediately opened the door and glared at him. "You don't want your hands anymore." Knowing that the person in front of him cared about him, Luo Jing smiled and said, "I brought you breakfast, it would be a pity if you don't eat it." Ling Xia looked at him suspiciously. "You brought breakfast?" Luo Jing proudly took out a food box from his back and opened it. "Look, they are all made by my mother, your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and steamed dumplings." Seeing the food box, the girl's eyes lit up. "Really? My mom was busy going out this morning and didn't have time to make breakfast." She took the lunchbox, smelled it, and her face was full of happiness. "Sure enough, it's Aunt Siyu's cooking, it smells so good." Luo Jing was proud in his heart, but pretended to be humble on his face. "Of course, my mother's cooking skills are well known far and wide." Take a bite of a steamed bun. Ling Xia squinted her eyes with satisfaction. "Aunt Siyu's cooking is delicious." Ling Xia ate breakfast with satisfaction. Luo Jing watched her from the side, feeling very proud. Seeing her happy face, he couldn't help but start to act mean. "Ling Xia, didn't you call my mother mom last time? Why do you call her aunt this time? Shouldn't you call her mom?" Hearing this, Ling Xia choked and almost sprayed the steamed bun in her mouth. She stared at Luo Jing with her eyes wide open and her face flushed. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Jing spread his hands with an innocent look. "I'm telling the truth. Since you've called me mom, why don't you just recognize me as your mom?" Ling Xia was embarrassed by his words. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head and ate the steamed buns fiercely, not daring to look at Luo Jing again. Seeing her shy look, Luo Jing was very happy and felt that the teasing was effective this time. He decided to strike while the iron was hot and said seriously, "Ling Xia, actually I have always wanted to tell you something." Ling Xia raised her head with a puzzled look in her eyes. "What is it?" Luo Jing took a deep breath and a serious expression appeared on his face. Ling Xia, I want you to be my girlfriend. Ling Xia was stunned when she heard this and almost dropped the steamed bun in her hand. She blushed even more and stammered, what did you say? Luo Jing looked at her reaction, nervous and expectant, but still insisted. Ling Xia, I'm serious. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend? Ling Xia lowered her head, and the blush on her face spread all the way to her ears. Her heartbeat quickened, her mind was in a mess, and she had no idea how to answer. After a while, she whispered, Luo Jing, I won't fall in love before I graduate from college. After hearing this, Luo Jing felt a little disappointed, but more determined. He said confidently, Ling Xia, it's okay, I can wait for you. Even if it's a lifetime, I'm willing to wait. Ling Xia's heart was throbbing when she heard this. She raised her head and looked into Luo Jing's sincere eyes, feeling the sincerity in his words. Her face became even redder, and even the tips of her ears turned pink. I know you don't want to fall in love now, I understand, but I will always like you. Childhood sweethearts, innocent. The atmosphere became more ambiguous. In this ambiguous atmosphere, Luo Jing's cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence of the moment. He took out his cell phone awkwardly, and quickly hung up the call regardless of who it was. Ling Xia lowered her head, the blush on her face had not completely faded, but because of the interruption of the cell phone ringing, the tense atmosphere also dissipated a lot. She bit her lip, trying to calm herself down and sort out her thoughts. Seeing this, Luo Jing felt annoyed. It's a pity that a good opportunity was interrupted. He tried to ease the tense atmosphere and said with a smile, I was acting just now, did I scare you? Ling Xia rolled her eyes and snorted, you are really good at acting. Luo Jing wanted to continue teasing her, but the cell phone rang again. After answering the phone, before he could speak, Zhu Jihao's voice came from the other end of the phone. What are you doing? Why don't you answer the phone? While talking on the phone, Luo Jing covered his ears with his hands, trying not to let Ling Xia hear Zhu Jihao's voice. He pretended to be calm and said, I'm busy. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Didn't you say you would come to discuss entrepreneurship today? We made an appointment. Why don't you answer the phone? Luo Jing realized that he almost stood Zhu Jihao up. Oh, yes, I didn't forget. I was a little delayed and will be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Luo Jing took a deep breath and looked at Ling Xia with a sly smile on his face. Xia tilde. Having known Luo Jing for such a long time, seeing his appearance, she guessed that it must be bad. The girl rolled her eyes and said, no matter what, I won't agree. Luo Jing immediately showed an innocent look and spread his hands. Xia, what you said is too absolute, right? I am your best friend, can you bear to reject me? Ling Xia crossed her arms and snorted coldly, don't try this, every time you show this expression, it's definitely not good. Luo Jing hurried over and said with a smile. Xia, I really have something serious to do this time, and I am definitely not making trouble for no reason. You are the most beautiful, kindest, and softest girl, you will definitely help me, right? Ling Xia was amused by his words and couldn't help laughing, don't flatter me, just say what you have to say. Seeing that she was in a better mood, Luo Jing knew that he had succeeded halfway, so he continued shamelessly. Xia, you see, we have known each other for so long, you know me well, and you also know that I have been starting a business with Zhu Jihao recently. Listening to this, Ling Xia nodded and asked in confusion, so, what are you going to do? Seeing the opportunity, Luo Jing scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Starting a business requires funds, Jihao and I are a little short of funds now, so, can you lend me some money? Chapter 9 Do you think I'm a bank? The girl raised her eyebrows and looked at him with some surprise. Borrow money? Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. I know it's not easy to ask for money, but you're the person I trust the most, so I can only ask you for help. Ling Xia looked at his pitiful appearance and was a little shaken. She knew that Luo Jing and Zhu Jihao were not bad people, and she also understood that starting a business requires funds, but she was still a little hesitant about borrowing money. She was silent for a moment, and finally asked, how much do you want to borrow? Luo Jing was nervous, but he still plucked up the courage to speak and stretched out 2 fingers. Ling Xia saw his pitiful eyes and thought to herself. 20,000 is not a lot. At most, I can just help a friend. So, she waved her hand and said generously, 20,000. Okay, I'll lend it to you. But Luo Jing shook his head and showed an embarrassed smile on his face, not 20,000. Ling Xia was stunned for a moment and began to calculate in her mind, if it's not 20,000, then it's 200,000. She stared at Luo Jing's eyes and saw him nod. She thought, 200,000 is a bit much, but it's not impossible to lend it. After all, we are childhood friends. So, she gritted her teeth and said, 200,000, right. I can lend it to you. When Luo Jing heard this, his expression on his face became more embarrassed, and he whispered, Xia, it's not 200,000, it's 2 million. Hearing this, Ling Xia's eyes widened and she almost jumped up in anger. 2 million. Do you think I'm a bank? Seeing her so angry, Luo Jing quickly stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and looked sincere. Xia, please, this time is really important. Ling Xia was so angry that she rolled her eyes and waved her hand and said, don't think I will agree if you say that. 2 million, why don't you just let me sell the house to help you? Seeing this, Luo Jing quickly put on a flattering expression. Xia, I know this request is a bit excessive, but think about it, we have known each other for so long, and I have never asked you for anything. This time is really important. Ling Xia snorted coldly, it's useless for you to beg me, 2 million, dream on. Seeing that the hard approach didn't work, Luo Jing quickly turned to soft and said in a low voice. Xia, you are the smartest, kindest, and most beautiful girl. I know you have a good heart and will not watch me get into trouble, right? Ling Xia couldn't help laughing at his words, but immediately frowned, don't flatter me, I won't lend you the money. Xia, I know you are in trouble, but how about this, lend me 300,000 yuan, and I will pay you back within half a year. If you don't pay me back, I will marry you. Ling Xia was angry and laughed at his nonsensical words. You are dreaming. Ling Xia shook her head and said helplessly, I can lend you 300,000 yuan, but there is a condition. Luo Jing's eyes lit up and asked eagerly, what condition? Tell me, I will definitely agree. I want to go to see Zhu Zhihao with you. I want to know your project in person. Ling Xia said with a firm look in his eyes. Okay. Of course, no problem. Then it's settled. When are you going to meet Zhu Zhihao? This afternoon is fine. We agreed to meet at the cafe at 3 o'clock. Okay, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll go with you. Ling Xia nodded, still feeling a little uneasy, but she didn't want to see Luo Jing's disappointed look. When Luo Jing saw Ling Xia agreed, he almost jumped up with excitement. Xia, you are so nice. I promise I won't let you down. Ling Xia waved helplessly, okay, stop being a good kid here, go back and get ready, and meet Zhu Zhihao on time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Jing nodded gratefully, okay, I'll go back and get ready, see you at 3 o'clock. Watching Luo Jing leave happily, Ling Xia felt a complex emotion in her heart. She knew that it was a bit risky to do this, but she couldn't bear to see Luo Jing's disappointed look. Thinking of this, she shook her head and sighed. Luo Jing returned to his room, sorting out the materials excitedly, thinking about the meeting in the afternoon. He knew that thanks to Ling Xia this time, otherwise their project might have been shelved. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. At this time, Ling Xia also returned to her room. She picked up her mobile phone and called Han Qingxue. The call was quickly connected, and Han Qingxue's voice came over. Hello, Xia, what's wrong? Qingxue, I want to tell you something, Luo Jing just confessed to me. Ling Xia said in a low voice, with a blush on her face. Han Qingxue rolled her eyes on the other end of the phone, with a bit of teasing in her tone. Miss, isn't it obvious that Luo Jing likes you? Why did you say he confessed? Ling Xia explained a little embarrassedly, he confessed when he borrowed money from me. Don't you think he is too frivolous? Han Qingxue couldn't help laughing, you are really soft-hearted. After so many years, he must have seen this point in you and dared to borrow money from you. Ling Xia sighed, yes, 300,000 is not a small amount. I don't know why I agreed to him. Because you like him? Han Qingxue exposed bluntly. I don't. Ling Xia immediately refuted, but the blush on her face deepened. Han Qingxue smiled even more happily. Okay, don't be so stubborn, if you like it, then you like it. Anyway, you are childhood sweethearts and have grown up together. Ling Xia bit her lip and lowered her voice, but he borrowed so much money this time, I am really worried. Han Qingxue comforted, Don't worry, although Luo Jing is a little unreliable, he is really good to you. Besides, Zhu Zhihao is also a smart person and will not let you lose money. Ling Xia nodded, I hope so. You and I will go to see Zhu Zhihao in the afternoon to see how their project is going. Han Qingxue paused on the other end of the phone, and then agreed readily, okay, I just want to see what your childhood sweetheart is doing. Ling Xia breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, that's it, Luo Jing and I will pick you up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Ling Xia felt a little more relaxed. She glanced at the time, thinking that there was still some time to prepare. She tidied herself up, combed her hair neatly, and changed into a pure and beautiful dress. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Jing appeared at Ling Xia's door on time. There was a knock on the door. Ling Xia opened the door and saw Luo Jing with a smile on his face. She felt a little helpless, but still smiled to greet him. Xia, you are so beautiful today. Luo Jing said exaggeratedly, his eyes full of smiles. Ling Xia glared at him angrily, stop flattering, let's go and pick up Qingxue first. Chapter 10 Xia, you have to hurry. Luo Jing's smile became brighter, and he walked to the car to open the door for Ling Xia and made a gesture of invitation, Xia, please get in the car. He deliberately imitated the tone of a gentleman, which seemed a little funny. Ling Xia couldn't help laughing and said angrily, what are you doing? Let's go. Luo Jing laughed and went to the other side to get in the car, waiting for his driver to start the car and drive towards Han Qingxue's home. When they arrived at Han Qingxue's home, the driver stopped the car and honked the horn. After a while, Han Qingxue came out briskly and sat in the back seat with a smile. Qingxue, good afternoon. Ling Xia greeted. Good afternoon, Xia. You are dressed so beautifully today. Do you have any special arrangements? Han Qingxue asked with a smile. Ling Xia blushed and said softly, don't talk nonsense. Today I just want to meet Zhu Zhihao and learn about the project. Seeing this, Luo Jing pretended to be hurt and turned around to say. Oh, Xia, you are so serious, it's for work, why didn't I realize you are such a serious person before? Han Qingxue covered her mouth and laughed, Luo Jing, don't pretend to be pitiful. Our Xia is not that kind of casual person, she has always been the kind of person who takes everything very seriously, but you just didn't realize it. The car started, Luo Jing sat in the co-pilot, Han Qingxue and Ling Xia sat in the back seat. Han Qingxue approached Ling Xia and whispered, Xia, what's going on between you two? Why is progress so slow? Ling Xia blushed and whispered, don't talk nonsense, we are just friends, that's all. Han Qingxue blinked mischievously, friends? Then why did you lend him so much money? Don't you have any deeper development? Ling Xia was even more embarrassed, her face was as red as an apple, if you talk nonsense again, I will ignore you. Han Qingxue continued to joke, don't you know how many girls are thinking about Luo Jing? You better hurry up, otherwise you will regret it. Ling Xia's face became even redder, and she hurriedly said, I don't care what other girls are like, anyway, we are just friends. Luo Jing was driving in front, but his ears were perked up. When he heard their conversation, an awkward smile appeared on his face. He scratched his head quietly, thinking, am I so popular? How come I don't know it myself? He deliberately coughed and interrupted their conversation, what are you two talking about? I heard it all. Ling Xia and Han Qingxue were silent immediately. Han Qingxue covered her mouth and laughed, oh, so you have been eavesdropping? Luo Jing said with a smile, what are you eavesdropping? I just happened to hear it. Besides, I don't remember any girl being interested in me for what you said. Han Qingxue said mischievously, of course you don't know. A boy like you who is thick-skinned doesn't understand the little thoughts of girls. Ling Xia blushed and quickly changed the subject, okay, let's not talk about this. Luo Jing smiled, but felt a little proud in his heart, it seems that I am quite popular. Luo Jing asked the driver to park the car in the parking lot outside the mall, and turned to Ling Xia and Han Qingxue. Okay, we are here. Are you ready? Let's find a place to wait for Zhu Zhihao. Ling Xia nodded and was about to push open the car door, but found that Luo Jing had already walked around to her side, opened the car door for her attentively, and made an exaggerated gentleman gesture. Xia, please get out of the car. Han Qingxue was laughing in the back seat and joked, Luo Jing, are you going to be our exclusive little brother? Luo Jing answered seriously, it's my honor to serve two beauties. Ling Xia couldn't help laughing and gently pushed him. Stop it, let's go. The three got out of the car and walked towards the entrance of the mall. At this moment, a car drove quickly at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, a small figure rushed out from the side of the road. It was a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, who was about to cross the road. The girl obviously didn't notice the speeding car, and the situation was critical. R. Ling Xia and Han Qingxue screamed at the same time, but they didn't have time to react. At this moment, Luo Jing rushed out and rushed towards the little girl like the wind. He picked up the little girl in a lightning speed and narrowly avoided the impact of the car. The car braked suddenly and stopped less than 1 meter away from them. The driver was still in shock and got out of the car to check. Little friend, are you okay? Luo Jing squatted down and patted the little girl's back gently with a comforting smile on his face. The little girl was frightened and cried loudly, holding Luo Jing's clothes tightly and refusing to let go. Her mother hurried over, her face full of panic. Thank you for saving my daughter. Luo Jing waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, the little friend is not injured. Luo Jing waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, the little friend is not injured. He gently put the little girl down, took out a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to her. Little friend, be careful when crossing the road next time. This is a reward for you. The little girl took the lollipop with sobs, raised her tearful eyes to look at Luo Jing, and reluctantly let go of his clothes. Her mother saw this and said gratefully, Thank you for saving my daughter. Luo Jing shook his head and said with a smile, It's really okay, as long as the child is safe. He turned to the little girl and asked gently, Little friend, what's your name? The little girl wiped her tears and said timidly, My name is Yarnyan. Yarnyan, remember, next time you cross the road, you must look carefully at the traffic lights and don't run around. Luo Jing gently reminded, and then touched her head. Yarnyan nodded and said in a baby voice, Thank you, big brother. Luo Jing laughed and patted her little shoulder. You're welcome, it's what a big brother should do. Yarnyan's mother thanked him again, and then took Yarnyan's hand and walked towards the mall. Ling Xia and Han Qingxue came back to their senses from the shock, and walked quickly to Luo Jing. Han Qingxue took Ling Xia's arm and smiled brightly, Xia, you have a good taste. Luo Jing is not only handsome, but also so loving. Ling Xia blushed and whispered, Stop talking nonsense, let's go in. Luo Jing heard their conversation and pretended not to hear it, walking in front to lead the way. He couldn't help feeling a little proud in his heart. It seems that I am quite attractive in their eyes. They walked into the mall, found a comfortable coffee shop and sat down, waiting for Zhu Jihao to arrive. Han Qingxue ordered 3 cups of coffee and deliberately said, Luo Jing, you have made a great contribution this time, today's coffee is on my table. Chapter 11 As long as he nods, you will make a fortune. Luo Jing said with a smile, then I won't be polite. But, Xia, how do you want to thank me? Ling Xia glared at him, her face slightly red. Of course I will thank you very much. Han Qingxue covered her mouth and laughed. Oh, Xia, you must seize the opportunity. Luo Jing is a good person. If you don't seize it, you won't have another chance in the future. Ling Xia's face turned even redder, and she said hastily, I told you, we are just friends, don't talk nonsense. Luo Jing watched them joking and felt a little sweet in his heart. He smiled and said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore, Xia, I have received your thanks, which is what you really think. Ling Xia glared at him and stopped talking, but she felt a little confused inside. She was not sure about her feelings for Luo Jing, but after seeing his heroic performance just now, she was indeed a little shaken. Seeing Ling Xia staring at him with a smug smile on his face, Luo Jing deliberately raised his eyebrows. Xia, why are you staring at me? Do you think I'm handsome? Ling Xia blushed, turned her head away, and said in a pretended angry tone, Don't be so narcissistic, I'm just worried about you. Luo Jing laughed and waved his hand. Worried about me? Don't worry, I'm an adult now, nothing will happen to me. As long as I can save that little girl, it's worth it. Ling Xia's expression gradually became serious, and she said softly, But you don't know how dangerous that moment was. If something happened to you, what should I do? Luo Jing put away his smile and looked at Ling Xia seriously. Xia, don't worry, I will be more careful in the future. However, there are some things that must be done. If I see danger, I must rescue it. This is my principle. Ling Xia nodded. Although she was still worried, she was also moved by Luo Jing's determination. She whispered, "Then don't be so reckless next time, okay?" Luo Jing showed a bright smile, "Don't worry, I will protect myself." At this time, they saw Zhu Zhihao already waiting in a corner of the mall. The four of them met together, and Zhu Zhihao greeted them with a smile. "Hello everyone, you came quite early today." Han Qingxue smiled and said, "Yes, we just happened to want to go shopping in the mall." Zhu Zhihao nodded, looked at Luo Jing and said, "I just heard that you saved a little girl. You are such a hero." Luo Jing said with a smile, No, I just did what I should do." As they walked, they talked about the afternoon's plans. Han Qingxue suggested, "Since we have almost finished discussing today's matters, why don't we go see a movie? The latest blockbuster seems to be quite good." Ling Xia and Zhu Zhihao both agreed, and Luo Jing was even more eager to try. Okay, watching a movie is the best." So the four of them decided to stroll around the mall first and then go to the cinema. Walking in the mall, Luo Jing kept joking and making people laugh, making the atmosphere very relaxed. Han Qingxue looked at Ling Xia and Luo Jing, feeling secretly happy, as she felt that the relationship between the two seemed to be quietly changing. After entering the cinema, Luo Jing bought popcorn and drinks, and said happily like a child, "I bought everyone's favorite flavors. We must enjoy this movie today." Before the movie started, Luo Jing deliberately sat next to Ling Xia and handed her some popcorn. Xia, eat more. This is your favorite sweet popcorn." Ling Xia took the popcorn and said thank you softly with a shy smile on her face. Luo Jing saw it and felt sweet in his heart. After the movie started, Luo Jing would occasionally comment on the plot in a low voice, causing Ling Xia and Han Qingxue to laugh non-stop. Zhu Zhihao was concentrating on watching the movie, nodding his agreement with Luo Jing's comments from time to time. After the movie ended, several people walked out of the cinema. Luo Jing suggested, "It's still early, why don't we go eat something and talk about the details of the project?" Han Qingxue smiled and said, "Okay, it just so happens that we girls want to go shopping and buy some delicious food." She took Ling Xia's arm, her eyes full of anticipation. Luo Jing looked at Zhu Zhihao, "Then let's go find a place for the two of us to have a cup of coffee and talk about starting a business." Zhu Zhihao nodded, "Okay, I also have something I want to discuss with you." The two groups separated, and Ling Xia and Han Qingxue walked in the mall, happily discussing today's gains and their next shopping plans. Luo Jing took Zhu Zhihao to a cafe near the shopping mall. In the coffee shop, Luo Jing chose a seat by the window and sat down. He said to Zhu Zhihao, "The coffee here is good. We can drink and chat at the same time." As he spoke, he ordered 2 cups of American coffee and some snacks. Zhu Zhihao smiled and said, "Luo Jing, your performance today really impressed me. The scene where you saved the little girl was just like a hero in a movie." Luo Jing waved his hands modestly, No, I just did a small thing." Zhu Zhihao nodded and praised, "You are not only a good person, but also courageous. Starting a business requires people like this." Luo Jing's smile turned serious. "Speaking of starting a business, I have actually raised 500,000 yuan, so I can get started." Zhu Zhihao's eyes lit up, and he looked surprised. 500,000? How did you raise that? Luo Jing smiled and said, "I borrowed it from my dad and Xia. Zhu Zhihao looked at him in astonishment and asked in surprise, "You still went to Ling Xia to borrow money? Aren't you afraid that she won't like you anymore?" Luo Jing looked very proud and said in a pretentious manner, "What are you afraid of? I am so charming, I don't believe Xia will not like me." Zhu Zhihao couldn't help laughing, shook his head and said, "You are really confident. But, to be honest, it's really amazing that you can raise 500,000. Luo Jing laughed, waved his hand and said, "I just shamelessly asked for it. Comrade Lao Luo complained a lot, but he still gave me the money. As for Xia, she actually supports me a lot, but she just doesn't say it." Zhu Zhihao nodded with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Your spirit of daring to fight and take risks is really admirable. Entrepreneurship requires this spirit of not fearing difficulties." In fact, he was also itching to do it and felt that it was indeed feasible. Luo Jing had a serious look on his face and said, "In fact, I have always felt that as long as the two of us work hard, nothing is impossible. It's the same with starting a business. As long as you follow me and give it your all, you will succeed. Although there is only 500,000 now, as long as Zhu Zhihao is willing to join, the two of them will definitely make a fortune. Chapter 12. Follow me. Luo Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he continued, Zhu Zhihao, I was thinking that we could rent a studio first and use the 2 months of summer vacation to build the internet infrastructure. Zhu Zhihao nodded, obviously very interested in this proposal. Then what? How do you plan to use these 2 months? Luo Jing smiled, took out a piece of paper, and began to sketch on it. We can first decorate the studio and purchase some basic office equipment. Then, we can start to develop an online shopping platform, similar to a group buy-in low-price platform. Zhu Zhihao frowned slightly. Low price. Luo Jing nodded excitedly. That's right. We can attract a large number of users through low prices and quickly expand the user base first. Then, we increase user stickiness and activity through various promotional activities and social sharing mechanisms. In the previous life, everyone saw how successful Pink Sixy was. If they could plan ahead, maybe they could become the richest man in the country. Zhu Zhihao had a thoughtful look in his eyes. It sounds promising. But are you sure you can do it? After all, it requires a lot of resources and manpower. Luo Jing patted his chest confidently. Of course, if I follow my brother, how can I not do well? Zhu Zhihao was infected by Luo Jing's enthusiasm and nodded, saying that he no longer thought of him as a pyramid scheme leader. Anyway, whoever has money is the boss. Okay, I promise, let's do it together. Hearing this, Luo Jing quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket. Give me your card number first and I'll transfer some money to you. If you need anything, just let me know. We put the project first. Okay, since you trust me so much, I will definitely not let you down. He told Luo Jing the card number, and Luo Jing immediately started the process. After the transfer was completed, he patted Zhu Zhihao on the shoulder. Okay, now that the funds are in place, we need to find a suitable studio and build the infrastructure. We will go find a studio tomorrow, and the decoration and equipment purchases must be arranged as soon as possible. The two continued to discuss the specific details and developed a detailed plan. At this time, Ling Xia and Han Qingxue also finished shopping and returned to the cafe. Seeing Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao chatting happily, they couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you talking about? You look so happy." Luo Jing smiled and replied, "We were discussing starting a business, and we just had a great idea." Han Qingxue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What's your idea? Tell me about it." Zhu Zhihao smiled and said, "We plan to use the summer vacation to build an online shopping platform similar to the group buy-in low-price platform to attract a large number of users." After hearing this, Ling Xia and Han Qingxue couldn't help but look at each other with approval in their eyes. Ling Xia said, "That sounds great. It seems like you guys really have big plans." Luo Jing smiled proudly. "Of course, we are ready to do a big job." Seeing that it was still early, Ling Xia and Han Qingxue looked at each other and said with a smile, "It's almost time for us to practice the piano. Luo Jing, Zhu Zhihao, do you want to go with us?" Hearing this, Luo Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He deliberately put on a cocky look and said, "Of course I have to go. I grew up watching you play the piano. I can't miss such a good opportunity." Zhu Zhihao also smiled and nodded. "Okay, I also want to see how much your piano skills have improved." So, the four of them left the coffee shop together and headed towards the music school that Ling Xia and Han Qingxue had signed up for. Along the way, Luo Jing walked beside Ling Xia, occasionally turning his head to peek at her, secretly thanking himself for being reborn and having all this again. Ling Xia noticed Luo Jing's gaze, and a blush appeared on her face. She pretended to be calm and asked, "Luo Jing, what are you looking at?" Luo Jing chuckled, "Look at you, you are really beautiful today." Ling Xia's face turned even redder, and she said in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense." Han Qingxue covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Xia, Luo Jing is praising you from the bottom of his heart." Ling Xia glared at Han Qingxue, but felt a little sweet in her heart. The group arrived at the piano store, a small shop with elegant decorations filled with various musical instruments. Ling Xia and Han Qingxue walked in familiarly and found their own practice rooms. Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao stood outside the door and watched them enter the piano room. Luo Jing couldn't help but sigh. Xia is so beautiful." Zhu Zhihao raised his eyebrows and jokingly said, "Luo Jing, your expression is too vulgar, isn't it?" Luo Jing glanced at him and deliberately put on a cocky look. "You know shit, this is called a loving gaze." Zhu Zhihao laughed and patted Luo Jing on the shoulder. Okay, look at me affectionately. You are really getting better and better at playing. At this time, the sound of pianos rang out in the piano room, and Ling Xia and Han Qingxue began to practice. Their piano sounds were clear and melodious, like the sound of nature, which made people intoxicated. Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao stood outside the door, listening quietly. After Ling Xia and Han Qingxue finished playing a piece of music in the piano room, Ling Xia turned to look at Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao outside the window and said with a smile, "Do you want to come in and listen? It must be tiring standing outside." Luo Jing immediately walked into the piano room, found a seat and sat down, then said with a smile, "Then I won't be polite." Zhu Zhihao also followed in and sat next to Luo Jing. The two of them watched quietly as Ling Xia and Han Qingxue continued to play. Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao sat in the piano room, enjoying the performance of Ling Xia and Han Qingxue. Ling Xia's fingers slid lightly across the piano keys, and the melodious piano music echoed in the room, flowing like a clear spring. Luo Jing looked at her focused expression, a surge of tenderness in his heart, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Luo Jing suddenly had an idea and remembered a very popular song in his previous life, Little Lucky. He showed a sly smile on his face, stood up and walked to the piano, and said to Ling Xia and Han Qingxue, "Qingxue, please stand up first. I have a special program to perform." Han Qingxue stood up curiously, stepped aside, and asked with a smile, "Luo Jing, what are you trying to do?" Luo Jing put on a cocky expression, stretched his fingers, and sat in front of the piano. "I will present a special song to everyone, dedicated to our most beautiful Ling Xia." Ling Xia blushed and said a little embarrassedly, "What are you doing?" Luo Jing turned around, winked at her, and said with a smile, "This is a gift I carefully prepared." After saying this, he began to play the piano softly, and the gentle melody flowed through the room. "I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass, and I hear the bell ringing in the distance." Chapter 13. He can actually sing. Luo Jing's voice was gentle and magnetic. He sang while playing the guitar, looking at Ling Xia intently. Ling Xia was moved by his singing and her heartbeat quickened and the blush on her face became more obvious. "You are the luck that I want to keep the most. It turns out that we were once so close to love." Zhu Zhihao couldn't help laughing and whispered, "Luo Jing is really good." Han Qingxue was also attracted by Luo Jing's performance. She stared at him intently and said with a smile, "I didn't expect he had this skill." Luo Jing continued to sing, his eyes becoming more gentle, "The decision for me to fight against the world. The rain that accompanied me was all about you. A spotless sincerity." Ling Xia listened to Luo Jing's singing. She never knew that Luo Jing would sing for her, and sing so beautifully. When her eyes met Luo Jing's, it seemed as if the whole world had become quiet, leaving only the two of them. "I'm so lucky to meet you. But I have lost the right to shed tears for you." After Luo Jing finished singing the last line, he looked at Ling Xia affectionately, with a gentle light in his eyes. The room was silent, with only the lingering sound of the piano echoing. Han Qingxue nudged Ling Xia gently, smiling so much that her eyes curved into crescents. Xia, Luo Jing is really affectionate." Ling Xia's cheeks immediately flushed red, and she glared at Luo Jing shyly, "Asshole. When did you learn to write songs? How come I don't know anything about it?" Luo Jing raised his eyebrows, with a cocky smile on his face. "I did this to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to like it so much." Ling Xia said angrily, "You actually hid it from me." Ling Xia lowered her head, the blush on her face becoming more obvious. "You really are going too far." Seeing her shy look, Luo Jing thought she was very cute and couldn't help but reach out and touch her hair. "Okay, don't be angry anymore. I promise I won't hide it from you anymore, okay?" Ling Xia looked up at Luo Jing, a sly look flashing in her eyes. "You said this, if you keep hiding it from me, I won't forgive you easily." Luo Jing smiled and said, "Of course, I will do what I say." At this time, the door of the piano store slowly opened, and a tall woman with outstanding temperament walked in. She was wearing a well-cut slim dress that outlined her slim figure, her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and she had an elegant and confident smile on her face. She has delicate facial features and slightly upturned red lips, looking mature and sexy. "Ling Xia, Han Qingxue, you guys did a great job practicing today." Xu Qingyang walked up to them and praised them softly. Ling Xia and Han Qingxue both stopped what they were doing, stood up, and greeted respectfully, "Hello, Teacher Xu." Xu Qingyang nodded and turned her gaze to Luo Jing, with a hint of admiration in her eyes, did you write that song just now? Luo Jing smiled proudly, yes, Mr. Shu. I improvised it and dedicated it to our beautiful Ling Xia. Xu Qingyang smiled slightly, walked closer to Luo Jing, and said in a soft and charming voice, Luo Jing, you have a high talent for music. Have you ever considered learning music from me? I can help you improve your skills and discover more potential. Luo Jing raised his eyebrows, looked at Xu Qingyang, then looked at Ling Xia, with a playful smile on his face. Teacher Shu's invitation is indeed very attractive, but I need to think about it. After all, my time is very precious now. Xu Qingyang smiled and said, of course, learning music takes time and energy, but I believe that with your talent, you will achieve great success. Ling Xia listened to their conversation and felt complicated. She knew that Xu Qingyang was a very good music teacher, and studying with her was a good opportunity for Luo Jing, but she was a little worried that Luo Jing would neglect other important things. What made her feel even more uncomfortable was that she noticed that Xu Qingyang looked at Luo Jing with an expression of appreciation and admiration. She remembered that Han Qingxue had said that Luo Jing was a very popular boy, and she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Luo Jing, Ling Xia said softly, trying to hide her emotions, do you really want to think about it? Luo Jing looked back at Ling Xia, a sly light flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, Teacher Shu's invitation is indeed very attractive, but I need to think about it. After all, my time is very precious now. Xu Qingyang smiled slightly, her tone gentle and charming, of course, learning music takes time and energy, but I believe that with your talent, you will definitely achieve great success. Luo Jing shook his head slightly and said with a smile, Teacher Shu, thank you for your kindness. But I don't have much interest in music. I just play it occasionally. Xu Qingyang's eyes flashed with disappointment, but she quickly regained her elegant smile, I understand. If you change your mind, you can always find me. Ling Xia heaved a sigh of relief, but felt a little embarrassed. She felt that she had been making a fuss just now, but when she saw Luo Jing reject Xu Qingyang's invitation, she felt inexplicably happy. Luo Jing walked to Ling Xia, pinched her cheek deliberately, and said with a smile, Xia, were you jealous just now? Ling Xia's face suddenly turned red, and she said angrily, you are talking nonsense. I didn't. Luo Jing laughed loudly, his face full of pride, you are just jealous, your face is red. Han Qingxue covered her mouth and laughed secretly, Luo Jing, you are so mean, always bullying Xia. Zhu Zhihao also smiled and said, yes, Luo Jing, Xia will hate you for doing this. Luo Jing shrugged and said innocently, I'm just trying to make her happy. Xu Qingyang looked at them with a smile, secretly sighing in her heart that these children had such a good relationship. She said softly, okay, I won't bother you anymore, Luo Jing, if you need anything, you can always come to me. Luo Jing nodded, thank you, Mr. Shu. After Xu Qingyang left, the group decided to go out for dinner. Luo Jing suggested, let's go to that newly opened restaurant. I heard it's delicious. Han Qingxue immediately agreed, okay, I'm hungry. After hearing Luo Jing's suggestion, Han Qingxue turned to Ling Xia and asked, Xia, what do you think? Should we go home first? Otherwise, Uncle Ling will tell. Luo Jing waved his hand and said with a smile, don't worry, Uncle Ling has gone back to his hometown to worship his ancestors. Otherwise, how could he let Xia and I stay together? Ling Xia glanced at Luo Jing shyly and said angrily, don't talk nonsense. Dad is not that kind of person. Zhu Zhihao laughed and joked, Luo Jing, stop teasing Xia, let's go eat. Several people left the piano store together and walked on the brightly lit street. The cool evening breeze ruffled Ling Xia's long hair. Seeing this, Luo Jing gently stroked her hair and said with a smile, Xia, your hair is messy. Ling Xia was slightly startled, a blush appeared on her face, and she whispered, thank you. Chapter 14, Master Jing is so generous. After finishing the meal, they walked out of the restaurant. Luo Jing wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth with his hand and burped with satisfaction. Han Qingxue rubbed her belly and said with a smile, Luo Jing, your recommendation this time is really good. It tastes great. Ling Xia nodded, pursed her lips and smiled, yes, I really enjoyed the meal this time. Her smile is as warm as spring, and her big eyes look even more lively and bright under the light. Zhu Zhihao put his arm around Luo Jing's shoulders and said half jokingly and half seriously, Brother Jing, I'll leave the treat to you next time. After all, you're our main meal provider. Luo Jing rolled his eyes and raised a sly smile. Okay, as long as you don't mind my wallet, I, young Master Luo, will accompany you anytime. Several people chatted and laughed as they went home. When Luo Jing arrived at the door of his house, he saw Luo's mother standing at the door with a plate of fruit in her hand, looking at him with a smile. Have you had a great day, son? Forehead. I vaguely felt that there was something wrong with my mother's tone, as if she was going to be beaten. He touched his nose and smiled guiltily. Mom, how long have you been waiting for me? It's already dark, and you don't feel tired. Luo's mother raised her lips slightly, and said teasingly, Are you having fun? If old Ling comes back, I will definitely break your legs. Luo Jing rolled his eyes and muttered, Ms. Du, don't judge others by your own standards. We are 4 people playing together. Luo's mother patted the plate in her hand and made a please gesture. Come in, let's talk about the problem of small people's hearts. Luo Jing shrugged helplessly and followed him into their house. He knew that although his mother spoke harshly, she loved him very much in her heart. As expected, after Luo's mother came in, she immediately changed her tone to a gentle one. Son, come and eat some fruit and supplement your vitamins. Luo Jing picked up an apple and muttered, Mom, your attitude changed too quickly. Luo's mother glared at him, but a smile hung on her lips. Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly. By the way, how was your fun with Xia and the others today? Luo Jing took a bite of the apple and answered vaguely, It's fine, just a little tired. Luo's mother nodded, with a sly look in her eyes. What about Xia? You didn't bully her, did you? Luo Jing couldn't help laughing. Mom, you know me so well, I'm not that bad, I can't bear to bully her. Luo's mother smiled and shook her head, then sighed, You've always been a talkative person. Don't really make Xia angry. She's a good girl. Luo Jing nodded, a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Mom, don't worry, I will treat her well. Luo's mother patted Luo Jing's shoulder with satisfaction. That's good enough. Okay, go wash up quickly. We have things to do tomorrow. Luo Jing responded, got up and went back to his room. Lying on the bed, he couldn't help but imagine Ling Xia's red-faced and angry look in his mind. Her slightly trembling eyelashes and her rosy cheeks made his heart move inexplicably. He closed his eyes and thought about what happened today. After being reborn, he knew that he had many opportunities, but whenever he thought of Ling Xia, he would always feel an urge to protect her. She is the girl he grew up with and the most important person in his heart. The next day, Luo Jing just woke up and his cell phone rang. He fumbled to pick up his phone and saw that it was Zhu Zhihao calling. He wondered what the matter was so early. He pressed the answer button and asked lazily, Zhihao, what's the matter? I just got up. Zhu Zhihao's slightly hurried voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Jing, are you awake? I'm downstairs at your house, come down quickly, let's go rent a house today. When Luo Jing heard the words, rent a house, he immediately became much more energetic, got out of bed, and put on his clothes in no time. While putting on his coat, he responded vaguely, Okay, wait for me 5 minutes. Luo Jing quickly washed up and rushed downstairs. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Zhu Zhihao leaning against the car, his hands in his pockets, looking at him helplessly. Brother Jing, you are so slow. I have been waiting for you for almost half an hour. Zhu Zhihao said with a smile. Luo Jing scratched his head and said with a smile, Sorry, I slept too late last night. Let's go and look at the house quickly. The two took a taxi and the car drove smoothly towards the city center. On the way, Zhu Zhihao couldn't help but joked, Brother Jing, how is your relationship with Ling Xia? She is the campus beauty. You won't be mad at her because you can't get her, right? Luo Jing sneered, How could I be angry? I am young Master Luo, I am not afraid of anything. Besides, Ling Xia is so cute, how can I bear to be angry with her? Zhu Zhihao smiled and said jokingly, Looking at your behavior, I guess you're the only one who can cure Xia. Luo Jing raised his eyebrows proudly, Of course, who else can have this ability? When they arrived in the city center, the two began to look at houses one by one. The agent of the first house was a middle-aged man who took them into an old office building. The corridor was a bit dark, and Luo Jing frowned as soon as he entered. This place doesn't look very good. The lighting is not good. The agent smiled and explained, Young man, this price is already very affordable. You will get used to it once you get used to it. Zhu Zhihao shook his head, Sorry, this house is not suitable, let's look at other ones. Then they looked at a few more rooms, but none of them were particularly satisfactory. Feeling a little tired from looking at houses, Luo Jing couldn't help but sigh, why is it so difficult to find a suitable office space? Zhu Zhihao patted his shoulder and comforted him, don't worry, we'll look for it slowly, and there will always be a suitable one. Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao wandered around the city center for most of the day and looked at several houses, but none of them were particularly satisfactory. The two were about to find a place to rest when Luo Jing suddenly had an idea and suggested, why don't we just find a reliable agent? At most, we can spend a little more money. Zhu Zhihao nodded in agreement, good idea, it saves us from running around. The two found a formal-looking agency, walked in, and were about to greet the staff when Luo Jing saw Xu Qingyang sitting at the front desk chatting with someone. Luo Jing raised his eyebrows, secretly surprised. How could he run into acquaintances everywhere he went today? Teacher Xu. Luo Jing took the initiative to greet him with a playful smile on his face. Xu Qingyang looked up and saw Luo Jing. She was slightly startled, then she smiled gently, Luo Jing, what a coincidence, are you here to look for a house too? Luo Jing nodded and smiled, yes, Mr. Xu, you are here too. Xu Qingyang introduced with a smile, this is my sister Xu Qingru, she works in this agency. I happened to come over for something today, and I didn't expect to run into you. Xu Qingru came over from the front desk and extended her hand politely, hello Luo Jing, I'm Xu Qingru. Since you are my sister's student, I will take care of you. Just let me know if you need anything. Chapter 15 Renting a Venue. Luo Jing spoke while sipping the coffee in his hand. We need an office space that is large enough, preferably with large windows for good lighting, convenient transportation, and a suitable environment. Zhu Zhihao agreed, yes, the most important thing is that the rent must be within our budget. Xu Qingru nodded, took out a notebook and wrote down their requests with a faint smile on her face. No problem, I have some great options. However, I just remembered that our company has recently taken over a newly developed area. There are many office spaces there, and the environment is also very suitable. I wonder if you brothers are interested in taking a look. Luo Jing raised his eyebrows and smiled, it sounds good, but won't the rent be very expensive in a newly developed area? But, it's 2009 after all, no matter how expensive it is, it can't be that expensive. Xu Qingyang smiled slightly and comforted him, just take a look at it first. If you think it's suitable, it won't be too late to discuss the price. Luo Jing shrugged helplessly, okay, it's still early today, so please take us to have a look, Miss Xu. So Xu Qingru drove them to the newly developed business district. During the ride, Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao chatted while looking at the scenery outside the window. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. This newly developed business district has modern architectural style and is surrounded by good greenery. Xu Qingru led them into an office building and took the elevator to one of the floors. The corridors were spacious and the offices had excellent lighting. Luo Jing got off the car, stood in front of the building, looked up at the modern building in front of him, the glass curtain wall sparkled in the sun. He nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this place was really nice. Xu Qingru led them into the building and took the elevator directly to the 8th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao were stunned by the scene before them. The office area is spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bustling city scenery. The interior decoration is simple and elegant, as if every detail has been carefully designed. Xu Qingru smiled and said, this floor is large enough and has plenty of light. You can divide it into different office areas as needed. Luo Jing's eyes lit up as he entered the door. This place is okay. Zhu Zhihao also nodded repeatedly, it's indeed a good place. Xu Qingru smiled and said, this is a project our company has just taken over. There are still many vacant office spaces. You can take a look around. Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao walked around the office, feeling the atmosphere in every corner. Luo Jing stood in front of a large window, looking at the scenery in the distance, and suddenly patted Zhu Zhihao on the shoulder, I think this place is quite suitable, what do you think? Zhu Zhihao nodded, it's good, but it depends on the rent. At this time, Xu Qingru came over and said with a smile, what do you think of this place? Luo Jing gave a thumbs up, not bad. Zhu Zhihao asked cautiously, what about the rent? How much is the monthly rent here? Xu Qingru glanced at Xu Qingyang and said awkwardly, actually, the rent here is 20,000 yuan a month. 20,000. Luo Jing choked slightly. It's really not cheap. It was 20,000 yuan in 2009. Zhu Zhihao seemed a little nervous and turned to look at Luo Jing. Brother Jing, can we really afford this rent? Luo Jing smiled and patted Zhu Zhihao on the shoulder. Don't worry, I've made preparations. He turned to look at Xu Qingru and said without hesitation, then rent this entire floor. I'll pay the rent for a year directly. Zhu Zhihao widened his eyes and was stunned. Brother Jing, are you so straightforward? Luo Jing raised his mouth confidently. Of course, opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Xu Qingru was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Luo Jing to be so decisive. She adjusted her mood and said with a smile, okay, then we will sign the contract right away. Luo Jing waved his hand casually. No problem, let's go and sign the contract. They returned to the agency's office, and Xu Qingru quickly prepared the contract. Luo Jing took the contract, read it carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, he took out his checkbook, swiped a few strokes, and signed for 1 year's rent. After signing the contract, Xu Qingru breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Jing, Zhu Zhihao, thank you for choosing our company. Today's commission gave me a big surprise. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Luo Jing blinked mischievously. Sister, how much is the commission? Xu Qingru smiled and said, the commission alone is 10,000. Zhu Zhihao agreed with a smile. Sister, since the commission is so high, you have to treat us to a good meal. Several people drove to a high-end restaurant in the city center, which was beautifully decorated. As soon as Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao entered the door, they were attracted by the variety of delicious food on the table. Xu Qingru smiled and said, today, let this be my way of thanking you for your generosity. Please enjoy yourself. Luo Jing ordered the dishes while exclaiming, wow, there are so many delicious foods, sister, you are so generous. Xu Qingru smiled and said, as long as you like it. The dishes were served and everyone ate and chatted in a pleasant atmosphere. Luo Jing joked while eating, sister, I see you work so hard, do you rarely have time to eat out? Xu Qingru nodded, indeed, I am usually very busy with work and rarely have time to relax like today. Luo Jing suddenly slammed the table and said, let's get together more often in the future to relieve your stress. Xu Qingru smiled and nodded, okay, it's my honor to have friends like you. Zhu Zhihao seemed a little reserved. He lowered his head, not daring to look at Xu Qingru, and ate his food in silence. Xu Qingyang saw this and asked with a smile, Zhu Zhihao, why are you so quiet? Zhu Zhihao blushed and stammered, no, nothing, I just feel a little embarrassed. Luo Jing patted his shoulder, what's there to be embarrassed about? Sister is so nice, don't be nervous. Xu Qingru smiled and said, Zhu Zhihao, you don't have to be so reserved. We are all friends, just relax. Zhu Zhihao nodded, and the tension on his face eased a little. During the meal, Xu Qingru asked Luo Jing curiously, by the way, Luo Jing, what kind of work are you doing now? Luo Jing ate his food in big mouthfuls and answered vaguely, as for me, I just graduated from high school and haven't officially started working yet. Xu Qingru and Xu Qingyang both showed surprised expressions. Xu Qingru exclaimed, really? He has made such a big move just after graduating from high school. The young are really formidable. Xu Qingyang also nodded in agreement, yes, Luo Jing, you really have a bright future. Luo Jing waved his hands and said with a smile, no, I'm just lucky. Xu Qingru's attitude towards them became more friendly. Luo Jing, Zhu Zhihao, if you need any help in the future, just come to me, your sister. Luo Jing said proudly, of course, with my sister here, we feel relieved. After dinner, Xu Qingru drove Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao home. Chapter 16, Grand Plans. The atmosphere in the car was very pleasant. Xu Qingyang was driving, while Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao were sitting in the back seat. While eating the snacks prepared in the car, Luo Jing secretly observed the interaction between Zhu Zhihao and Xu Qingru. Zhu Zhihao seemed a little reserved. From time to time, he glanced at Xu Qingru who was sitting in the front seat, then quickly looked away, with a slight blush on his face. Luo Jing smiled secretly, knowing that Zhu Zhihao was somewhat interested in Xu Qingru. So, he pretended to be casual and said, oh, I suddenly remembered that my family asked me to buy something to bring back. Let's stop at the supermarket in front and buy something. Xu Qingru looked back at Luo Jing and asked with a smile, "Do you want to get off now?" Luo Jing nodded. "Yes, sister, I won't bother you. It's okay to walk back by yourself." Xu Qingru smiled and said, "Okay, then you should be careful." Luo Jing patted Zhu Zhihao on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Zhu Zhihao, you stay with my sister, I will go home by myself later." Zhu Zhihao was stunned. Before he could react, Luo Jing had already gotten out of the car and waved at them. "Bye, sister, Zhu Zhihao." Xu Qingru also waved, "Bye, Luo Jing." The car started again, and only Xu Qingru and Zhu Zhihao were left in the car. After buying some snacks in the supermarket, Luo Jing walked home leisurely, feeling secretly proud of himself. "Hey, I did something big today." When Luo Jing got home, he was surrounded by Luo's father and mother as soon as he entered the door. Luo's father put his hands on his waist, and Luo's mother crossed her arms across her chest, as if she was interrogating him. "You kid, you've been missing every day since graduation, right?" Father Luo spoke with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Luo Jing said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" Luo's mother looked Luo Jing up and down and sighed, "Tell me, what did you do today?" Luo Jing shrugged and said casually, "I didn't do anything, I just rented an office space and prepared to start a business." Father Luo was stunned when he heard this, and frowned. "Rent an office space? Start a business? Where did you get the money from?" Luo Jing raised his head proudly and waved the phone in his hand. "Dad, isn't it the 200,000 you gave me?" Luo's father's eyes widened instantly, and he pointed at Luo Jing with a trembling finger. "What did you say? What did you do with the 200,000 yuan?" Luo Jing answered confidently, "I rented a whole floor of an office building, and the annual rent is 200,000 yuan, which is quite cost-effective." Luo's mother patted her forehead helplessly, while Luo's father looked devastated. "I gave you the 200,000 yuan so that you could pursue Xia, not so that you could use it to start a business." Luo Jing muttered, "Starting a business and pursuing Xia are not in conflict. You can focus on both career and love." Father Luo rolled his eyes speechlessly. "You kid really is, you know how to use an abacus." Luo Jing smiled nonchalantly. "Dad, Mom, don't worry, I have my own plans." Luo's mother sighed helplessly, walked up and patted Luo Jing on the shoulder. You just know how to show off. Forget it, since you have already rented it, just do a good job. But if you waste this money, I will punish you." Luo Jing patted his chest and said confidently, "Mom, don't worry, your son will never let you down." Father Luo sighed and scratched his hair. "Okay, tell me, what are you going to do?" Luo Jing's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Dad, Mom, we are going to set up an internet studio. We will mainly do some internet projects, and we guarantee that there will be a future." Father Luo stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "Well, it sounds good. But what are your specific plans?" Luo Jing began to talk about his plan, from market research to project planning, and then to the future development direction, explaining it in detail one by one. Luo's mother nodded frequently while Luo's father frowned and nodded from time to time. After Luo Jing finished speaking, Luo's father finally spoke. "It sounds quite reliable. Young people should have some drive and enthusiasm." As he spoke, Father Luo took out his mobile phone and quickly operated a few times on the screen. Luo Jing's phone immediately rang with a notification tone. He looked down and his eyes widened. "Dad, you sent me another 300,000. Father Luo waved his hand and said generously, "Use it. It doesn't matter if you lose money. Young people should have such enthusiasm." Luo Jing was so moved that he almost hugged his father. "Dad, you are my god." Luo's mother said with a smile. "Your father is quite sensible. He is worthy of being the one I like. Of course. My dad must be a top figure to have married such a virtuous and beautiful wife like my mom." Father Luo smiled smugly and said, "Stop flattering me, little bastard. Focus on your career." Luo Jing said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, just wait and see me make great achievements." Luo's mother patted Luo Jing on the shoulder and said gently, "Do a good job and don't embarrass us." Luo Jing nodded vigorously. "Mom, just wait and see, and wait for your son to bring you honor." Father Luo sighed and teased, "Okay, you are motivated now, but don't just brag every day." Luo Jing immediately put on an ambitious look. "Dad, Mom, don't look down on me. When I become the richest man in the country in the future, you will be the richest man's parents, and the treatment will be absolutely top-notch." You can live in the best villa, drive the best car, eat the best food, and live a life like God. Luo's mother couldn't help but laugh. Oh, that's really exciting. But, don't daydream for now. Father Luo was also amused, shaking his head and sighing, you are such a daredevil. Let's talk about it when that day comes. Luo Jing retorted unconvincedly, Dad, Mom, just wait and see. When the time comes, I will definitely let you live the life of an emperor and queen. Luo's mother rolled her eyes, okay, we'll wait. Now, go to bed quickly, we have important things to do tomorrow. Father Luo nodded in agreement, yes, we still have to work hard tomorrow, don't just brag. Luo Jing smiled helplessly and scratched his head, okay, then I'll go back to my room first. He turned and walked up the stairs, feeling secretly proud. Back in his room, he lay on the bed, thinking about today's experience, and was full of energy and confidence. Downstairs, Luo's father and mother smiled at each other, and Luo's mother said softly, although this kid is arrogant, he is motivated and has dreams, which is always a good thing. Father Luo nodded, yes, young people should have some drive. As parents, we should support them if we can. Luo's mother sighed softly, I hope he can accomplish something and live up to our expectations. Father Luo smiled and said, don't worry, the loss is just a small amount of money. He didn't expect his son to make a lot of money yet. This kid, it would be good if he didn't rely on his parents for support. Chapter 17 Going to college together. Back in the room, Luo Jing sat on the bed, thinking about Ling Xia. He took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and sent her a message, Ling Xia, are you home? After sending the message, Luo Jing stared at the screen of his mobile phone and couldn't help muttering in his heart, I wonder if she will find me too annoying. Suddenly, he heard a slight knocking sound outside the window, like someone knocking on the glass with a small stone. Luo Jing frowned and thought, who would knock on stones outside my window so late at night? He walked to the window, opened the curtains, and looked through the window. It was Ling Xia who lived across the street. She was standing on the balcony opposite, holding a few small stones in her hands, looking at him with a smile. Luo Jing opened the window in surprise, Ling Xia? It's so late, what are you doing? Ling Xia raised her head and made a face at him, I just saw the message you sent me, and I happen to have something to tell you, so I came to find you. Luo Jing asked curiously, what is so important that you have to tell me now? Ling Xia showed a hint of excitement on her face, my admission score is out, it's Peking University. Luo Jing was stunned for a moment, then showed a surprised expression, really? That's great. Ling Xia nodded, eyes twinkling, go log into the website and see which school you were admitted to. Luo Jing immediately returned to the computer and logged into the admission inquiry website. A few seconds later, he jumped up excitedly, har, I was also admitted to Peking University. I didn't expect that I was in the same school as you. Ling Xia also smiled happily after hearing this, that's great, we will be classmates from now on. Luo Jing said with a grin, Ling Xia, you can't get rid of me now. We can see each other every day. Ling Xia's face suddenly turned red, and she was so angry that she picked up a small stone and threw it at Luo Jing, don't get carried away. I don't want to see you every day. Luo Jing pretended to be wronged and dodged the small stone, oh, how cruel. I have always been looking forward to going to college with you. Ling Xia blushed and rolled her eyes at him, who wants to go to college with you? Don't be so self-indulgent. Luo Jing laughed loudly, okay, I won't argue with you anymore. Anyway, let's meet at Beijing University in the future. The blush on Ling Xia's face had not yet faded, but there was a hint of a smile on the corner of her mouth, okay, then it's settled. Now go and have a rest, there are still many things to do tomorrow. Luo Jing nodded, okay, Ling Xia, you should also go to bed early, good night. Ling Xia waved, good night, Luo Jing. Luo Jing closed the window and lay on the bed in a happy mood. Not only did he get the support of his parents today, but he also had a pleasant interaction with Ling Xia. It was really a double happiness. He lay on the bed, thinking of Ling Xia's smiling face, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Har, Ling Xia can't run away now, she can see me every day, this is God's arrangement. Luo Jing was busy during the 2 months of summer vacation. He was busy taking the driving test and preparing for the startup studio. Every morning, he would drive to the driving school to practice, and in the afternoon he would be busy recruiting people and setting up the office. Fortunately, Zhu Jiha was always there to help, and the two of them worked well together and progressed smoothly. On a sunny morning, Luo Jing finally finished the last road test. He excitedly took his driver's license and returned to the studio and shouted to Zhu Zhihao, "Zhihao, I got my driver's license. I am now a real veteran driver." Zhu Zhihao looked up at him and smiled helplessly. "Brother Jing, it was not easy for you to get your driver's license. I have heard you talk about the test every day, and my ears are calloused." Luo Jing proudly waved his driver's license in his hand. "Hey, this is the result of my hard work. From now on, I don't have to worry about driving Ling Xia anymore." Zhu Zhihao smiled and shook his head. "You, always thinking about Ling Xia, don't forget about the studio." Luo Jing patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I've been keeping an eye on the studio. Look, the equipment has arrived, and we've recruited a few people. It will be officially operational in a few days." Zhu Zhihao nodded. "Okay, then I'll wait and see what you can do with the studio." Luo Jing and Zhu Zhihao were very busy throughout the summer vacation. Not only did they set up a studio, they also took on a few small projects, which marked a preliminary step in opening up the market. After 2 months, although he was extremely tired, Luo Jing felt a sense of accomplishment when he saw the studio that had begun to take shape. On the eve of the start of school, Luo Jing prepared to go home to pack his luggage. When he got home, his father and mother were already waiting for him in the living room. As soon as Luo's mother saw him come in, she began to nag, "Luo Jing, you must take good care of yourself when you go to college this time. Don't forget to eat and rest." Luo Jing rolled his eyes and said, "Mom, my university is in the next city, and the high-speed rail takes less than 20 minutes to get there. If I miss home, I can just run back home." When Luo's mother heard this, she stamped her feet in anger. "You little brat, you are always so unreliable. You should learn to be independent when you go to college. What's wrong with you always thinking about coming back?" Luo's father also echoed, "Yes, Luo Jing, your mother is right. College life is a good opportunity to train yourself. Don't always think about coming back." Luo Jing curled his lips. I know, I will take good care of myself. Besides, I am a man who stands tall and proud." Luo's mother continued to nag as she stuffed things into the suitcase. "Manly? You can't even wash your socks, how can you be called a man? I think you're just about to move your entire family to the school." Luo Jing scratched his head helplessly. "Mom, can you bring less stuff? This is too exaggerated." Luo's mother glared at him and said, "Why are you exaggerating? These are all things you need. Food, clothing, and daily necessities. Nothing can be missing." Luo Jing looked at the packed suitcase and sighed, "Mom, I really don't need so many things." Luo's mother insisted, "No, if you are missing something, you will have to run back to get it. Bring more to save trouble." Luo Jing couldn't persuade his mother, and didn't want to make trouble, so he had to compromise. Okay, you have the final say, I'll listen to you. I'll take whatever you say." After packing his luggage, Luo Jing put on his school bag and prepared to go to school. As he walked out, he waved to Luo's father and mother, "Mom and Dad, I'm leaving." Luo's mother chased to the door and said, "Remember to call us if you have any problems. Don't be stubborn. Be sure to eat well when you get to school." Father Luo also shouted at the side, "Study hard and don't play around." Luo Jing couldn't help but laugh. I know, you can rest assured." After walking out of the house, Luo Jing breathed a sigh of relief and went straight to Ling Xia's house. Chapter 18, Don't Harass My Daughter. Arriving at Ling Xia's door, Luo Jing took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. After a while, the door opened and Ling Xia's father, Uncle Ling, stood at the door. Seeing Luo Jing, he frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" Luo Jing immediately put on a smile. "Uncle Ling, I came to see Ling Xia." Uncle Ling stared at him seriously. "You kid, I heard that you and Ling Xia were admitted to the same university. Let me tell you, even if you are in the same school, you can't harass my daughter during college." Luo Jing nodded quickly. Yes, Uncle Ling, you are right. I will definitely not harass Ling Xia." In order to ease the atmosphere, Luo Jing took out a cigarette and handed it over respectfully. "Uncle Ling, can you have a cigarette?" Uncle Ling took the cigarette, lit it and took a deep breath, but suddenly frowned and looked at Luo Jing. "Where did you get the lighter? Did you learn to smoke at such a young age?" Luo Jing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hands. No, Uncle Ling, I stole this lighter, I stole it." I don't look like the kind of person who smokes. Uncle Ling snorted coldly. Let me tell you, smoking is a bad habit. My daughter must not date someone who smokes. Luo Jing secretly complained in his heart, thinking, what a double standard, he enjoys smoking, but doesn't allow others to smoke. But he still kept a smile on his face and quickly said, Uncle Ling, don't worry, I really don't smoke. I just picked up this lighter, it's definitely not for me, you can rest assured about this. Uncle Ling looked at him suspiciously, took another puff of his cigarette, and then said slowly, okay, I hope what you said is true. Remember, don't cause trouble for my daughter at school, let alone harass her. Luo Jing nodded quickly, yes, I will definitely listen to you. In order to ease the atmosphere, Luo Jing decided to change the subject. He suddenly remembered that Uncle Ling had been troubled by a case recently, so he asked cautiously, Uncle Ling, is there any new breakthrough in the recent case? Uncle Ling's eyes narrowed, and he was obviously not willing to talk about this topic anymore. Don't mind your own business, just read your books. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Luo Jing scratched his head and continued, I was browsing the forum a few days ago and saw that incident, the serial murder case. I thought, what if it's not a serial murder case? What if there are multiple murderers? Uncle Ling paused, took a deep puff of cigarette, and slowly exhaled the smoke, as if thinking about Luo Jing's words. He looked at Luo Jing and said half-jokingly, you are quite smart, but these things are not something you should worry about. Luo Jing chuckled, I was just thinking about it. After all, the case is so complicated. What if it really isn't a serial murder case and there are really multiple murderers? Uncle Ling was about to say something else when his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had suddenly thought of something important. He stood up suddenly and pushed Luo Jing away. Stop talking nonsense here, I have something urgent to deal with. Luo Jing staggered and almost fell down after being pushed. He couldn't help muttering in his heart, this is too much of a reaction. I was just talking casually. Uncle Ling didn't have time to explain to him. He hurried to the garage, took out the car keys and started the car. Luo Jing stood there, watching Uncle Ling drive away in a hurry, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, this is too much of a reaction, I was just talking casually. He turned around and looked at the gate of the Ling family, thinking to himself, Uncle Ling must have been awakened by what I just said. It seems that he wants to investigate the case again. Thinking of this, Luo Jing had a smug smile on his face. He decided to sneak into Ling's house to see if he could take the opportunity to spend more time with Ling Xia. Luo Jing tiptoed to the door and found that it was not closed tightly. He pushed the door open and crouched down to sneak in. The house was quiet, and no one seemed to notice his arrival. He quietly walked to the living room and was about to move on when he suddenly heard a beautiful piano sound coming from the house. Luo Jing followed the sound of the piano and saw Ling Xia sitting in front of the piano, concentrating on playing a beautiful song. Her back looked particularly soft and beautiful in the sun, like a painting. Luo Jing was moved and decided to tease her. He quietly walked behind Ling Xia and suddenly said loudly, Wow, Ling Xia, your piano skills are getting better and better. Ling Xia was startled by the sudden sound, her fingers slipped, and the sound of the piano stopped abruptly. She turned her head suddenly and saw Luo Jing standing behind her. She stamped her feet in anger, Luo Jing. How did you get in? You scared me to death. Luo Jing chuckled and spread his hands, the door was not closed tightly, so I pushed it open and came in. Uncle Ling left in a hurry just now, so I thought of coming in to see you. Ling Xia glared at him, but a smile appeared on her face, you are really bold. If my dad finds out, I'll see how you explain it. Luo Jing scratched his head and said with a smile, I came here to chat with you. Besides, I feel relieved that Uncle Ling is not at home. Ling Xia shook her head helplessly, you are such a shameless guy. She stood up and walked in front of Luo Jing, but thank you for what you said just now. It seems that you are quite smart. My dad is so nervous, it must be something you said. Luo Jing smiled proudly, of course, I am a famous detective. Uncle Ling must have been awakened by me and rushed to the police station to re-investigate the case. Ling Xia curled her lips, don't brag about yourself here. In fact, I think what you said makes sense. If the serial murder case was not done by one person, it is very likely that multiple people worked together. Luo Jing nodded, and suddenly an idea came to him. He said mysteriously, Ling Xia, do you think I can solve this case? Ling Xia looked at him doubtfully, you? Stop kidding, you can't even handle my dad's strictness, and you still want to be a detective. Luo Jing pretended to be serious and whispered, Ling Xia, you have to believe me. I am possessed by Detective Conan. As he spoke, he deliberately made an exaggerated gesture, as if he was performing some magic. Ling Xia couldn't help but laugh, you guys are getting more and more funny. Okay, I'll assume you're really that good, let's see if you can help my dad solve the case. Luo Jing laughed and said proudly, don't worry, I'm here, there will be no problem. Chapter 19 named after her. Ling Xia smiled and shook her head, then suddenly remembered something, her eyes lit up. By the way, Luo Jing, the song Little Lucky you sang last time was really nice, I think we can record it and post it online, maybe it will go viral. Luo Jing was stunned, then waved his hand and said arrogantly, forget it, I'm not coming back to be a singer. It's just a casual song. If you think it sounds good, it's fine. It's too high profile to post it online. Ling Xia curled her lips, you sing so beautifully, why don't you want more people to hear it? Luo Jing smiled proudly and patted Ling Xia on the head, Ling Xia, you don't understand. People like me who are low-key are the real masters. Those who like to show off are for fame and money. Ling Xia stamped her feet in anger, you are not low-key, you are just too lazy to record the video. Tell me the truth, are you afraid of trouble? Luo Jing made an exaggerated hand-spreading gesture, you saw through me. But I really don't think it's necessary. If I become famous, how can I live a low-key life in the future? Ling Xia couldn't help but laugh, you're really good at making excuses. But, to be honest, you sing really well, don't you really want to consider it? Luo Jing said seriously, really? Look, I'm so handsome and talented. If I become famous, wouldn't other boys be jealous and envious? Ling Xia laughed so hard that tears almost came out, you are so narcissistic that you are hopeless. Luo Jing raised his head proudly, of course, narcissism is also a kind of capital. Ling Xia shook her head helplessly, okay, whatever you want. But next time I sing, you have to practice with me. Luo Jing smiled and nodded, no problem, I'll be there for you anytime you need me. Ling Xia rolled her eyes at him, and said with a hint of ridicule, you are bragging again. Tell me, what good news do you have for coming to see me today? Luo Jing mysteriously took out a brand new business card from his pocket and handed it to Ling Xia. Look, this is the name of our newly registered company. Ling Xia took the business card, took a closer look, and was stunned for a moment. Xia Network Technology Company. Luo Jing, why are you using my name? Luo Jing said proudly, of course, because you are my lucky goddess. Besides, with your name, the company will surely soar to the sky. Ling Xia's face flushed slightly, and she stamped her feet in anger. You are so self-willed. Who allowed you to use my name? Luo Jing said with a smile, you will be the boss lady in the future, so of course it should be named after you. Ling Xia rolled her eyes, but she felt sweet inside, don't try that on me. Why don't you tell me why you suddenly yelled like that? Luo Jing took a step closer and whispered in her ear, because when our company becomes popular, I will buy you a lot of good things and make you feel like a princess every day. Ling Xia's face turned even redder, and she pushed him in a scolding tone, you only know how to brag. Luo Jing laughed, I'm not bragging, I'm just painting a pie for you to give you more motivation. Ling Xia smiled helplessly, you are really hopeless with your mouth. However, I still hope you can succeed. Luo Jing patted her head and smiled proudly, don't worry, with you, the goddess of luck, I will definitely succeed. Ling Xia glared at him, you are becoming more and more arrogant. Luo Jing said with a smile, farts are also a kind of charm. Ling Xia couldn't help but laugh, you are really good at coaxing people with your mouth. But you still have to be down to earth, understand? Luo Jing said seriously, of course I know, I am serious. Ling Xia looked at his serious expression, and her heart was filled with anticipation. Okay, then I'll wait for the day when you succeed. Luo Jing patted her shoulder, just wait and see, boss lady. Ling Xia smiled helplessly, okay, then I'll wait for you to buy me lots of good things. Luo Jing said proudly, that's right, wait and enjoy. The two had a great time laughing and joking. Luo Jing looked at Ling Xia, his heart filled with confidence and expectations for the future. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, adding a touch of warmth to this moment. Ling Xia looked at Luo Jing, her eyes full of tenderness and expectation. She knew that although this cocky guy always loved to brag, his heart was full of sincerity. Luo Jing reached out and gently stroked Ling Xia's hair, whispering, thank you for always supporting me, Xia Xia. Ling Xia smiled slightly, you are my best friend, of course I have to support you. A touch of emotion flashed in Luo Jing's eyes, it's great to have you. Ling Xia lowered her head and said softly, it's good to have you. Luo Jing smiled and said, then let's work together to make Xia Xia Network Technology Company the best company. Ling Xia nodded, well, let's work hard together. As night gradually fell, Luo Jing stood up to say goodbye, and Ling Xia saw him to the door. The two said goodbye reluctantly at the door, their hearts full of expectations for the future. Okay, I'm leaving. I'll come to see you again when I have time. Luo Jing waved his hand and turned to leave. Ling Xia stood at the door and said softly, goodbye, Luo Jing. Luo Jing turned around and smiled, goodbye, Xia Xia. He walked out of the Ling family's yard, his heart full of expectations for the future. The next day, they arrived at school together. As soon as Ling Xia got off the car, she immediately attracted the attention of many seniors from Peking University. The girl's long, shiny black hair sparkled in the sun, her fair skin was as delicate as porcelain, her pure face was embedded with a pair of bright big eyes, and her gentle temperament made her stand out. A tall senior wearing glasses and a white shirt walked up with a smile and asked politely, schoolgirl, do you need help carrying something? Just as Ling Xia was about to answer, she saw Luo Jing running towards her not far away, with a confident smile on his face. He waved his hand and said loudly, no need, I'll do it. The tall senior was stunned for a moment, looked at Luo Jing who was running towards him, and took a step back unwillingly. As soon as Luo Jing arrived beside Ling Xia, he immediately carried a suitcase in each hand in a domineering manner, wanting to show off his strength and masculinity. He lifted the suitcase with all his strength and tried to look relaxed, look, it's easy. But obviously, he overestimated his ability. With a click, his waist was sprained. Ouch! Luo Jing grimaced in pain and almost dropped the suitcase. Ling Xia looked at his painful expression, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Luo Jing, are you okay? Luo Jing gritted his teeth and said forcefully, it's okay, they are all minor problems. As he said this, he forced a smile. Chapter 20 Help her carry her luggage. When the seniors present saw this scene, they all showed helpless smiles on their faces and felt a little disappointed in their hearts. I thought the opportunity to help was gone, and I also found out that this beautiful girl seemed to have a boyfriend. The tall senior shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart, it seems that this girl already has a boyfriend. Ling Xia looked at Luo Jing who was barely holding on, feeling angry and amused at the same time. Why are you trying so hard? Give me the luggage. Luo Jing quickly shook his head and forced a smile, no, I'll do it. After that, he endured the pain in his waist and continued to carry the luggage forward. At this moment, a majestic voice came from behind, Luo Jing, stop right there. Luo Jing and Ling Xia turned around at the same time and saw Ling Xia's father Ling Hongye striding towards them. He was wearing a well-fitting suit, his face was serious, and there was a hint of majesty in his eyes. Luo Jing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up straight, forcing a smile and saying, Uncle Ling, why are you here? Ling Hongye walked up to Luo Jing, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said coldly, what are you doing here? Luo Jing smiled awkwardly, I'll help Xia Xia with the luggage. Ling Hongye snorted coldly, suddenly raised his hand, and slapped Luo Jing's waist fiercely. Luo Jing felt a sharp pain in his waist and couldn't help but screamed, ouch. Ling Hongye said coldly, boy, I warn you, don't set your sights on my daughter. Luo Jing held his waist and said in pain, Uncle Ling, you are so mean. I helped you solve a big case, and you treat me like this. Ling Hongye looked at Luo Jing's mischievous appearance, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, you solved a big case. Tell me about it. Luo Jing gritted his teeth, straightened his chest, and tried to put on a serious expression. Didn't I remind you of the last serial theft case, and then you found the key evidence? Ling Hongye snorted coldly, you call that help? It's just good luck. Luo Jing looked aggrieved, holding her waist and crying, Uncle Ling, what you said is not very kind. I am doing my best for you. Ling Xia couldn't help laughing when she saw Luo Jing's pitiful appearance. She walked to her father, pulled his sleeve, and said softly, Dad, Luo Jing really wants to help, please don't be too harsh on him. Ling Hongye felt even more unhappy when he saw his daughter defending Luo Jing. He glared at Luo Jing, then continued to look at Ling Xia and said, no matter what help he has given, he should not try to take advantage of you. Stay away from him. A few seniors not far away saw this scene and thought they had a chance to show off in front of Ling Xia's father, so they came over and wanted to help carry the luggage. A tall senior student said shyly, "Uncle, do you need our help with your luggage?" Ling Hongye glanced at them coldly and snorted, "No need, I appreciate your kindness." He glanced at Ling Xia's luggage, picked it up easily with one hand, and turned to walk towards the dormitory building. Several senior students were so frightened by Ling Hongye's aura that they dared not move forward and could only retreat in embarrassment. They looked at Ling Hongye's protective look and sighed in their hearts. It seems that this girl's father is not easy to mess with. Ling Xia looked at his father's majestic back and sighed helplessly, "Dad, please don't scare me." Ling Hongye said without even turning his head, "Just scare them, so they don't have any bad thoughts." Luo Jing looked at Ling Hongye's back as he carried his luggage alone and muttered, "Uncle Ling doesn't even give me some face. This is really too much." At this time, a familiar voice came from a distance, "Brother Jing." Luo Jing looked up and saw that it was Zhu Zhihao. Zhu Zhihao walked over quickly and said excitedly, "Brother Jing, I didn't expect to meet you here." Luo Jing forced a smile, "Yes, Zhihao, you are here too." Zhu Zhihao said with a smile, "Of course, we will be in the same school in the future, so we can make money together." Luo Jing raised his eyebrows, "Of course, with us here, are you worried about not making money?" Zhu Zhihao nodded vigorously, "Yes, Brother Jing, you have the most ideas. If we work together, we will definitely make a lot of money." Ling Xia couldn't help laughing as she listened to their conversation. "You two, you just came to school and you're already thinking about making money. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the seniors?" Luo Jing said with a smug look on his face, "It's just a joke, but we have great ambitions." Zhu Zhihao echoed, "Yes, our goal is to become the entrepreneurial star of Beijing University." Ling Xia shook her head helplessly, all right, I support you. But don't forget your work and don't fall behind in your studies." Luo Jing said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will focus on both my studies and my career, and both must be strong." Ling Xia smiled, Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going back to the dormitory first." After Ling Xia returned to the dormitory and was about to pack her things, her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up her phone and saw Luo Jing's name on the screen. She hesitated for a moment and picked up the phone. "Hello, Luo Jing, what's the matter?" Luo Jing's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of excitement. Xia, are you free tonight? Let's go out for dinner together." Ling Xia was stunned for a moment, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. "Eat? Okay, but my roommates want to join us too." Luo Jing said with a smile, "Of course, bring them along, Brother Jing will treat you to a feast." Ling Xia couldn't help but laugh, "You are always so cocky." Luo Jing said proudly, "Of course, narcissism is also a kind of capital." Ling Xia shook her head helplessly, "Okay, that's settled, see you at 6 in the evening." After hanging up the phone, Ling Xia said to his roommates, "Someone is inviting us to dinner, let's go together." Zhang Xiamen said excitedly, "Great, a free meal." Lin Wan also smiled and said, "Let's go, I want to see who invited us." Zhu Ruonan pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go together." When the three roommates heard that someone was inviting them to dinner, they all showed great interest. Zhang Xiamen was a sensitive and introverted person, and she didn't like to go out very often, but when she heard about the free meal, her eyes lit up. She sat on the bed, holding her phone, and asked nervously, "Ling Xia, who's treating us to a meal?" Ling Xia smiled and replied, "He's a friend of mine, his name is Luo Jing. Lin Wan is a cool and arrogant lady. Her family has a little money. Although they are not rich, they lack nothing." She raised her head gracefully, raised her eyebrows and asked, "Luo Jing? The name sounds quite impressive, what kind of person is he?" Zhu Ruonan was a carefree person who loved to joke with Ling Xia. Upon hearing this, she immediately came over with a smile, "Hey, Ling Xia, you're not in a relationship, are you?" "Luo Jing. He sounds like a handsome guy." Ling Xia blushed and waved her hands quickly, "Don't talk nonsense, Luo Jing is just a very good friend of mine." Zhang Xiamen asked curiously, "What does he look like? Is he handsome?" Ling Xia smiled helplessly, "He looks pretty good, but he's a cocky person and always likes to bully me." Zhu Ruonan immediately started to make fun of him. "Oh, after hearing what you said, I'm even more curious. When we see him tonight, we must take a good look at him. Lin Wan smiled faintly, then let's see what kind of person he is tonight. Chapter 21. Are you shy? Ling Xia's face flushed slightly when she heard her roommates teasing. She quickly waved her hands and said, "That's not true. Don't talk nonsense." Zhu Ruonan deliberately stretched out her voice and said, "Hey, Ling Xia, are you shy?" Zhang Xiamen covered her mouth and laughed secretly. "It sounds like Luo Jing must be very special, right?" Lin Wan took a sip of tea elegantly and said calmly, "In any case, we will be able to meet this Luo Jing tonight." On the other side, Luo Jing returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his roommates were all there. The dormitory has been tidied up and several roommates are fiddling with their things. Seeing Luo Jing coming in, everyone stopped what they were doing. Wan Yang is a tall and thin boy who wears a pair of black-framed glasses and looks gentle and refined. He smiled and said, "Hey, isn't this Luo Jing, the most beautiful girl in our dormitory? You're back pretty early." Luo Jing said with a smile, "Yes, I just sent a friend off and took a stroll." Wu Ziao is a strong boy who likes fitness. He looks a bit fierce, but actually has a very gentle personality. Meng Xing is a thin boy who likes to play games and wears headphones all day. After getting along with him, everyone found that Luo Jing has a good personality. Soon Luo Jing became a good friend with everyone. Luo Jing returned to his bed, opened his laptop, and prepared to deal with some things. As soon as I turned on the computer, a beautiful wallpaper appeared on the screen. The girl on the wallpaper has a sweet smile and delicate features, like an angel. Wan Yang glanced at the wallpaper on the screen and said in surprise, "Wow, Luo Jing, who is the beauty on this wallpaper? She is so beautiful, can you tell me where you downloaded it?" Wu Ziao also came over to take a look and nodded in agreement, "Yes, Luo Jing, this wallpaper is good, give me a link." Meng Xing took off his headphones and saw the girl on the wallpaper. He couldn't help but sigh, "Luo Jing, this beauty is so stunning. Where did you find her?" Luo Jing raised his chin proudly and said in a boastful manner, "What do you know? This is my future wife." Wan Yang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, "Your future wife? Luo Jing, you are too boastful, such a beautiful girl, is she really related to you?" Wu Ziya smiled and patted Luo Jing on the shoulder, "Luo Jing, we know you are handsome, but this beauty is too beautiful, is she really related to you?" Meng Xing shook his head in disbelief, "Let me see, Luo Jing, you must have downloaded this beautiful wallpaper from somewhere, stop bragging." Luo Jing pretended to be angry and said, "You are jealous. Do you know what a perfect match is? Wait and see. I will treat you to dinner tonight and you will know it later." Wan Yang continued to tease, okay, we'll wait and see. Don't say you were just joking then." Wu Zia nodded, "Yes, we want to meet this future sister-in-law who is like a fairy." Meng Xing agreed, "Yes, Luo Jing, when your future wife comes tonight, you must introduce her to us." Luo Jing patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'll take you to meet him in the evening." Everyone continued to laugh and play, and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. Luo Jing was secretly proud of himself. With such a group of interesting roommates, college life would definitely not be boring. In the evening, Luo Jing, Wan Yang, Wu Ziao and Meng Xing came to the restaurant, the elegant Western restaurant that Luo Jing had booked before. The lighting is soft, the atmosphere is romantic, and every detail in the restaurant exudes sophistication and taste. Luo Jing and his roommates found a seat near the window, where they could see the beautiful night view outside. Luo Jing smiled proudly and said, "Today, I will treat you to a big meal." Wan Yang said with a smile, "Luo Jing, don't forget, we are going to meet your future wife today." Wu Ziao echoed, "Yes, I've heard you brag about it for so many days, and today I'm finally going to see it." Meng Xing also came over, "I hope you didn't lie to us, Luo Jing, beautiful women are not easy to see." Luo Jing patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, just wait and see, they will be here soon." Several roommates looked at each other, all revealing a hint of doubt. Wan Yang whispered to Wu Ziao and Meng Xing, "Let's make a bet to see if the beauty Luo Jing mentioned is really that beautiful." Wu Ziao smiled and said, "Okay, I bet he's bragging." Meng Xing also laughed and said, "I bet he is bragging." Wan Yang nodded, "Okay, then let's see if Luo Jing can fulfill his promise." Just then, a burst of light laughter was heard from the door of the restaurant. Luo Jing turned around and saw that it was Ling Xia and her roommates. Ling Xia was wearing a white dress, simple yet elegant, and her smile was as sweet as ever. Her three roommates also have their own styles. Zhang Xiamen wore a simple pink dress, looking gentle and lovely. Lin Wan wore a black slim dress, looking noble and cool, and Zhu Ruonan wore jeans and a t-shirt, full of energy. Luo Jing stood up and waved, Xia, this way. Ling Xia saw Luo Jing and walked over with a smile, followed by her three roommates. As soon as a few people walked in, they immediately attracted the attention of many people in the restaurant. Wan Yang, Wu Ziao, and Mengxing couldn't help but stare when they saw Ling Xia and her roommates. Wan Yang exclaimed in a low voice, a fairy, she is indeed a fairy. Wu Ziao was also stunned, his mouth opened into an O shape. Luo Jing is such a lucky guy. Mengxing blinked hard, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my god, this person is like someone walked out of a painting. Luo Jing smiled proudly, patted his chest and said, how is it? I didn't brag, did I? Ling Xia and her roommates approached, and Ling Xia greeted them with a smile, sorry, I'm late. Zhang Xiamen, Lin Wan and Zhu Ruonan also greeted everyone with a smile. Luo Jing's roommates quickly stood up, responded politely, and warmly invited them to sit down. Zhu Ruonan sat down and looked at Luo Jing, and said with a smile, Ling Xia, is this the Luo Jing you mentioned? He looks really good. Zhang Xiamen smiled gently and said, yes, Luo Jing, it seems that you and Ling Xia have a good relationship. Lin Wan smiled faintly and said, Luo Jing, you are very charming. Luo Jing said proudly, of course, Ling Xia is my best friend. Wu Ziao couldn't help but say, Ling Xia, you and Luo Jing are really a match made in heaven. Wan Yang agreed, yes, you two are a perfect match together. Ling Xia blushed slightly after hearing this and quickly waved her hands, don't talk nonsense, we are just friends. Luo Jing smiled and said, friends can also be special, right, Xia? Ling Xia glared at him, but couldn't hide the smile on her face. Everyone ordered their meals and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed and pleasant. During the meal, everyone had a great time chatting. Luo Jing and Ling Xia told many interesting stories, which made everyone laugh. Zhang Xiamen and Zhu Ruonan also joined the conversation. Only Lin Wan was a little quiet, but her eyes were always on Luo Jing. After a while, Lin Wan finally mustered up the courage to ask, Luo Jing, I heard from Ling Xia that you can write songs, is that right? Luo Jing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, yeah, I like to write little songs, what's wrong? Lin Wan said somewhat embarrassedly, I'm a music student and I'm very interested in composing music. I heard from Ling Xia that you wrote a song called Little Luck. Can I see the score of that song? Chapter 22 Sing it on the spot. Luo Jing's eyes lit up, and he said proudly, of course. But just looking at the score is boring, why don't I sing it for you right now? Ling Xia looked at Luo Jing in surprise, you want to sing? Luo Jing said with a smile, of course, I rarely have the opportunity to perform in front of so many beauties. Everyone laughed, Zhu Ruonan clapped her hands and said, okay, we want to listen too. Luo Jing cleared his throat, smiled slightly, and looked at Ling Xia tenderly. With a gentle melody, he began to sing Little Luck. I heard the raindrops falling on the green grass, and I heard the bell for the end of get out of class ringing in the distance. But I didn't hear your voice, calling my name seriously. His voice is magnetic and full of emotion. Every note seems to be telling of his deep affection. Everyone listened quietly, even other customers in the restaurant stopped what they were doing involuntarily, attracted by the beautiful singing. It turns out that you are my little luck, it turns out that love was once so close. As the song progressed, Ling Xia's face became redder and redder. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Luo Jing's eyes. She knew that this song was written by Luo Jing for her, and every word was filled with his emotions for her. Luo Jing's roommates looked at each other with meaningful smiles in their eyes. Wan Yang whispered, it seems that our Luo Jing is sincere to Ling Xia. Wu Ziao nodded, that's right, such a passionate song can't be just about friends. Everyone present could see that Luo Jing was interested in the heroine, and he was obviously singing for Ling Xia. Luo Jing's singing echoed in the restaurant, as if every note was speaking his heart. After the song ended, there was warm applause in the restaurant. Ling Xia's face was as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Luo Jing. Lin Wan frowned slightly, with a hint of surprise and curiosity in her eyes. She approached Luo Jing and asked softly, Luo Jing, your song is really great. Have you ever thought about making your debut? Luo Jing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand. Debut? I don't have that plan, I'm just writing casually. Lin Wan said seriously, my family makes records, and I can help you release new songs. You are so talented, you shouldn't be buried. Luo Jing smiled awkwardly. Lin Wan, you think too highly of me. This is just my hobby, I don't really want to be a singer. Lin Wan didn't give up and continued, don't you really want to consider it? Your singing and composition have great potential. Luo Jing put on a cynical look and said perfunctorily, really, no need, Lin Wan. I still feel more comfortable being an ordinary person. Lin Wan frowned slightly, somewhat unwillingly, but your talent really deserves to be seen by more people. Luo Jing said with a smile, thank you for your kindness, Lin Wan. But I really don't have that plan. Lin Wan sighed helplessly, okay, since you said so, I won't force you. However, if you change your mind at any time, you can always come to me. Luo Jing nodded, okay, thank you, Lin Wan. To ease the awkwardness, Zhu Ruonan smiled and said, Luo Jing, your singing voice is really amazing. Sing for us more often when you have the chance. Luo Jing agreed with a smile, no problem, as long as you don't mind my arrogance, I'll accompany you anytime. Zhang Xiamen said gently, Luo Jing, you and Ling Xia are really special friends. I hope you will always be happy like this. Luo Jing looked at Ling Xia, his eyes full of tenderness, of course, I am always happy when Xia is around. Ling Xia lowered her head with a shy smile on her face. She knew Luo Jing's feelings for her and felt his sincerity. Everyone continued to eat and the atmosphere became more lively. The interaction between Luo Jing and Ling Xia became more and more natural. Ling Xia gradually let go of her shyness and chatted with Luo Jing more easily. After dinner, Luo Jing and his roommates sent Ling Xia and her roommates back to the dormitory. The campus is quiet at night, and the breeze blows gently, bringing bursts of fresh air. Ling Xia and her roommates returned to the dormitory. Lin Wan still didn't give up. She walked over to Ling Xia, pulled her sleeve, and whispered, Ling Xia, Luo Jing's song really has potential. You must persuade him to debut. I believe he will be popular. Ling Xia looked at Lin Wan with a smile, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Okay, Wan, I'll try. But you know Luo Jing, he has his own ideas. Lin Wan nodded, her eyes full of expectation. I believe you, Ling Xia. As long as you persuade him, he will definitely listen. Ling Xia smiled softly and patted Lin Wan on the shoulder. Don't worry, I will do my best. Lin Wan showed a grateful smile. Thank you, Ling Xia. After Luo Jing and his roommates sent Ling Xia and her roommates back to the girls' dormitory, he and his roommates slowly walked towards the boys' dormitory. As soon as they reached the 6th floor, Luo Jing and his roommates saw a group of people walking towards them from the end of the corridor. The leader was a tall, fashionably dressed boy with a smug smile on his face. Wu Ziao approached Luo Jing and whispered, Luo Jing, look, that person in front is Xu Dao. He is a well-known figure in our dormitory building. Luo Jing raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, oh? Who is he? Wu Ziao lowered his voice and laughed, teasing, this guy just came to school and took advantage of the fact that he is a native of Beijing, calling himself Beijing Master, and even asked his roommates to help him move things. His family opened a company, so he is extremely arrogant. Luo Jing couldn't help laughing after hearing this. This is really interesting. I want to see what's so special about this Jing Yi. Luo Jing and his roommates continued walking, getting closer and closer to Xu Dao. Luo Jing looked at Xu Dao and saw that he was tall, fashionable, and looked very confident. Luo Jing was about to move forward when he suddenly heard Xu Dao calling him. Hey, you, stop. There was a hint of provocation in Xu Dao's voice. Luo Jing stopped, turned around, raised his eyebrows and looked at Xu Dao with a cynical smile. What are you barking about? Xu Dao was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Luo Jing to be so direct. The smile on his face was a little stiff, but he soon regained his confidence. Are you Luo Jing? I heard that you are very active recently and are close to many beautiful women. Luo Jing smiled, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. That's because I'm handsome, and girls like to play with me. What, do you have any objections? Xu Dao was secretly jealous. Seeing that Luo Jing was so handsome and so popular, he couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. He put his hands in his trouser pockets, took a step closer, and tried to overwhelm Luo Jing with his momentum. Do you know whose territory this is? Luo Jing shrugged nonchalantly. Territory? This university is public, it's not yours, right? Chapter 23, Not Knowing the Highness of Heaven and the Thickness of Earth. Xu Dao was angered by Luo Jing's words and his face turned gloomy. He gnashed his teeth and said, "You kid, you really don't know your place. Do you think you can bully others here just because you are pretty?" Luo Jing chuckled, crossed his arms, and fought back fearlessly, being domineering. "Sorry, that's your patent. Master Jing, I dare not steal your limelight." Xu Dao was furious, his eyes became more fierce. "You are looking for death." Luo Jing raised his eyebrows, still looking cynical. "Oh, so you can speak human language." Xu Dao was so angry that he was shaking all over. He took a step forward and tried to overwhelm Luo Jing with his momentum. "Do you believe that I can make you unable to survive here with just one sentence?" Luo Jing shrugged nonchalantly and sneered, "I believe it, but that depends on whether you have the ability to do it." At this time, Xu Dao's followers saw that the situation was not good. They quickly stepped forward to hold him back, and one of the followers whispered, "Brother Dao, forget it. Don't bother with him." Xu Dao glared at Luo Jing fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "Just wait, this matter is not over yet." Luo Jing snorted disdainfully, "I'm at your service any time." After Xu Dao was dragged away by his followers, Wu Ziya looked at Luo Jing with some concern. "Luo Jing, will you get into trouble by doing that just now?" Luo Jing rolled his eyes and said nonchalantly, "Who cares? He's just a paper tiger. Don't take him seriously." Wan Yang said with some concern, "But Xu Dao is a narrow-minded person, you have to be careful." Luo Jing smiled and patted Wan Yang on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I know what to do. Let's go back to the dormitory." Everyone continued walking towards the dormitory. Although they were still a little worried, they were all infected by Luo Jing's calmness. After a few days, the atmosphere on campus gradually became tense because the military training was about to begin. The freshmen are busy preparing, and Luo Jing is no exception. He and his roommates joked with each other while packing items needed for military training. Wu Ziya dragged out a pair of brand new military boots from under the bed, shook them, and said to Luo Jing, "Luo Jing, I heard that the military training this time is very strict. We have to be careful." Luo Jing curled his lips and said nonchalantly, "It's better to be strict. It's a good opportunity to exercise your body." Wan Yang smiled and said, "Don't be careless. I heard that Xu Dao has a good relationship with the counselor and the military training instructor. You have to be careful and don't let him pick on you." Luo Jing smiled disdainfully, "If he dares to cause trouble to me, I am not afraid. If an enemy comes, I will fight him with my army. If a flood comes, I will block it with earth." Meng Xing looked up from the computer and interrupted, "Luo Jing, you'd better be careful. Xu Dao is a petty guy. If he does something bad, it will be difficult for us to deal with him." Luo Jing patted Meng Xing on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I know my limits and I won't let him succeed." The day before the military training, Luo Jing and his roommates warmed up on the playground to adapt to the environment. At this time, they saw Xu Dao coming towards them with a group of followers from afar. Wu Ziya whispered, "Luo Jing, Xu Dao is here again, ready to pick a fight." Luo Jing raised his head and looked at Xu Dao. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Let him come, I want to see what tricks he can play." Xu Dao walked up to Luo Jing with his hands in his trouser pockets. He said provocatively, "Luo Jing, I heard that you are very arrogant and don't give face to anyone here." Luo Jing glanced at him with disdain. "Arrogant? Do you mean I'm not afraid of you?" Xu Dao's face darkened and he lowered his voice and said, "Luo Jing, you know that I am very familiar with the counselor and the military training instructors. You'd better behave yourself, or you'll have a hard time here." Luo Jing sneered, "Really? Then I want to see how you can make life difficult for me." Xu Dao gnashed his teeth and sneered, "Luo Jing, you really won't cry until you see the coffin." Luo Jing waved his hand impatiently. "Xu Dao, how many times have you said this? Are you going to stop?" Xu Dao was angered by Luo Jing's attitude and his face turned pale. He lowered his voice and said in a threatening tone, "Luo Jing, you really don't know your own limitations. Just wait and see, I'll make you regret it." Luo Jing curled his lips in disdain and sneered, "How many times have you said this? It never ends. Or, why don't you just record it and play it every day to save yourself the crap?" Xu Dao was so angry that his face turned blue, and he pointed at Luo Jing with a trembling finger. You just wait." Luo Jing shrugged and said nonchalantly, "I'm at your service anytime." At this time, the counselor and instructor Li happened to pass by. When they saw this scene, they immediately walked over. The counselor frowned and asked, "What's going on here?" Xu Dao immediately put on an innocent expression and said, "Counselor, Instructor Li Luo Jing has been provoking me." Luo Jing heard the tone of their conversation and it seemed like they were really familiar with each other, but he was too lazy to explain. He looked at Xu Dao coldly with disdain. Seeing Luo Jing's disdainful look, Xu Dao became furious. The tone became more intense. "Luo Jing, you are a waste. If you have the ability, you can be more arrogant." Luo Jing sneered and counterattacked, "Waste? Then I want to see who is the waste. Xu Dao, you are just relying on your family's connections. What's there to be proud of?" Xu Dao was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at Luo Jing's nose and cursed, "Luo Jing, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Luo Jing fought back without showing any weakness, "Who am I? At least I am better than you. Xu Dao, stop showing off here. I really don't care about your little tricks." Xu Dao was so angry that he couldn't speak, and his face turned pale and blue. Seeing this, the instructor frowned even more and shouted, "Enough! Why are you arguing in front of the instructor?" Instructor Li looked at the two coldly and said in a deep voice, "Whoever dares to cause trouble again, I will make him get out of the training ground." Xu Dao glared at Luo Jing with gritted teeth, then closed his mouth unwillingly. Luo Jing had an indifferent expression on his face and looked at Xu Dao with a sneer. After the counselor and instructor Li left, Luo Jing said coldly, "Xu Dao, if you dare to make trouble again next time, I won't let you go so easily." Xu Dao stamped his feet in anger and whispered, "Luo Jing, just wait, this is not over yet." Luo Jing didn't bother to pay attention to him, and turned back to the team. His roommates gathered around him. Wu Zia whispered, "Luo Jing, you are really bold, you dare to provoke Xu Dao." Luo Jing shrugged and said with a smile, "I'm really not afraid of him." Wan Yarn said with some concern, "You still have to be careful, Xu Dao is a very sinister guy, he won't give up." Luo Jing patted Wan Yarn's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will pay attention. If he doesn't do it, what can I do?" Chapter 24 Military Training. The day of military training arrived as scheduled, but under the scorching sun, Luo Jing was not seen in the team. Luo Jing lay on the bed in the dormitory, enjoying the rare leisure time. With a smug smile on his face, he thought, "Do you really think I'm stupid? It's better to lie here comfortably than to go to military training and suffer with them." He took out his phone and scrolled through his friend's circle, thinking about the various complaints and rants his roommates had made during the military training. "I couldn't help but laugh secretly, this is the real winner." On the playground, under the scorching sun, Xu Dao was waiting expectantly for Luo Jing to appear so that he could embarrass himself in front of the instructor. However, Luo Jing still did not show up until the training began. Xu Dao gritted his teeth and whispered to his henchman, "What's going on? Where's Luo Jing?" A follower answered cautiously, "Brother Dao, I heard that he asked for leave." Xu Dao's expression became even uglier. "Ask for leave? He really knows how to evade." When Xu Dao heard the news that Luo Jing had asked for leave, he became so angry that his face turned blue. He stamped his feet fiercely and said to his follower with gritted teeth, "Let's go find the counselor." Several followers followed Xu Dao and walked towards the counselor's office in a mighty manner. When I opened the door, I saw Counselor Ling Xia processing documents at his desk. Ling Xia frowned slightly when he saw Xu Dao and his followers, but soon put on a smile. "Xu Dao, what's the matter?" Xu Dao's face was gloomy, and he said directly, "Counselor, Luo Jing asked for leave and didn't participate in military training. This is not fair." Ling Xiao's heart sank. He knew Xu Dao's family background and knew he couldn't offend him easily. So, he stood up and pretended to be concerned. "Oh? Luo Jing asked for leave? What reason did he give?" Xu Dao sneered, "What's going on at home? That must be an excuse. He is just afraid of military training and wants to evade responsibility." Ling Xia frowned, pretending to think, and then said, "Okay, I'll take care of it. You guys go back first, I'll give you an explanation." Xu Dao was secretly delighted and nodded. "Counselor, I believe you can handle this matter. Li Xiao patted Xu Dao on the shoulder and smiled, don't worry, I will handle it as soon as possible and make you satisfied. Li Xiao closed the office door, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a gloomy expression. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Yes, there's something I need you to check for me. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. What's the matter? Li Xiao lowered his voice and said, there is a student, Luo Jing, who asked for leave and did not participate in the military training. Another student, Xu Dao, is very unhappy. I have to find a way to deal with it. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, then he said, Luo Jing, right. Li Xiao, help me check his family background. The person on the other end of the phone responded quickly, he doesn't have any special background. His family is just an ordinary family. Li Xiao sneered, that's easy. I have to find a reason to make him suffer a little and satisfy Xu Dao. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiao sneered and thought to himself, Luo Jing, just wait. Luo Jing was lying on the bed, enjoying the rare leisure time, thinking of taking advantage of this time to find Zhu Zhihao to go out and play together. He turned over and was about to call Zhu Zhihao when his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller ID was from Counselor Li Xiao, Luo Jing frowned slightly. I thought to myself, good boy, this call comes at the perfect time. He picked up the phone and tried to speak in a casual tone, Counselor, what's up? Li Xiao's voice came coldly, Luo Jing, come to my office immediately. Luo Jing's heart sank, but he remained calm on the surface. Okay, Counselor, I'll be there right away. Luo Jing hung up the phone, thinking secretly in his mind. He knew that Li Xiao was Xu Dao's backer and he couldn't deal with him easily. In order to deal with this trouble, he immediately launched an investigation into Li Xiao. After half an hour of hard work, Luo Jing finally got some key evidence. He discovered that there were many conflicts of interest between Li Xiao and Xu Dao's parents, which was undoubtedly a good card in his hand. Luo Jing decided to play this card before meeting Li Xiao. Luo Jing sorted out the collected evidence and then took out his cell phone. I called Zhihao and said, Zhihao, are you free? I need your help to confirm some information. Zhu Zhihao's voice was filled with concern. Brother Jing, what happened? Luo Jing briefly explained the situation, and then said, this information is very important, please help me confirm it. Zhu Zhihao was stunned for a moment, then agreed, okay, I'll check it out right away. Not long after, Zhu Zhihao sent a confirmation message, Brother Jing, the information is true. Li Xiao does have a lot of business dealings with Xu Dao's parents. Luo Jing sneered, already having a plan in mind. He printed out the information and walked towards the Counselor Li Xiao's office with a confident smile. Luo Jing pushed open the door of the counselor's office. Li Xiao was sitting behind the desk. When he saw Luo Jing come in, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Luo Jing, sit down. Li Xiao pointed to the chair opposite. Luo Jing smiled slightly, walked over and sat down, with a hint of disdain on his face. Counselor, what's the matter? Li Xiao knocked on the table and said sternly, Luo Jing, the reason you asked for leave was because of something at home, but do you know? Military training is a compulsory course for every freshman. It is wrong for you to evade it like this. Luo Jing laughed secretly in his heart, knowing that it was Xu Dao's behind-the-scenes trick. But he remained calm on the surface. Counselor, I do have important family matters to deal with, and my leave request has been approved. Li Xiao sneered, is there something going on at home? Luo Jing, do you think you can just ask for leave and not participate in military training? Luo Jing spread his hands in a helpless manner. Counselor, the reason for my leave is true. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. A hint of coldness flashed in Li Xiao's eyes, and he whispered, Luo Jing, don't think you are very smart. Xu Dao has already reported many problems to me. Your behavior has caused dissatisfaction among everyone. Luo Jing raised his eyebrows and sneered, Counselor, what do you want? Li Xiao said coldly, you must participate in military training immediately, otherwise I will consider punishing you. Luo Jing's heart sank, but he remained calm. Counselor, I understand your difficulties. But the reason for asking for leave is real. I really have something to deal with. Chapter 25. I just thought we could have a good talk. Li Xiao snorted coldly, well, if you are not satisfied, you can go to the principal and see how he handles this matter. Luo Jing knew that Li Xiao was determined to make things difficult for him, but he was not willing to give in easily. He smiled, took out some documents and photos and placed them on Ling Xiao's desk. When Ling Xia saw those documents and photos, his face turned pale instantly. Are you threatening me? Luo Jing smiled slightly. Counselor, this is just some interesting information. I think we can have a good talk. Ling Xia picked up the documents with trembling hands. Seeing that they recorded the interest transactions between her and Xu Dao's parents, her face became increasingly ugly. Luo Jing continued, Counselor, I hope that you can treat every student fairly in the future and not favor anyone. Ling Xia gritted her teeth, but she knew she was at a disadvantage, so she could only force a smile. Okay, I promise you, I won't target you again in the future. Luo Jing stood up with a confident smile on his face. Thank you, Counselor. Ling Xia looked at Luo Jing's back as he left, his heart filled with hatred. Luo Jing, just wait, I will settle this account sooner or later. Luo Jing left the counselor's office with a smile on his face, feeling refreshed. Thinking about this small victory, he decided to find Ling Xia to share his results. However, before he reached the girls' dormitory building, he ran into Lin Wan in a corner of the campus. Lin Wan was sitting on the grass, seemingly thinking about something. The sunlight shone through the leaves onto her body, making her look tranquil and beautiful. Luo Jing walked over and greeted her with a smile. Lin Wan, why are you here alone? Lin Wan raised her head and saw Luo Jing, with a hint of a smile on her face. Luo Jing, why are you here? Luo Jing shrugged. I just came out of the counselor's office and happened to pass by. Do you know where Xia went? Lin Wan closed the book and said with a smile, Ling Xia went to eat with Zhang Xiamen and Zhu Ruonan. I wanted to go with you, but then I remembered that I had something else to deal with, so I didn't go. Luo Jing raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, is there anything more important than having dinner with friends? Lin Wan smiled slightly, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. It's nothing, actually. I just suddenly remembered that I need to perform on stage for the school anniversary next month, so I want to use this time to prepare well. Luo Jing smiled slightly and said in a teasing tone, that's really great. Our Beijing University's anniversary is an annual event. You will definitely shine. Lin Wan showed a hint of shyness on her face when she heard Luo Jing's praise. But he quickly regained his confidence and said, I hope so. However, preparing for this performance is still quite stressful for me. Luo Jing patted her shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, you are so talented, you can definitely handle it. Lin Wan hesitated for a moment, with a pleading look in her eyes. Luo Jing, actually, I want to ask you for help with something. Luo Jing raised his eyebrows. Oh. Lin Wan, what do you want me to do? Just tell me, I'll do my best. Lin Wan was amused by his appearance and patted his shoulder gently. Don't be so serious, it's weird. Actually, I want to ask if you can help me rehearse. I always feel that practicing alone is not enough, and it would be better to have someone to help and give advice. Luo Jing thought for a while and said half jokingly, actually, I know a little bit about it, but I'm afraid I can't give you good advice. Besides, I'm usually quite busy. Lin Wan showed a bit of embarrassment on her face, but still said seriously. I know this may be a little troublesome for you, but I really hope to get your help. Seeing this, Luo Jing couldn't refuse any more. Said, I'm just kidding, Lin Wan, you are Xia's friend and also my friend, of course I will help. When does the rehearsal start? Lin Wan's face lit up with a happy smile. Great. How about we start tomorrow? We can practice together every afternoon. Luo Jing nodded, no problem. I'll be there on time tomorrow. Lin Wan looked at him gratefully and smiled, thank you, Luo Jing. Luo Jing waved his hand and said with a smile, why are you being polite? We are all friends. The next afternoon, Luo Jing arrived at the music department's practice room on time. Lin Wan was already waiting there. She seemed a little nervous, but when she saw Luo Jing, a smile appeared on her face. Luo Jing, you're here. Lin Wan stood up and went to greet him. Luo Jing smiled and nodded, of course, if I promise others something, I will definitely do it. Lin Wan took him into the rehearsal room, which was simply decorated with a piano and some basic audio equipment. Luo Jing looked around and nodded, the environment is good, very suitable for practice. Lin Wan smiled shyly, I have prepared a song, I would like to ask you to listen to it and see if you have any suggestions. Luo Jing sat on a chair nearby and made a please gesture. Okay, let's get started. Lin Wan walked to the piano, took a deep breath, and began to play the accompaniment, then began to sing a song of her choice. The song is very ordinary, the melody is simple, and the lyrics are not outstanding. Luo Jing listened and his brows gradually frowned. After Lin Wan finished singing, Luo Jing did not speak immediately, but remained silent for a few seconds. Lin Wan looked at him with a hint of uneasiness on her face. How about it? Do you have any suggestions? Luo Jing scratched his head and tried to speak in a gentle tone. Lin Wan, your voice is very nice and your skills are very good. But, are you sure you want to sing this song? Lin Wan was a little confused. Why, do you think it's bad? Luo Jing frowned and said, it's not that it's bad, but it's too ordinary. This song lacks any highlights and there is nothing particularly touching about it. You are so talented, you could have chosen a song that is more challenging and can better showcase your abilities. Lin Wan lowered her head, feeling a little disappointed, but, I have been looking for a long time and still can't find the right song. Luo Jing thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. How about this? I'll help you choose a song. You can try some classic pieces, or a style that you're good at. Lin Wan raised her head, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Will you really help me choose? Luo Jing smiled confidently. Of course, I am very good at choosing songs. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find the song that suits you best. Lin Wan nodded gratefully. Thank you, Luo Jing, I'll leave it to you. Chapter 26 Talent begins to show. Looking at Lin Wan's expectant eyes, Luo Jing already had an idea in his mind. He searched his mind and immediately came up with a solution. Xiaoqiu by Mao Bui. This song has a moving melody and profound lyrics, which is just right for Lin Wan. Lin Wan, I thought of a song that is very suitable for you. Luo Jing said with a smile in his eyes. What song? Lin Wan asked curiously. I named it Xiaoqiu, Eliminating Sorrow. Luo Jing replied. Lin Wan nodded. It sounds good, can you sing it for me? Luo Jing smiled and said, of course, do you have a guitar? Have. After saying this, Lin Wan picked up the guitar and handed it to Luo Jing. Luo Jing took the guitar, plucked the strings a few times, adjusted the pitch, and then began to play. He took a deep breath and began to sing. When you walk into this happy place, carrying all your dreams and thoughts. There are different faces and different makeup, and no one can remember what you look like. After 3 rounds of drinking, you were in the corner, stubbornly singing a bitter song. You spoke to yourself, picking up your glass, as you listened to him being drowned out by the noise. Luo Jing's voice is naturally magnetic, and as the melody flows, it seems as if all his emotions are poured into the song. Lin Wan listened attentively, and a light gradually flashed in her eyes. 1 cup to my hometown, 1 cup to the distant place. Guarding my kindness and urging me to grow. Therefore, the road between north and south is no longer long, and the soul no longer has nowhere to go. 1 to freedom, 1 to death. Forgive my ordinariness and dispel my confusion. Well, after dawn, people always leave in a hurry, and those who are sober are the most ridiculous. The singing voice echoed in the practice room, and each note carried a strong hint of sadness that struck people's hearts. Lin Wan's eyes became slightly moist after hearing this, and she couldn't help but be moved. Little did they know, a number of students had gathered outside the practice room. Everyone was attracted by the singing and stopped to listen. Some people even took out their mobile phones and started recording videos. After Luo Jing finished singing, applause was heard outside. A girl couldn't help but say, classmate, you sing really well. What's the name of the song just now? Before Luo Jing could signal Lin Wan to answer, she smiled and replied, the song is called Xiaoqiu. Another boy gave a thumbs up and praised, I have never heard such a beautiful song. Whether it's the lyrics or the melody, it's truly amazing. If I take this to the Happy Boys competition, I will definitely win a prize. Stop making noise. You're disturbing my memory. Hearing the compliments from the people around him, Luo Jing felt a little complacent, with his nose raised high. Lin Wan, who was standing by, hadn't come to her senses yet. When she came to her senses, she looked at Luo Jing with admiration in her eyes. Sing it again. We haven't even heard the first half yet. That's right. Please sing it again. Only a genius could create a song like this. Luo Jing put down his guitar with a smile and struck a pose that he thought was very cool. Of course, I am very talented. The students standing by couldn't help but laugh when they heard Luo Jing's boasting. Luo Jing didn't want his past to be exposed before the school celebration started, so he started to drive people away without explanation. Okay, students, we still have some more practice to do. We'll let everyone enjoy it during the school celebration. Seeing Luo Jing had spoken, everyone didn't want to force it. After all, it was a performance at the school anniversary party, and they would be able to see Fang Ru again then. Then everyone gradually dispersed and the practice room returned to silence. Lin Wan looked at Luo Jing, still immersed in the song just now. She took a deep breath and asked slowly, "Can I really sing this song at the school celebration?" Luo Jing on the opposite side nodded and said seriously, "Of course, your voice is very suitable for this song, and it will definitely impress many people." Hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes flashed with hesitation, "But, I have never sung in front of so many people. I'm afraid I will be nervous." Luo Jing smiled and comforted him, "Don't worry, it's normal to be nervous. You just need to remember that this song contains your emotions. If you sing it out, it will definitely move the audience." Lin Wan nodded, took a deep breath, and seemed to cheer herself up. "Okay, then I'll try it." Seeing that she had gained confidence, Luo Jing nodded and asked, "Can you play the guitar?" She nodded gently, with a hint of shyness in her eyes, "Yes." Luo Jing smiled and patted her shoulder, "That's fine, I'll teach you to sing. Believe me, you will be able to learn this song soon." The two found a quiet corner, and Luo Jing patiently guided her. Lin Wan studied hard, especially the a cappella singing. She didn't sing very well at the beginning, but under Luo Jing's patient guidance, she gradually found the feeling. Luo Jing adjusted her tune from time to time and encouraged her to keep trying. "Very good, Lin Wan, you have done a great job. Now try to sing along with my rhythm," Luo Jing said, picking up a guitar and accompanying Lin Wan. Time passed quickly. Lin Wan was getting better and better at finding the feeling, and her singing became smoother and smoother. Seeing Lin Wan's progress, Luo Jing's eyes flashed with admiration. "Not bad, Lin Wan, you are really talented." Lin Wan, who was praised, smiled and looked grateful. "Thank you, Luo Jing. I definitely couldn't have done it without your help." Luo Jing said with a smile, "You're welcome. It's only natural for friends to help each other." Looking at Luo Jing, she felt a warm feeling in her heart and her heart was beating very fast. She felt that Luo Jing was not only a talented person, but also trustworthy. For some reason, she couldn't help but feel a little fond of Luo Jing in her heart, and found that she seemed to have fallen in love with him. But she immediately dismissed the idea the next second. Thinking of the relationship between Luo Jing and Ling Xia, her heart tightened and she quickly reminded herself not to cross the line. Luo Jing is Ling Xia's boyfriend, and she shouldn't have such inappropriate thoughts. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and her face regained its composure. "Luo Jing, I think I can sing now. Thank you very much for your help." Lin Wan forced a smile and said in a nonchalant manner. Luo Jing was a little surprised. "I have to say, you learned it so quickly. You do have some talent, but you are still a lot worse than me." Lin Wan lowered her head and smiled slightly. "No, it's because you taught me well." "That's good. You should practice more and try to shine at the school celebration." She nodded, but felt a little complicated. She secretly told herself that she should no longer have any improper thoughts about Luo Jing. Luo Jing felt that the blush on Lin Wan's face was a little puzzling, but he didn't think too much about it. He still said with a smile, "Okay, I won't bother you anymore, keep working hard. I'll leave first." Lin Wan smiled and nodded. "Well, thank you, Luo Jing." Chapter 27, Targeting. Then Luo Jing left Lin Wan with a smile and went straight to the girls' dormitory building. Arriving downstairs of the dormitory, Luo Jing skillfully took out his cell phone and called Ling Xia. "Hello, Xia, I'm downstairs, come down quickly." Hearing Ling Xia's voice coming from the other end of the phone, with a hint of surprise, "Luo Jing? Why are you here suddenly?" Luo Jing smiled and said, "Of course I came to see you, come down quickly, I'll take you out for dinner." Ling Xia responded and appeared at the entrance of the dormitory building a short while later. She was wearing a light blue dress with her hair tied loosely behind her head, and she looked fresh and energetic. Luo Jing couldn't help but be distracted when he saw her, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Xia, I won a great victory today and successfully dealt with the counselor. Come on, I'll take you out for dinner and share my little victory with you. Ling Xia walked over with a smile. Oh? What kind of counselor did you get? Tell me quickly. Luo Jing smiled smugly. There's a guy who's been trying to cause trouble for me, and he even got the counselor to step in. But I went to the counselor and used some tricks, and I've got it fixed. Ling Xia was amused, and Luo Jing didn't plan to elaborate. But let's not talk about this anymore, let's find a place to eat, it's my treat. Ling Xia was a little puzzled. Why are you suddenly so generous today? Of course it's because I'm in a good mood. Let's go and have something delicious. However, Ling Xia looked a little embarrassed. Luo Jing asked, what's wrong? Normally, you can't walk when there's something delicious. Why are you a little reluctant now? Then he heard Ling Xia say, well, actually I'm very busy today, so I may not be able to have dinner with you. Luo Jing was stunned for a moment and asked, what's the important matter? Ling Xia smiled awkwardly and said, I was just elected class monitor today. I have a lot of things to deal with now. I really can't spare the time. Luo Jing looked at her speechlessly. Ling Xia, you are such a hard-working person. You work so hard even in college. Hearing this, Ling Xia stuck out her tongue. No way, it's my responsibility. Besides, I think being a squad leader is quite challenging. Luo Jing shook his head helplessly. Okay, since you are so busy, I won't bother you. But you have to compensate me next time. Seeing that he was not unhappy, Ling Xia smiled and nodded. Of course, you will treat me to a big meal next time. Luo Jing waved his hand. Okay, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll leave first. Looking at Luo Jing's leaving back, Ling Xia couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in her heart. She knew that although Luo Jing always liked to tease her, he really cared about her in his heart. As Luo Jing walked back to the dormitory, thinking about Ling Xia's busy appearance, he couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. This girl is really working too hard. But she is also quite cute like this. He just returned to the dormitory and was about to take a rest as he had military training in the afternoon and he needed to get enough rest. In the afternoon, under the scorching sun, the freshmen lined up in neat rows on the military training ground. The instructors stood in front with serious expressions. Luo Jing and his roommates were also in the team, and everyone was nervously waiting for the instructor. However, Luo Jing's relaxed mood did not last long. Instructor Li Hao arrived soon and first glanced around the team. Finally it stopped on Luo Jing. Luo Jing! Li Hao shouted loudly, with a hint of deliberate severity in his voice. Luo Jing stood at attention, muttering to himself, why is this instructor staring at me? Li Hao walked up to Luo Jing and said coldly, you asked for leave this morning and did not participate in the military training. Now that you're back, you have to perform well and not fall behind. Luo Jing nodded, yes, instructor. Okay, let's start running to warm up now. Luo Jing, you lead the team, run faster. Li Hao ordered. Luo Jing had no choice but to take the lead and run. The other students followed him, and everyone tried their best to keep up with the pace so as not to fall behind. However, Li Hao did not seem satisfied. He kept walking back and forth in the team, yelling at Luo Jing from time to time. Luo Jing! Run faster! You're running like a turtle. Luo Jing gritted his teeth and sped up, but he was thinking in his heart, is this instructor trying to pick a fight with me on purpose? After the warm-up run, Li Hao arranged various high-intensity training programs and specifically chose Luo Jing to demonstrate. Every time he was not satisfied with the demonstration, he would curse at Luo Jing. Luo Jing, what's wrong with your movements? Do it again! Li Hao shouted. Luo Jing had no choice but to do it again, secretly complaining in his heart, this instructor is really trying to torment me. Then I have to show him what happens when he offends me. The roommates nearby also noticed something. Wan Yang whispered to Wu Ziao, this instructor is obviously targeting Luo Jing on purpose. It must be Xu Dao's doing. Wu Ziao nodded, his face full of worry, Luo Jing is really in trouble this time. Xu Dao stood not far away, watching the scene complacently with a sinister smile on his face. Li Hao had been bribed by him a long time ago and gave special care to Luo Jing. After a while, they finally got a break. Luo Jing returned to the team exhausted, feeling full of dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, Li Hao came over and said coldly, "Your performance today is very poor, Luo Jing, you have to work harder, otherwise I will keep watching you." As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was Xu Dao. He walked up to Luo Jing and said with pretended concern, "Could it be that Luo Jing can't even complete this little bit of training? Would you like me to say a few words for you? Reduce the training content a little." Luo Jing looked at Xu Dao's smug expression and sneered, "Get away from me. I don't need you. I appreciate your kindness." Xu Dao shrugged and said with a smile, "Okay, let's see how long you can jump. Wait until Xu Dao leaves angrily." The roommates gathered around him, and Wan Yarn asked with concern, "Luo Jing, are you okay?" Luo Jing shook his head and smiled bitterly, "It's okay, just a little tired." Wu Ziya said indignantly, "This instructor is obviously targeting you on purpose. It must be Xu Dao's doing." Hearing this, Luo Jing nodded, "I can see that too, but this method won't do anything to me. I won't be defeated so easily by them. Don't worry, I have a plan." Mengxing patted Luo Jing on the shoulder, "Don't be stubborn, we will help you." Luo Jing smiled, "Thank you, I know." After taking a long break, Luo Jing was still standing there gasping for breath, feeling that all the muscles in his body were protesting. I thought it was over, but Li Hao continued to yell and curse. "Once you've rested enough, continue." Luo Jing didn't indulge him, "I haven't rested enough, I'll take a break." Chapter 28, The Evil Ones Will Always Be Punished by the Evil Ones. Li Hao became even angrier when he saw Luo Jing's attitude. He cursed, "Luo Jing, what's your attitude? With your performance like this, you still dare to be so arrogant here?" Luo Jing looked at Li Hao coldly, thinking, "Har har, scold me as hard as you can, and scold me more." Li Hao continued, "You useless guy, you can't even run during military training, and you dare to talk back to the instructor. Who do you think you are? I tell you, if you can't finish this lap today, don't even think about going back to rest." Luo Jing listened to Li Hao's series of insults and a sneer appeared on his face. He took out a recorder from his pocket and held it up high. The sound was not loud but clear enough. "Coach Li, what you said is very interesting. Would you like to say it again? I can record it more clearly." Li Hao's face changed. He obviously didn't expect Luo Jing to be so direct. He angrily cursed, "Luo Jing, what do you mean? How dare you threaten me?" Luo Jing shrugged and said calmly, "Threat? No, I just want to make sure every word is recorded. Just in case. If you think this is not a problem, go ahead and rant." Li Hao's expression became even uglier. He obviously realized that Luo Jing was serious. He said coldly, "Luo Jing, you are not listening to the teacher's orders." Luo Jing sneered, "No, I'm defending my rights. You abused your power and insulted students. This is not what you should do. I need you to apologize to me, or we can hand this recording to the chief instructor and let him judge it." Li Hao was so angry that his eyes were blazing with fire and he almost hit Luo Jing. He clenched his fists and veins popped out on his forehead, but he finally controlled himself. He knew that if he really took action, the consequences would be even more serious. "You?" Li Hao said, gritting his teeth, but his voice lacked confidence. Luo Jing was unmoved and responded coldly, "I just want justice. You can continue to scold me and find faults, but you will bear the consequences yourself." At this point Li Hao finally realized that the student in front of him was not so easy to deal with. He tried to calm himself down, trying to regain his composure, but the anger inside him made it difficult for him to control himself. "Okay, Luo Jing, you have guts." Li Hao lowered his voice and said, "But you have to be careful, this matter will not end so easily." Luo Jing smiled disdainfully, "Then wait and see." At this time, the students nearby had been attracted and were talking about it. Li Hao's face became more and more ugly. If this matter got out, he would have no chance of continuing his work. Luo Jing looked at the students who were watching and suddenly raised his voice and said, "Everyone has seen that instructor Li abused his power and insulted the students. I was just defending myself. If anyone has suffered the same injustice as me, please come forward and we will report it to the chief instructor together." The students nodded one after another, and some even supported Luo Jing. Li Hao felt his face burning. Being stared at by so many students, he could no longer remain calm. He glared at Luo Jing indignantly and was about to turn around and leave when the chief instructor arrived. At this time, Luo Jing took out the recorder and played it to the chief instructor, reporting that Instructor Li abused his power and insulted students. The classmates also came out to testify against Instructor Li. Is this true? The chief instructor looked at Li Hao, and before he could say anything, the chief instructor spoke. Come with me. A few days later, news came from the school that Li Hao was dismissed for abuse of power and inappropriate behavior. This news caused quite a stir among the students. After hearing the news, Luo Jing was in a good mood as he was surrounded by his roommates. Luo Jing, you are so amazing! Wu Xiao exclaimed. Li Hao was finally fired. Wan Yang smiled and said, Luo Jing, you have done a great job this time. Meng Xing nodded, yes, everyone says you are a hero. Luo Jing shrugged and said with a smile, I just did what I should do. In the future, we must all face up to injustice bravely and not back down easily. My roommates nodded one after another, their eyes full of admiration. On the other side, Xu Dao was furious when he heard the news, but he couldn't do anything to Luo Jing. This incident quickly spread throughout the campus and became a hot topic among students after dinner. On the school forum, posts about Luo Jing and Instructor Li quickly topped the hot search list. Various comments emerged, some supporting Luo Jing and some lamenting the school's management problems. Luo Jing was lying on his bed in the dormitory, browsing the forum leisurely. Looking at the supportive comments, a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Look at this, Luo Jing is our hero, finally someone dares to stand up against injustice. Luo Jing read a comment and smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into a line. Wan Yang sat aside and said with a smile, you are a celebrity now, the whole school is talking about you. Wu Xiao nodded, yes, even the girls in our class are talking about you, Luo Jing, you are a big star now. Meng Xing also came over and patted Luo Jing on the shoulder. I didn't expect you to be so awesome, Luo Jing, I admire you. Luo Jing said with a smile, what's the big deal? I just did what I should do. At the same time, in Ling Xia's dormitory, Zhu Ruonan was holding a mobile phone and excitedly said to Ling Xia and Zhang Xiamen. Look, the forum is full of posts about Luo Jing. He is really amazing. Zhang Xiamen also nodded in agreement, yes, Luo Jing is really admirable this time. Ling Xia picked up her phone, opened the forum, and saw the stories of Luo Jing and Instructor Li. She felt a little worried. Luo Jing is indeed very brave, Ling Xia said, but I'm worried that he will get into more trouble because of this. Zhu Ruonan asked curiously, what are you worried about? Luo Jing is so smart, he will definitely be able to handle it. Ling Xia sighed, I know he is smart, but those who were exposed will not let him go easily, and will definitely cause trouble for him. Zhang Xiamen patted Ling Xia on the shoulder and consoled her, don't worry, Luo Jing is so resourceful, he will definitely be able to resolve it. Ling Xia nodded, but the uneasiness in her heart still could not be dispelled. She knew that although Luo Jing looked relaxed on the outside, he was under a lot of pressure. Ling Xia lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She picked up her phone and dialed Luo Jing. Hello, Xia. Luo Jing's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of confusion and surprise. Luo Jing, are you okay? I saw what happened on the forum and I'm really proud of you, but I'm also very worried about you. Ling Xia said softly, with obvious concern in her tone. Luo Jing smiled and said gently, Xia, don't worry, it's not a big deal. You know, as soon as I appeared, they immediately became scared. Chapter 29 Big Surprise. Ling Xia was amused by Luo Jing's fart, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. You are always so arrogant. But, are you really okay? Luo Jing pretended to be mysterious and said, it's really okay. If you don't believe me, just go to the window and have a look. Hearing this, Ling Xia walked to the window with some confusion, opened the curtains, and looked outside. She was surprised to see Luo Jing standing downstairs of the girls' dormitory. He looked up and waved at her, a bright smile on his face and a bouquet of flowers in his hands. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on him, highlighting his handsome face and bright eyes, making him look particularly handsome. Luo Jing wore a white t-shirt and a pair of casual jeans, simple yet youthful. A breeze blew, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He looked full of youthfulness, like a sunny boy who walked out of a comic book. Why are you here? Ling Xia asked in surprise, her face slightly flushed. Luo Jing said with a smile, I came to see you, and by the way, let you see with your own eyes whether I am intact. Ling Xia looked at Luo Jing downstairs and felt touched. She knew that Luo Jing came specially to comfort her, and she felt warm instantly. You are always like this. Ling Xia said softly, the smile on her face becoming sweeter and sweeter. Zhu Ruonan and Zhang Xiamen went to the window and saw Luo Jing standing downstairs with flowers in his hands, and they couldn't help but make a noise. Hey, Ling Xia, Luo Jing is so romantic, why don't you go down quickly? Zhu Ruonan teased. Zhang Xiamen also smiled and said, yeah, don't make them wait too long. Lin Wan watched from the side, feeling somewhat complicated. She knew that Luo Jing was Ling Xia's boyfriend, and she shouldn't have any other thoughts. But when I saw this scene, I couldn't help but feel a little envious. Ling Xia's face turned red like an apple and she glared at them, stop talking nonsense, I'll go down right now. She hurriedly changed her coat, fixed her hair, and hurried downstairs. As soon as she went out, she saw Luo Jing standing there. She felt inexplicably moved and smiled brightly. Luo Jing saw Ling Xia, walked forward with a smile, and handed her the flowers in his hand. This is for you, and by the way, congratulations on becoming the class monitor. Luo Jing, you are making such a big noise, do you want everyone in the hostess dormitory to know that you are here? Ling Xia walked up to him and gently scolded him, but there was obvious sweetness in her tone. He handed her the flowers in his hand and said with a smile, what does it matter? I am upright and I am not afraid of being seen. She took the flower, smelled it, and said with a soft look, you are always so arrogant. Luo Jing took her hand and planned to take her away, and said cheerfully, let's go for a walk. Just as she was about to leave, Ling Xia heard a whisper from behind. Luo Jing is so handsome, and is holding flowers in his hands, so romantic. Zhu Ruonan exclaimed. Yes, Ling Xia is so lucky to have such a handsome boyfriend. Zhang Xiamen agreed. Lin Wan watched silently from the side. Although she had a smile on her face, she felt a little complicated in her heart. Ling Xia's face turned even redder when she heard these comments, and she whispered, look at the trouble you've caused. Luo Jing shrugged nonchalantly, that's because they envy you, which shows that I have good taste. Ling Xia was amused by him and started laughing. She patted him lightly and said, you are really hopeless. Luo Jing laughed, held her hand tightly, and led her to the school gate. After leaving the campus, Ling Xia asked curiously as they walked, Luo Jing, where are you taking me? Luo Jing smiled mysteriously, just follow me, there is a surprise waiting for you. Ling Xia looked at him doubtfully, are you playing some prank again? He pretended to be innocent and said, how is that possible? I am a decent person. A serious person. With your cocky look, I really don't believe it. Ling Xia, your words hurt my heart. I have prepared something very special for you. If you continue to doubt me like this, I will not take you with me. Unexpectedly, Ling Xia said nonchalantly, if you don't want to go, then don't go. Who cares? Unexpectedly, Luo Jing's eyes turned, and he suddenly slowed down his pace and whispered, okay, I'll go by myself. You go back. Ling Xia panicked when she heard this, and quickly grabbed Luo Jing, hey, no, I was just kidding. Can't I go with you? Luo Jing laughed loudly, that's good. Come on, follow me. Along the way, the two of them kept bickering and the atmosphere was very pleasant. After walking for a while, Luo Jing brought Ling Xia to a high-end looking apartment building. Ling Xia looked at the apartment building, feeling somewhat puzzled. Luo Jing, what are we doing here? Luo Jing smiled mysteriously, you'll know when you get up there. Ling Xia hesitated for a moment, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Luo Jing, you don't want to take me to a hotel, do you? Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ling Xia, what are you thinking about? How could I be so uncultured? Ling Xia blushed slightly, and said doubtfully, then where are you taking me? Then Luo Jing took her hand and said confidently, come with me, I promise you will like it. They took the elevator to the top floor, and Luo Jing took out a bunch of keys and handed them to Ling Xia. Ling Xia took the key and asked in confusion, what is this? Luo Jing smiled mysteriously, you will know soon. They walked to a door on the top floor, and Luo Jing motioned Ling Xia to open the door with the key. Ling Xia followed his instructions and inserted the key. With a slight turn, the door opened. The moment the door opened, Ling Xia was surprised to find that there was a beautifully decorated apartment inside. The spacious and bright living room has a comfortable sofa and floor-to-ceiling windows with a panoramic view of the city. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, making it particularly warm. Ling Xia's eyes widened, and she asked in disbelief, "Luo Jing, where is this?" And he said with a smile, "This is your new home." Ling Xia was even more confused. "My new home? What are you talking about?" He scratched his head and said casually, "Actually, I made my first money during the summer vacation and wanted to give you a surprise. So I bought this house in full. Do you like it?" Ling Xia was so shocked by these words that she was speechless. She looked at the beautifully decorated apartment in front of her and was deeply moved. "Luo Jing, how is this possible? Why would you suddenly buy such a big house for me?" Ling Xia quickly shook her head. "This is too valuable. I can't accept it." Unexpectedly, Luo Jing took her hand and said gently, Xia, this is not an expensive gift, but my love for you. You have been working so hard, I don't want you to worry about the trivialities of life anymore." Chapter 30, Giving Gifts and Getting Scolded. Ling Xia was moved by Luo Jing's sincere eyes, but she still felt that the gift was too heavy. "Luo Jing, I know you are doing this for my own good, but this house is too valuable. I cannot accept such a big gift." Ling Xia still refused. He smiled slightly, Xia, I bought this house for you, not for you to feel burdened. It makes you feel warm and at ease. Come, I'll show you around." He took Ling Xia by the hand and led her through the spacious and bright living room to the exquisitely decorated kitchen. Pointing to the fully equipped kitchen utensils, he said, "This is the kitchen. You can cook your favorite dishes here." Ling Xia looked at the clean and tidy kitchen and felt warm in her heart, but she was still a little hesitant. Luo Jing continued to show her around the house, and they came to the master bedroom, which was warmly decorated. The color of the curtains and bedding are particularly well matched. "This is the master bedroom. Look at this bed. How comfortable it is." Luo Jing patted the mattress and said with a smile. Ling Xia sat on the edge of the bed, feeling the softness and elasticity of the mattress, and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Then, Luo Jing took her to the study, where the bookshelves were filled with books, as well as a spacious desk and comfortable chairs. "This is the study room, where you can read and write quietly," Luo Jing said. Finally, Luo Jing took Ling Xia to the large terrace, where there were several lounge chairs and a small table, and green plants were planted around. Ling Xia stood on the terrace, overlooking the night view of the city, with surprise glittering in her eyes. "This terrace is so beautiful." Ling Xia couldn't help but sigh. He smiled and said, Xia, everything here is prepared for you, so do you like it?" Ling Xia looked at him, her heart filled with emotion, but she couldn't help but say, "Luo Jing, this is really too expensive, I can't accept it." Luo Jing smiled slyly and said casually, "You have collected all the keys, so this house is yours, isn't it?" Ling Xia's eyes widened, "Luo Jing, don't joke around. We can't be so casual about such a big thing." He chuckled and said, "I'm not kidding. Xia, you just need to sign this contract, and this house will officially belong to you." He pulled out a housing contract from behind his back and handed it to Ling Xia. Ling Xia looked at the contract in shock and shook her head repeatedly, "No, Luo Jing, I really can't accept such a big gift." Seeing that she didn't accept it, Luo Jing pretended to be angry and said, Xia, you don't trust me. If you don't sign, I will be angry." Ling Xia looked at him helplessly, "Why are you so ridiculous?" The next second, Luo Jing's eyes turned and he said with a smile, "How about this? If you sign, I promise to listen to you in everything in the future, how about it?" Ling Xia hesitated for a moment, still feeling somewhat resistant. However, looking at Luo Jing's eyes, she finally picked up the pen and signed her name on the contract. "Okay, I'll sign it," Ling Xia said, tears in her eyes, moved but also a little angry. Luo Jing smiled happily, walked up to hug Ling Xia and said, Xia, this house is your home now. We can spend a wonderful time here together in the future." Ling Xia felt Luo Jing's warmth, and her heart was moved even more. At the same time, she said helplessly, "You are always such a rogue." Luo Jing said with a wicked smile, "That's because I like you, so I'm so shameless." Ling Xia was amused and laughed, patting Luo Jing on the back gently. "Okay, I accept your kindness. But you can't act like this again in the future." Luo Jing said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will listen to you in the future. Ling Xia's heart was filled with sweetness when she heard him say this. The two stood on the terrace, overlooking the night view of the city, enjoying the quiet time. Although Ling Xia still felt a little uneasy, she knew that with Luo Jing by her side, everything would be better. Ling Xia took out her phone, took a photo of herself and the key, and posted it to her moments, with a short caption. A new beginning, a new home. The two were resting on the sofa when Ling Xia's cell phone rang. She looked down and saw that it was her father calling. Her heart suddenly tightened. Only then did he remember that he had not blocked his father. Luo Jing also noticed something and signaled her to answer the call. She answered the phone, her voice trembling, "Dad." Ling's father's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ling Xia, what's the matter with your circle of friends? Where did you get the house?" Ling Xia quickly explained, "Dad, this was given to me by Luo Jing, he." Father Ling didn't even give her a chance to finish and interrupted her. "What? Luo Jing? He's a student, where does he get the money to buy a house?" Ling Xia tried to calm her father down. "Dad, you misunderstood. Luo Jing earned his money with his own ability, and he would never dare to do a task that violates the law." Father Ling snorted coldly, "No, I have to have a good talk with him. Give him the phone number. I want to ask him in person." Ling Xia had no choice but to hand the phone to Luo Jing. "It's my dad, he's very angry." Luo Jing picked up the phone and was about to speak when Ling's father started asking questions. "Luo Jing, what's wrong with you? How can you, a student, get the money to buy a house?" Luo Jing patiently explained, "Uncle, this is the money I earned with my own ability. I want to give this house to Ling Xia." Father Ling didn't believe Luo Jing's explanation at all and continued to question. "How can you afford a house with your limited ability?" Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Luo Jing could only continue to explain, "I bought this house through formal channels, and the money I earned was clean." "Stop lying. How can a college student like you afford a house?" Luo Jing tried his best to remain calm. "Uncle, I am sincere to Ling Xia, and I also want to give her a good life. It's okay for me to work hard to earn money and buy a house." Ling's father was relentless. "You are still a student, what are you talking about? Who knows what illegal things you have done?" Luo Jing felt helpless, but he still tried his best to control his emotions. "Uncle, I'm not afraid of being checked. If you don't believe me, I can show you my bank statements later." Father Ling sneered, "Stop bluffing. Who would believe you with your ability? I'll have someone check it out. If they find anything, I won't show any mercy. I'll personally send you in when the time comes." After saying that, Ling's father hung up the phone angrily. Ling Xia looked at Luo Jing's face and asked anxiously, "Luo Jing, are you okay?" "My dad is just worried that I was cheated. He didn't mean to target you." Chapter 31 Father-in-law is mighty. Luo Jing smiled slightly and patted her head gently. "I know, Xia, he is doing this for your own good. But he really wronged me this time." Seeing Luo Jing's complicated expression, Ling Xia thought he was really angry, and hurriedly said, "I'm really sorry, Luo Jing. My dad is that kind of person, he speaks his mind, and he didn't mean to embarrass you. Can you please not be angry, okay?" Luo Jing looked at her without answering immediately. Instead, he took out his cell phone and lowered his head to operate something. When Ling Xia saw him take out his phone, her heart tightened, thinking that Luo Jing was really angry, so she approached him cautiously with a nervous look on her face. "Luo Jing, what are you doing?" Her voice was soft, as if she was afraid to alarm the angry beast. Luo Jing deliberately didn't say anything, but just continued to look down at his phone with a barely perceptible smile on his face. Ling Xia saw that Luo Jing ignored her, and she felt even more uneasy. "Luo Jing, don't be like this, can you tell me what you are doing? I'm really worried that you will be angry." Luo Jing finally raised his head and looked at her with a sly smile on his face. Xia, you are so afraid that I will be angry, is it because you care about me too much?" Ling Xia was stunned for a moment, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she was so nervous that she couldn't even speak clearly. Who cares about you? I'm just afraid of you, afraid of you." Halfway through her speech, she suddenly realized that she had been teased by Luo Jing, and immediately glared at him angrily. "Luo Jing, you bully me again." Luo Jing burst into laughter, put down his phone, and pinched her cheek. "Who told you to be so cute? I couldn't help it." Her face turned even redder, and she angrily slapped Luo Jing's hand away. You are the cute one. You are getting worse and worse. Luo Jing approached her with a smile and whispered, Xia, don't you know that you look cuter when you're angry? Ling Xia blushed even more after hearing what he said, and turned away hastily, not wanting to look at Luo Jing's face that made her heart beat faster. She tried to calm herself down, but her heart was still beating like a deer. When Luo Jing saw Ling Xia like this, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He reached out and gently put his arm around Ling Xia's shoulders, saying softly, all right, I'm not angry. I understand Uncle's worry, and I'll find a chance to explain it to him. Ling Xia snuggled in Luo Jing's arms, feeling his warmth, and the uneasiness in her heart gradually subsided. Xia, how about I take you back to the dormitory? It's getting late. Luo Jing said gently, with a hint of reluctance in his voice. Ling Xia nodded. Although she was reluctant to leave this warm new home, she knew that it was indeed getting late. The two of them calmed down, walked out of the apartment hand in hand, and took the elevator back to the first floor. Walking out of the apartment door, the night breeze blew gently, and Ling Xia trembled slightly. Luo Jing noticed her coldness and quickly took off his coat and put it on her shoulders, with a warm smile on his face. Be careful not to catch a cold, Xia. Ling Xia looked down at the coat draped over her shoulders, feeling a surge of warmth in her heart, and said softly, thank you, Luo Jing. Luo Jing smiled, put his arm around her shoulders and led her towards the school. Along the way, they talked and laughed, as if the tense atmosphere just now had never existed. Back downstairs in the dormitory, Luo Jing gently held Ling Xia's hand and said in a teasing tone, Xia, the night is really beautiful tonight, but it can't compare to you. Ling Xia's cheeks turned slightly red after hearing this, and she pretended to be angry and said, why do you always say such slick words? Luo Jing pretended to be wronged and said, I am telling the truth, don't you like to hear it? She glared at him and said with a smile, who would like to listen to your nonsense? Luo Jing laughed and gently squeezed her hand. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's go up quickly. Ling Xia nodded, took a deep breath, looked into Luo Jing's eyes, and said softly, Luo Jing, thank you so much. Also, I'm sorry about what happened today, my father. Luo Jing interrupted her and said gently, no need to apologize anymore, Xia. I know he did it for you. I will make him believe me as soon as possible. Ling Xia looked at him gratefully, then stood on tiptoe and gave him a light kiss on the cheek. She turned around quickly and ran into the dormitory building, leaving Luo Jing standing there with a surprised look on his face. Luo Jing touched the kissed cheek and whispered to himself, little rabbit, you are so bold tonight. After returning to the dormitory, Ling Xia couldn't help laughing, her face still slightly red from kissing Luo Jing just now. She sat on the edge of the bed, took out her cell phone, and saw the message from Luo Jing. Her heart beat faster. Your father's aura just now was really scary. I almost thought I was going to be sent to the police station. When Ling Xia saw the message, she couldn't help laughing out loud, and she quickly typed a reply. Don't talk nonsense all the time. My dad is just worried about me. He's not that scary. Not long after, Luo Jing's reply came again, with the same teasing as always. My father-in-law is more ferocious than the tigers on TV, but I'm not afraid. After all, I'm the future son-in-law. When Ling Xia saw these words, her cheeks instantly turned red. She stared at the phone screen in shame and anger, muttering softly, this person is getting better and better at talking nonsense. She took a deep breath and pressed the voice button. My dad is not your father-in-law. Don't be so self-indulgent. After Ling Xia sent the voice message, the blush on her face had not yet faded. She was about to put down her phone when she heard a burst of laughter from behind. Lin Wan, Zhu Ruonan and Zhang Xiamen were crowded beside her bed, each laughing as if they had overheard some big secret. Ling Xia, who are you talking to on the phone? You're so sweet. Zhu Ruonan spoke first, her eyes sparkling, and she was obviously curious about the content of the voice chat. Zhang Xiamen came over with a teasing look on his face and said in a serious tone, Hey, I just heard someone say father-in-law. Isn't there a story behind this? Lin Wan smiled and shook her head, then sighed in a mature manner, Hey, Ling Xia, you kept it a secret for real. The three of us are almost confused. Ling Xia was caught off guard by this sudden interrogation. She scratched her head awkwardly and tried to suppress the heat on her face. Don't think too much, it's really no big deal. Zhu Ruonan pretended to be skeptical, with his hands on his hips, his eyes full of teasing. No big deal. But your tone just now didn't sound like it was no big deal. Chapter 32 Forced Confession. Even Jiang Xiamen joined in the forced confession, moving closer. Yes, Ling Xia, we are all your closest roommates, just tell the truth. Ling Xia knew that he couldn't escape, so he had to explain what happened. He whispered, actually, Luo Jing, he bought me a house. Zhu Ruonan and Jiang Xiamen's eyes widened and they shouted in unison, what? Buy a house? Lin Wan couldn't help but ask in surprise, Luo Jing bought you a house? What's going on? Ling Xia lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. He explained in a low voice, he made his first money during the summer vacation, and then he bought a house, and my name was on the property deed. Zhu Ruonan was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Oh my god, Luo Jing is too crazy. How did he do it? Jiang Xiamen was also full of disbelief. Ling Xia, this is too much. Earning a house during the summer vacation. How is this possible? Lin Wan was somewhat happy for Ling Xia, but for some reason, she also felt a little jealous. At this time Ling Xia quickly explained, actually, I was also surprised, but he really put in a lot of effort. I didn't want to accept it at first, but he kept persuading me that it was his intention for me. Zhu Ruonan sighed, one apartment, tut. I'm afraid Luo Jing risked his life for it. Jiang Xiamen suddenly gave a wicked smile and then said, Ling Xia, just admit it. What is your relationship with Luo Jing? The way he treats you is definitely more than just a friend, right? When Lin Wan heard their conversation, her eyes became complicated. Yes, Ling Xia, Luo Jing is so nice to you, what is your relationship? Lin Wan asked curiously. Ling Xia's cheeks turned slightly red as she was asked so many questions, and she lowered her head and stammered. We are just ordinary friends, right? Zhu Ruonan insisted, ordinary friends. Have you ever seen ordinary friends buy a house for each other? And put the property certificate in your name? Ling Xia raised his head, revealing a helpless expression. Well, he is my childhood friend. We grew up together and have always had a good relationship. Jiang Xiamen gave a wicked smile. Childhood friends. Such close childhood friends are rare. Can you tell us your story? Ling Xia thought about it, and a smile of reminiscence appeared on his face. Let me think about it, there are indeed many interesting things. I remember when we were in elementary school, I was bullied by a boy from the next class. Luo Jing rushed to help me, but was pushed to the ground by the boy. Later, Luo Jing ran to the teacher crying and complained, and the boy was severely criticized by the teacher. Zhu Ruonan and Jiang Xiamen burst into laughter when they heard this, and Zhu Ruonan even slapped the table and said, Har, I didn't expect that Luo Jing had already fallen in love with you when he was a child. Ling Xia went on to say, another time, we were playing outside our house after school, and I accidentally fell down, and my knee was bleeding. After Luo Jing saw this, he ran home and got a band-aid, and he helped me put it on while crying. At the time, he also said, Ling Xia, don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Wan was somewhat moved by what she heard, and said softly, Luo Jing has been caring about you so much since you were a child, it's really special. Jiang Xiamen at the side couldn't help but joked, Ling Xia, it seems that Luo Jing has had a special liking for you since childhood. She smiled sheepishly, maybe, but we've always been just good friends. Zhu Ruonan raised her eyebrows and said, what happened after you graduated from the college entrance examination? Did anything more special happen? The blush on Ling Xia's face deepened, and she spoke a little embarrassedly. Well, actually, on the day of the college entrance examination, our class had a party and I got drunk. Jiang Xiamen's eyes lit up. Oh? Then what happened? What happened after you got drunk? She lowered her head and hesitated. Then I secretly took the household registration book from home, and even asked Luo Jing to marry him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ruonan and Jiang Xiamen's eyes widened instantly and their mouths couldn't close. Zhu Ruonan said excitedly, oh my god. You actually have such a thing. It's so exciting. Jiang Xiamen, who was standing next to him, covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. Ling Xia, you're drunk and still thinking about getting married, that's really interesting. Even Lin Wan was amused, but a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. What happened next? Did you really get married? Hearing this, Ling Xia blushed and quickly shook her head. Of course not. Luo Jing also drank a little at the time. But he was still conscious, and he took me home. When I woke up the next day, he was still waiting at my door. Ju Ruonan laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Luo Jing is such a good man. He didn't take advantage of you, but instead sent you home and waited for you to wake up. If this isn't love, I wouldn't believe it. Jiang Xiamen also agreed. Yes, Ling Xia, the two of you have such a deep relationship, why didn't you get together earlier? This touched their heart. Ling Xia smiled helplessly. Maybe we are too familiar with each other, so we have never broken through that layer of window paper. Lin Wan was a little envious and said softly, Ling Xia, sometimes, the best love starts with friendship. Ling Xia didn't know what to say and was very conflicted. The topic was dropped like that. The next day, the school celebration started in a few days. Ling Xia was still in a daze when Ju Ruonan's voice woke her up. Ling Xia, get up quickly. We still have to rehearse for the school anniversary in the next few days, we have to go early to get a good seat. Ling Xia rubbed her sleepy eyes, her eyes still a little dazed. What time is it? Lin Wan came over and patted her shoulder gently. It's already 10:30, hurry up and get up, you still have to put on makeup after breakfast. Jiang Xiamen was tidying up her hair, and turned back and said with a smile, yes, today is a big day, maybe Luo Jing will come to see you. When Ling Xia heard Luo Jing's name, she immediately sobered up and a blush appeared on her face. Don't talk nonsense, he won't give any surprises. Ju Ruonan, who was standing by, came over with a mysterious look on her face and said with a smile, we heard that Luo Jing has been secretly practicing guitar recently. Maybe it's just for the performance for you today. Ling Xia blushed immediately, and quickly jumped up from the bed, changing the subject, you guys are the ones, what are you going to perform today? Lin Wan smiled and said, actually, I am also going to be on stage today. Luo Jing wrote a song for me and he taught me how to sing it yesterday. Ju Ruonan and Jiang Xiamen immediately became interested and said in unison, really? Sing it for us? Lin Wan smiled shyly, walked to the corner of the dormitory and picked up her guitar. Okay, I'll sing a song for you. Chapter 33 Sing a Song. She sat on a chair, gently plucked the strings of the guitar, tuned it skillfully, and then sang Xiaoqiu in a gentle voice. When you walk into this happy place, carrying all your dreams and thoughts on your back, with different faces and different kinds of makeup, no one will remember what you look like. After 3 rounds of drinks, you were in the corner, stubbornly singing bitter songs, listening to him being drowned in the noise. You picked up the wine glass and said to yourself, 1 cup to my hometown, 1 cup to the distant place, guarding my kindness and urging me to grow. Her voice is clear and flows with the melody, as if she pours all her emotions into the singing, which is intoxicating. The song was still lingering, and the melody of Xiaoqiu seemed to still echo in the air of the dormitory. Ling Xia, Ju Ruonan and Jiang Xiamen were all immersed in that emotional atmosphere and did not come back to their senses for a long time. It's really beautiful, Lin Wan. Your performance this time will definitely be a great success. Ling Xia admired sincerely, and felt proud of Luo Jing's talent. Ju Ruonan nodded and smiled. Yes, Luo Jing can not only write good songs, but also find excellent singers like Lin Wan to sing them. Jiang Xiamen teased, but, Ling Xia, you have to be careful. Maybe when he teaches Lin Wan to sing, he will develop feelings for her. Lin Wan's cheeks flushed slightly when Jiang Xiamen said this, and she waved her hands quickly. Don't talk nonsense, Luo Jing just taught me to sing very carefully, nothing else. Ling Xia couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I have confidence in Luo Jing, he won't do anything rash. Ju Ruonan looked at Ling Xia with a sly look on his face, and said mysteriously, who knows, if you don't cherish it. Ling Xia felt nervous after hearing this and quickly changed the subject. By the way, I don't think I have told you about the performance for today's school anniversary. As he spoke, Ling Xia picked up a rehearsal list from the desk and spread it out on the bed. Several girls immediately came over and looked at the names on the list with great interest. Wow, Ling Xia, you're actually going to perform with other boys. This is big news. Jiang Xiamen was the first to shout, her voice full of surprise. Ju Ruonan also took a closer look, squinting her eyes and smiling. Wait, this boy's name seems familiar. Ju Zi? Is he the Ju Zi in our department who always calls himself the grandpa of the department? The cell phone suddenly vibrated on the table, interrupting their discussion. Ding dong. Ling Xia glanced at the screen and saw a WeChat message. When she saw that the sender was Zhu Ziyi, her heart immediately tightened. She stood up and said to her roommates, "Wait a minute, I'll go check the message first." She walked to the window with her phone, turned her back to her roommates, opened WeChat, and saw the message from Zhu Ziyi. "Ms. Ling, do we have time to rehearse tomorrow afternoon? I think we still need to work together a little bit to ensure a smooth performance." Ling Xia bit her lower lip, feeling a little hesitant. In fact, she was not very willing to be alone with Zhu Ziyi, always feeling that he was a little uncomfortable. But she didn't want her refusal to affect the entire performance. She hesitated for a while, thinking about how to politely refuse, when her phone vibrated again. Zhu Ziyi seemed to have guessed her thoughts and sent another message. "I know you may feel that time is tight, but this school anniversary performance is very important to me, and I really hope to present the best results with you." Seeing Zhu Ziyi's words, Ling Xia's heart couldn't help but soften. She thought about how much Zhu Ziyi valued the performance and didn't want to appear too indifferent, so she finally decided to agree to his request. "Okay, let's rehearse together tomorrow afternoon." Soon, Zhu Ziyi's reply arrived, his tone full of gratitude. "Great. I will definitely prepare well. See you tomorrow afternoon." Ling Xia sighed softly, put the phone back in his pocket, feeling a little uneasy, and turned back to the bed. She had a helpless smile on her face and looked at the curious eyes of her three roommates, knowing that they must have heard some noise. Zhu Ruonan stared at her without blinking and asked excitedly, "Who sent the message? Judging from your expression, is there something big going on?" Ling Xia shook her head helplessly and told them about the conversation she had just had with Zhu Ziyi. After hearing this, Zhu Ruonan and Zhang Xiamen immediately revealed a gossipy look on their faces. "Ling Xia, you actually want to rehearse alone with Zhu Ziyi? This is big news." Zhang Xiamen said this in a deliberately exaggerated tone. "Yeah, that guy Zhu Ziyi, isn't he trying to take this opportunity to get close to you?" Zhu Ruonan teased with a smile, her eyes flashing with a cunning light. Ling Xia blushed at what they said, and quickly explained, "Don't let your imagination run wild. We are just rehearsing a play for the school anniversary performance." The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and Ling Xia arrived at the school's rehearsal room at the agreed time. She was still a little nervous and always felt uncomfortable being alone with Zhu Ziyi. In the rehearsal room, Zhu Ziyi had arrived early. He was sitting on a chair, looking down and sorting out the script in his hands. Today, Zhu Ziyi wore a light grey casual suit jacket and a pair of fitted jeans, looking casual. His slightly curly black hair looked well groomed, and he still looked as radiant as ever. Seeing Ling Xia walk in, Zhu Ziyi immediately stood up with a warm smile on his face. "Ling Xia, you're here. Good morning." Ling Xia smiled slightly and nodded, "Good morning, Zhu Ziyi." Zhu Ziyi approached her and said gently, "Today's rehearsal is mainly to familiarize ourselves with the lines and some key movements. I hope we can complete it smoothly." Ling Xia nodded gently, trying to keep a calm tone. "Okay, let's get started." They walked to the center of the rehearsal room and began today's rehearsal. Xia deliberately kept a certain distance, trying not to appear too nervous. She knew that she needed to focus on her lines and actions, not other things. During the rehearsal, Zhu Ziyi was very serious and spoke every line clearly and with full emotion. Ling Xia also tried her best to immerse herself in the role and put her emotions into the lines. Although there was not much communication between the two, their tacit understanding gradually emerged. Zhu Ziyi tried to get closer to Ling Xia several times, but she easily avoided him every time. She always kept a proper distance and didn't let Zhu Ziyi have too much contact with her. Zhu Ziyi seemed to have noticed Ling Xia's defensiveness. Although he felt a little disappointed, he still tried his best to keep smiling. "You performed very well, Ling Xia. We will definitely succeed." After the rehearsal, Zhu Ziyi praised sincerely. Ling Xia smiled slightly and responded politely, "Thank you, Zhu Ziyi. You performed very well too." Zhu Ziyi's eyes were filled with anticipation. "I hope we can have a perfect performance at the school anniversary performance." Ling Xia nodded gently, "Yes, we will." Chapter 34 Uncomfortable. After the rehearsal, Ling Xia immediately packed up her things and prepared to leave. She felt a little relieved. Although today's rehearsal went smoothly, she still felt a little uncomfortable being alone with Zhu Ziyi. Zhu Ziyi saw Ling Xia was about to leave, and quickly said, "Ling Xia, are you going back? Do you want me to give you a ride?" Ling Xia waved her hands quickly and said with a smile, "No, thank you, Zhu Ziyi. I can go back by myself. The smile on Zhu Ziyi's face was a little forced, but he still nodded. Okay, be careful on the road. See you tomorrow. Ling Xia said goodbye with a smile, then quickly walked out of the rehearsal room. She felt that she needed some time to relax, as the rehearsal just now made her feel a little depressed. After returning to the dormitory building, Ling Xia just opened the door and was shocked by the scene in front of her. Lin Wan, Zhu Ruonan and Zhang Xiamen, 3 girls, gathered together in a panic as if they had seen something terrible, and were muttering something to their cell phone screens. Seeing Ling Xia come in, the 3 of them immediately raised their heads, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. Ling Xia. Zhu Ruonan was the first to rush over, grabbing Ling Xia's hand and asking excitedly, "Where on earth have you been? Do you know what happened?" Ling Xia was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "I just came back from the rehearsal room." "What happened to you? It looks like something big happened." Zhang Xiamen came over with a look of disbelief, holding a mobile phone in her hand. "There seemed to be a post on the screen, look at this." Ling Xia took the phone, looked down, and was instantly dumbfounded. It turned out to be a post on the school forum with the title clearly stated. "The school belle and the school hunk perform together, it's a match made in heaven." She scrolled through the screen and saw a post with several photos of her and Zhu Ziyi in the rehearsal room. Judging from the photos, she and Zhu Zijin looked at each other affectionately, as if they were acting out a touching scene in the drama. There are also a few photos of the 2 of them discussing the lines together, and Zhu Ziyi's smile and her attentive listening expression are captured clearly. What's going on?" Ling Xia asked in surprise, her face slightly flushed. Lin Wan whispered, "We don't know who took the photo, but once this post came out, it went viral throughout the school." Ling Xia's face immediately turned red, and he quickly explained, "We were just rehearsing a play together, it's not what you think." Lin Wan patted her shoulder gently and said softly, "Don't worry, Ling Xia, we believe you. But you have to admit that this post is really a bit special." Ling Xia sighed helplessly, feeling somewhat powerless. Really, who is so bored to take these photos and post them on the forum? At this time, in the boys' dormitory on the other side, Luo Jing was lying lazily on the bed, holding a novel in his hand, but his eyes glanced at the mobile phone screen from time to time, obviously waiting for news from someone. His roommate Wu Ziya suddenly rushed in with an excited look on his face, holding a cell phone in his hand. "Luo Jing, look at this. There's explosive news about Ling Xia on the school forum." When Luo Jing heard Ling Xia, he immediately sat up, raised his eyebrows, and asked calmly, "What explosive news? You said it so mysteriously." Wu Ziya handed him the phone, and the screen showed the post from Ling Xia and Zhu Ziyi just now. Luo Jing's eyes suddenly became sharp. He stared at the photos, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. In the photo, Ling Xia and Zhu Ziyi are in the rehearsal room, seemingly performing an affectionate scene against each other. Ling Xia's focused expression and gentle smile made them look like a real couple. In one photo in particular, Zhu Ziyi seemed to be gently holding Ling Xia's shoulders, with a focused expression. A match made in heaven. What the hell is this? Luo Jing cursed in his heart, and the smile on his face became a little stiff. Meng Xing stood aside and frowned. "Luo Jing, you have to be careful, Zhu Ziyi is not a simple guy." Luo Jing stared at the photo, frowning, feeling unhappy. This sissy Zhu Ziyi actually dared to stick to my Ling Xia like this. He flipped through the posts a few more times and saw the comments from netizens. Most of them said that Ling Xia and Zhu Ziyi looked like a match made in heaven, and some even suggested that they should act in idol dramas. A match made in heaven. I haven't even been so narcissistic as to say that Ling Xia and I are a match made in heaven. Luo Jing was indignant. Just when Luo Jing was about to throw his phone in anger, Wu Ziya winked and said, "Luo Jing, look at your Ling Xia and Zhu Ziyi, aren't you going to do anything?" Luo Jing's expression became more and more ugly. He glanced at Wu Ziya coldly, but he was thinking quickly about countermeasures in his heart. At this time, Zhu Jihao came over from the side. He is an internet expert who likes to hang out on school forums. He is well versed in gossip and internet operations. "Luo Jing, don't worry. I just read this post and it doesn't seem right." As Zhu Jihao spoke, he tapped the screen of his mobile phone with a serious expression. When Luo Jing heard this, he frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Zhu Jihao showed his phone to Luo Jing, pointed out the time the post was published and the number of top posts, and analyzed. this post was published very recently, but the number of top posts is very large, and there are many traces of water army in the comment area. I think this post is very likely bought by someone on purpose. Wu Ziyao was immediately excited when he heard this, bought it. This is interesting. Luo Jing, do you think Zhu Zi did it himself? Could he be trying to use this opportunity to hype himself up? Luo Jing narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and then sneered, Zhu Zi, this guy, usually looks quite gentle, but I didn't expect that he is quite good at playing these little tricks. Zhu Zihao nodded, then should we fight back? Or should I hack this post and delete it from the forum? Luo Jing pondered for a moment and shook his head, no, it's too easy to do so, and I don't want to let him get away with it so easily. A sly light flashed in his eyes, and he picked up his cell phone. He flipped through some photos of himself and Ling Xia, a sly smile appearing on his face. Since Zhu Zi likes to play these little tricks, let's play with him. As Luo Jing spoke, he selected some photos that he thought were the most handsome, especially those with Ling Xia. In every photo, he and Ling Xia looked intimate. Seeing Luo Jing smirk, Wu Ziyao couldn't help but joked, hey, Luo Jing, you really came prepared. These photos are full of dog food. Chapter 35 New Beautiful Instructor. Luo Jing smiled proudly, of course, this is the most beautiful memory of Ling Xia and I. Since I want to post it as a top post, of course I have to use the best photos. Zhu Zihao looked at Luo Jing's operation and clicked his tongue twice. So what are you going to do? Just post these photos on the forum. Luo Jing shook his head and showed a sly smile, no, we have to be more clever. He sent a few photos he had selected to Zhu Zihao, and attached a message. Zhu Zihao, please help me put these photos on the cover with the name of a true match made in heaven. Zhu Zihao took the phone and looked at the photos carefully, his eyes full of appreciation. Luo Jing, you and Ling Xia really look like a perfect match in these photos. Now, Zhu Zi won't be able to be so proud anymore. Luo Jing smiled slightly, with a hint of confidence in his eyes, of course, the only true match made in heaven is Ling Xia and I. Seeing that the photos I carefully selected were quickly pushed to the popular position on the forum by Zhu Zihao, the jealousy in my heart finally subsided a little. Seeing himself and Ling Xia in the photo, Luo Jing couldn't help but smile smugly. That's good now. No matter how hard Zhu Zi tries, he can't beat me. Luo Jing thought. Wu Ziyao clapped and cheered, saying with a smile. Well done, Luo Jing. Zhu Zi must be so embarrassed now. Luo Jing nodded, but he was still a little worried, so he decided to call Ling Xia directly to see what was going on over there. After Zhu Zihao uploaded the photo to the forum, it immediately became a popular post, with the caption, a true match made in heaven. Luo Jing and Ling Xia's sweet moment. As soon as these photos came out, they immediately attracted the attention of countless students, and the comment section of the forum instantly exploded. Oh my god, this is truly a match made in heaven. Luo Jing and Ling Xia are a perfect match. These photos are so sweet. I'm almost tortured to death looking at them. Luo Jing and Ling Xia are a better match, they just feel different when they are together. Luo Jing was in a good mood after seeing these comments, and quickly called Ling Xia. At this time, Ling Xia had just explained the forum matter to her roommates. She was just breathing a sigh of relief when her cell phone suddenly rang. When she saw the caller ID showed it was Luo Jing, her heart tightened slightly and she immediately picked up the phone. Hello, Luo Jing. Ling Xia's voice was a little cautious. She knew that Luo Jing must have called because of something on the forum. Xia, aren't you going to explain? Luo Jing's voice was full of jealousy, and it sounded like he had suffered great injustice. Ling Xia couldn't help laughing when she heard Luo Jing's jealous words. She quickly explained, Luo Jing, don't get me wrong. Zhu Zi and I are just rehearsing a play together. It's really not as complicated as you think. Luo Jing's brows were still furrowed, and there was a hint of questioning in his tone, then why do those photos look so intimate? Ling Xia felt helpless, but she knew Luo Jing had a strong possessiveness, so she quickly comforted him. Luo Jing, that was just a problem with the camera angle. I kept my distance from him during rehearsal. We were not as close as you saw. When Luo Jing heard Ling Xia say this, the jealousy in his heart subsided a little. But he was still somewhat dissatisfied, but when he heard Ling Xia's voice with a hint of coquettishness, his anger instantly disappeared by half. Okay, next time if you rehearse with him alone, remember to tell me in advance. Ling Xia burst out laughing, with a helpless and doting tone. Luo Jing, you are so narrow-minded. Okay, next time I will tell you in advance. Ling Xia felt Luo Jing's tenderness, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She smiled and said, okay, Luo Jing. To express my apology, I will treat you to a meal tomorrow, how about that? Luo Jing pretended to think for a moment, then smiled and said, well, it's a good idea to let you treat us. However, I still think it would be better if I treat you. The two chatted for a while and finally hung up the phone with a relaxed laugh. The next morning, there was a gentle breeze on the playground. Luo Jing and his roommates arrived at the playground early, waiting for the arrival of the new instructor. The four of them stood together, wearing neat camouflage uniforms and looking energetic. Luo Jing put his hands in his trouser pockets, with a hint of expectation and doubt between his brows. What do you think the new instructor will be like? Wu Xiao asked curiously while looking around. Zhu Zhihao was holding a book he had just borrowed from the library. He looked up at Luo Jing and pushed his glasses up on his nose. Maybe he's a particularly strict old instructor. Mengxing is the most muscular of the four. He usually looks indifferent, but now he also joins the discussion. I hope the instructor can relax a little. The last time he was too harsh, it's time for us to relax. Luo Jing smiled. He didn't have such high expectations for the instructor. As long as he didn't encounter an instructor who targeted him like the last one, it would be fine. I don't care, as long as you stop targeting me. Luo Jing said lazily, but his eyes inadvertently glanced towards the entrance of the playground, looking forward to the appearance of the new instructor. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, the sound of light footsteps was heard. The four of them turned their heads at the same time and saw a young female instructor walking into the playground. She is tall, with a curvy figure, and her fair skin glows warmly in the sun. She was wearing a slim-fitting camouflage uniform, with a pronounced waistline and a curvy figure, making her look heroic as she walked. Wow! Wu Xiao exclaimed softly, hardly daring to blink, she is such a beautiful instructor. Luo Jing couldn't help but take a few more glances. The new instructor was much younger and more beautiful than he expected. She has long black hair, neatly tied into a high ponytail, and her bright eyes sparkle with a capable look. Hello, students. I am your new instructor, Instructor Lin. She said in a clear voice. Instructor Lin walked to the front of the team and glanced around, seeming to get to know every student. There was a scrutiny in her eyes, but it was not cold, but rather kind. Luo Jing looked at her, an evil smile unconsciously appeared on his lips, and he decided to play a little joke. He deliberately whispered to Wu Xiao beside him, you say, with such a beautiful instructor, will she treat our training as a fashion show? After hearing this, Wu Xiao couldn't help but laugh softly, and Mengxing and Zhu Zhihao beside him also grinned. However, Instructor Lin's ears were surprisingly sensitive, and her sharp eyes quickly locked onto Luo Jing. Student, please step out of the line. Chapter 36 Compete with Instructor Lin. Although Instructor Lin's voice was gentle, it carried an irresistible majesty. Luo Jing raised his eyebrows, walked out of the queue slowly, stood in front of Instructor Lin, with a disapproving smile on his face. Instructor, any instructions? Instructor Lin smiled slightly, but there was a hint of coldness in that smile. Since you have such high expectations for training, let me see your actual ability. Do 100 push-ups first, as a punishment for what you did just now. Luo Jing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that a joke he made casually would lead to such a severe punishment. However, he has always been a person who refuses to admit defeat, especially in front of so many people. He doesn't want to be looked down upon. 100 push-ups. No problem. Luo Jing smiled, then bent down, supported himself with his hands, and started doing push-ups. All eyes on the playground were focused on Luo Jing. His movements were clean and neat. Wow, Luo Jing's muscles are so beautiful. The girls standing by couldn't help but whisper to each other, their eyes full of admiration. He's really an athlete. He finished it so easily. Someone whispered, with admiration in his tone. While doing push-ups, Luo Jing secretly glanced at Instructor Lin. He found her standing aside, with her arms folded across her chest, looking at him expressionlessly. She was actually a little dissatisfied in her heart that this guy dared to make such a rude joke in front of her, so she decided to teach him a lesson. You fancy-looking boy, you'll probably collapse after doing just a few of these. Instructor Lin muttered to himself, and a barely perceptible smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. As Luo Jing's body rose and fell, his muscles looked even stronger in the sunlight. Instructor Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and noticed that Luo Jing's movements were not only standard but also powerful. He didn't look like he would give up after doing only a few. He completed the first 10 push-ups calmly, at a steady pace, breathing evenly, and it seemed like no effort at all. The other students on the playground began to whisper, and some had already started counting. "Wow, Luo Jing is so awesome." The girls standing aside couldn't help but whisper, their eyes full of amazement and admiration. "The muscle lines are really amazing," another girl exclaimed. When Luo Jing heard these words, he couldn't help but feel proud, but on the surface he still remained calm. Instructor Lin stood aside, watching Luo Jing's performance, feeling a little surprised. She originally thought that this flashy-looking student could only do 20 or 30 push-ups at most, but Luo Jing's performance completely exceeded her expectations. This kid does have some real skills. Instructor Lin nodded secretly in his heart. Luo Jing continued to do push-ups, without a trace of fatigue on his face. Finally, when he finished the 99th push-up, a hint of surprise flashed in Instructor Lin's eyes. She didn't expect that Luo Jing could really complete 100 push-ups so easily, and from beginning to end, his speed hardly changed, and it was very standard. 100 push-ups, done. Luo Jing announced loudly, then stood up, gently patted the dust off his hands, a smug smile on his face. Luo Jing, this kid is really a surprise. Instructor Lin thought to herself, but she didn't intend to let Luo Jing go so easily. After doing 100 push-ups, you really impressed me. Instructor Lin slowly walked towards Luo Jing with a hint of provocation and amusement in his eyes. Seeing this, Luo Jing smiled mischievously. "Instructor, I didn't expect you to be surprised sometimes." Instructor Lin's mouth curled up slightly, but then he returned to his stern expression. "Since you are so confident, I would like to see what other skills you have." Luo Jing raised his eyebrows and replied without showing any weakness, "Instructor, what do you want me to do? As long as you can say it, I can do it." Instructor Lin's eyes lit up, and he sneered, "Since you are so confident, why don't we have a competition? Let's see if your muscles are just for show." When Luo Jing heard this, he felt excited. He had always felt that Instructor Lin was a tough opponent, and now having the opportunity to compete with her was exactly what he wanted. "Okay, instructor, but I only know judo." Luo Jing raised his lips to a confident smile. Instructor Lin stretched out his hand and pointed to the running track in the playground. "I also know a little bit, so let's compete in judo to see if you have the real skills." When Luo Jing heard this, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. He knew that judo was the best way to test skills and strength, and he also had a lot of experience in judo. "Okay, let's do judo then." Luo Jing nodded in response, and then walked towards the track of the playground with Instructor Lin. The upcoming competition immediately aroused the interest of the surrounding students, who gathered together to catch a glimpse of this exciting showdown. Ling Xia and several of her roommates were also in the crowd, looking at Luo Jing and Instructor Lin on the field, feeling both worried and expectant. Can Luo Jing really win? Ling Xia asked Zhang Xiamen beside her in a low voice. Zhang Xiamen smiled and shook her head. "Who knows, but I don't think Luo Jing will lose too badly." Zhu Ruonan was excited. "No matter who wins or loses, it's rare to see Luo Jing and Instructor Lin fighting." At the edge of the playground, other instructors were also attracted and stood aside, talking. Most of them were curious about this duel. After all, Instructor Lin was a well-known master in the school, and Luo Jing was the best student. Not long after, the chief instructor also rushed over after hearing the news. He stood aside with his hands behind his back, silently observing the situation on the field. "Are you ready?" Instructor Lin's voice was calm, with an unquestionable majesty. "I'm at your service any time." Luo Jing raised his lips with a confident smile. At the command, Instructor Lin quickly launched an attack. She moved as fast as lightning, quickly approaching Luo Jing and trying to subdue him with a beautiful throw. She grabbed Luo Jing's collar with both hands nimbly and pulled it hard, trying to throw him to the ground. Luo Jing's eyes narrowed and he reacted quickly. He dodged Instructor Lin's first move easily, then quickly counterattacked, using his shoulder to block Instructor Lin's attack and trying to push her away. The two men moved smoothly, going back and forth with each other, and the atmosphere on the field instantly became tense. Every move made by Instructor Lin was full of precision and power, while Luo Jing kept fighting back with his quick reactions and strong physical strength. Instructor Lin narrowed her eyes slightly, and a hint of appreciation flashed in her eyes. Luo Jing's performance was much better than she expected. He is not only fast, but also quick to react, and every attack and defense seems so calm and unhurried. Chapter 37, Narrow Victory. Luo Jing's heartbeat gradually quickened, and he could feel the strong pressure from Instructor Lin. But this did not make him back down, but instead inspired him to fight harder. His eyes became sharper, and every move he made was full of power and determination. Luo Jing, come on. Ling Xia, who was standing aside, couldn't help but cheer for Luo Jing in a low voice. She felt nervous and excited at the same time. Instructor Lin is indeed a master. Zhu Zhihao on the side exclaimed in a low voice, his eyes full of admiration. At this time, a familiar voice came from the crowd, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Hey, Luo Jing, you can't do it anymore, aren't you asking for trouble? When Luo Jing heard the voice, his brows slightly frowned and he glanced at Xu Dao in the crowd. Xu Dao, stop yelling nonsense. If you have the guts, come up and try. Luo Jing replied coldly, then quickly refocused his attention on the opponent in front of him. Instructor Lin suddenly made a fake move, trying to confuse Luo Jing. She pretended to attack to the left, but at the last moment suddenly turned to the right, grabbed Luo Jing's arm hard, and tried to knock him down with a quick throw. Luo Jing's eyes lit up, he reacted quickly, and used his other hand to steady his body. Then he twisted it hard to neutralize Instructor Lin's attack. His movements were clean and neat, without any delay. Instructor Lin frowned slightly. She knew that the student in front of her was not as simple as she had imagined. She quickly adjusted her tactics, trying to find Luo Jing's weakness. Luo Jing also began to be alert. He knew that Instructor Lin would not give up easily, and he had to be more careful with every step that came next. He concentrated his attention, closely watching Instructor Lin's every move, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, Instructor Lin rushed forward and rammed her shoulder into Luo Jing's chest, trying to knock him down with the force. Her movements were full of power and speed, catching people off guard. Luo Jing's eyes flashed, and he quickly turned sideways to avoid Instructor Lin's frontal attack. Then he grabbed her arm and pulled her to his side. Instructor Lin lost his balance and was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, Luo Jing suddenly let go of his hand. Instructor Lin quickly adjusted her body and regained her balance, but Luo Jing took the opportunity to quickly grab her waist with a backhand, lifted her up hard, and pressed her firmly to the ground. The crowd on the field burst into cheers instantly. Luo Jing let go of his hand, stood up, and looked down at Instructor Lin, who was still on the ground. His face with a smug smile looked particularly dazzling in the sun, full of confidence and victory. Luo Jing, you actually beat Instructor Lin. Wu Ziyao shouted excitedly, almost jumping up, that's amazing. This is simply awesome. Zhu Zhihao couldn't help but sigh, his eyes full of admiration. Instructor Lin is obviously not a simple person. Meng Xing applauded and laughed loudly. Luo Jing, you really made a big splash this time, you have to treat us to a meal to celebrate. Luo Jing ignored the noise around him. He turned to look at Xu Dao in the crowd and found that he was staring at him with a sullen face. Luo Jing raised his eyebrows, deliberately showed a provocative smile, then slowly raised his hand and raised his middle finger at Xu Dao. Xu Dao was so angry that his face turned red. He clenched his teeth and his eyes were full of coldness, but he did not step forward to fight back. Ling Xia and her roommates in the crowd looked at Luo Jing and sighed with emotion. Luo Jing is so amazing that he can even beat the instructor. Zhu Ruonan said in surprise. But he looks really cool when he does this. Zhang Xiamen covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes full of admiration. Ling Xia looked at Luo Jing's smug expression and couldn't help but feel a surge of pride in her heart. Luo Jing pulled Instructor Lin up from the ground and said with a smile. Instructor, I was offended just now. However, this competition really opened my eyes. Instructor Lin stood up, dusted himself off, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. You are really good, kid. I lost. Luo Jing waved his hand and said modestly. No, instructor, I just happened to win. I know your strength very well. Instructor Lin smiled, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Luo Jing, you are really a good opponent. I am very happy to fight with someone like you. At this time, the chief instructor walked out of the crowd with a satisfied smile on his face. He nodded and said to Luo Jing, "Not bad, you have a good foundation." Luo Jing smiled slightly and said modestly, "Thank you, chief instructor, I'm just doing my best." The chief instructor nodded, then turned to the students around him and said in a loud voice, "Okay, everyone, today's show is over. Now everyone return to your respective teams and continue military training." The students watching responded one after another, and some were still excitedly discussing the competition that had just taken place. Some of them imitated the movements of Luo Jing and instructor Lin as they walked, appearing very excited. Ling Xia glanced at Luo Jing and left reluctantly. "Luo Jing, awesome." Ling Xia silently applauded him in her heart, with admiration gleaming in her eyes. Hearing their voice, Luo Jing turned around and glanced at Ling Xia, revealing a smug smile. Instructor Lin walked up to Luo Jing, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Okay, Luo Jing, go back and continue your military training. You have performed very well today." Luo Jing nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, instructor." The two caused a great sensation on the playground, and the students dispersed one after another, but the heated discussion just now continued into the afternoon. After a morning of military training, everyone was exhausted, but deep down they were excited by the competition. In the evening, in the school cafeteria, Luo Jing, Zhu Zhihao, Wu Xiao and Meng Xing sat at a table by the window, surrounded by noisy students enjoying dinner. The setting sun outside the window shone through the glass, casting a golden glow on their table. "Luo Jing, you really stole the show today," Zhu Zhihao said with a smile as he stuffed rice into his mouth. His glasses reflected a light under the setting sun, making him look particularly energetic. Luo Jing picked up the chopsticks, a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Hey, it's okay, it's just that the instructor is a little fierce, I almost couldn't stand it." "Can't stand it?" Wu Xiao bit the chicken leg with big mouthfuls, his eyes wide open. "I saw that you did those 100 push-ups quite easily, not to mention the competition just now. You defeated all the instructor's moves one by one. Everyone was watching."